What if Naruto was never treated as the village outcast? Instead, he's recruited by the ANBU from a young age and trained into one of Konoha's deadliest shinobi. Blessed with multiple Kekkei Genkai, unmatched swordsmanship, the Rinnegan, and even would release, this Naruto changes the fate of everyone around him. From the very beginning, every battle, every mission, and every enemy plays out differently. Chapter 1. Exterior. Konoha, back hills, forest, morning. Confronted by 6 IWA Kunoichi, nude and unarmed except for hastily grabbed kunai. 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki held a 2-pronged kunai in reverse grip. He wore a navy long-sleeved shirt, black pants, a small backpack and sandals. I'm not impressed by how easily I was able to lure you into my trap, deadpanned Uzumaki. So, this is the part where you surrender. What trap, brat? Demanded the IWA squad leader. In a flash, Naruto shot gold adamantine chains from his back, binding them whilst wooden pillars shot out of the ground. Then the pillars grew tendrils and roots that wrapped around each prisoner's limbs, joints and waistlines whilst shifting into Y-frames, draining their chakra in the process. Wood clones strictly and efficiently bound the prisoners further whilst placing movement-restricting and chakra suppression seals on them, further preventing the prisoner's chances of escape. Naruto cheekily grinned. That one. Let us go, brat, growled one of the prisoners. Why would I let spies go free? Scoffed Naruto. As pretty as you ladies are, letting you go right after capturing you would be counterproductive. You know. The IWA squad leader snapped. Fuck you. Sorry, Kunoichi-san, but I don't know where you've been. Nor do I know who or what else has already been inside of you or any of your holes, replied Uzumaki, making the prisoners blush bright red at the implication before he gagged them, took several photos of each prisoner, and searched them for any hidden weapons and seals. As his prisoners glared, Naruto mentioned, by the way, Anko-chan, Nico-chan, Wolf-chan, Tenzin-niken, Canary-chan, Raven-niken, Dove-chan, Owl-niken, Crow-niken, and Inu-niken, you can all come out now. Coast is clear, and the spies have been subdued. Before his clones disappeared. As Anko Mitarashi, age 15, accompanied by a handful of Anbu, stepped into the open with an amused grin, Naruto held out a large box full of dango. Happy birthday, Anko-chan. I got you some new toys to play with, and your favorite dango. Aw, now here's a sweetheart who knows how to spoil me, and make me feel special. Mused Anko, who met Naruto at eye level, smiled, kissed his cheeks and forehead, and hugged him closely, burying his face in the cleavage of her large breasts. Looking up into her eyes with flushed cheeks, Naruto beamed. I'll always spoil you and make you feel special, when I get the chance, because you're very precious to me, Anko-chan. Heartwarmed, Anko beamed. And you're precious to me too, Naruto-kun. The IWA squad was increasingly unnerved by their captor and his choice of companions. Arriving out of breath, Irika sighed in relief. Naruto, thank Kami that you're okay. I got worried when you didn't come to class. Shikamaru told me he saw you heading out here. Did you know there were enemy shinobi sighted? Or were you just skipping class? Some civilian-born classmates lied that they'd be my friends if I brought back a souvenir from yesterday's skirmish. I didn't actually believe them. Regardless, I decided to lure the scouts into a trap, capture them, and signal the Anbu by flaring up my chakra. I've got Kage-level reserves, so I'll need to work on my chakra control way harder than everyone else. As your sensei, I'd like you to tell me if anyone tries to trick you like that again. You could have been hurt, kidnapped, or killed. Why would IWA kidnap me? What am I worth to IWA, when most of Konoha treats me like I'm worthless? Asked Naruto, skeptical. Why would IWA want one of my kind in their village? Your kind? Asked Anko as she met Uzumaki at eye level. Aren't I a demon, like the villagers claim, while terrorizing, torturing, abusing, and beating me as close to death as they can? Replied Naruto, making everyone, including the prisoners, flinch. Kissing Naruto's forehead and cheeks, Anko wrapped her arms around him. Fuck no, you're not a demon, devil, or monster. And don't let anyone convince you otherwise. You're Naruto Uzumaki, and you're my favorite treasure. Giving Mitarashi a kiss on the cheek, Naruto hugged her with all his might. I love you with all my heart, Anko Haim. With flushed cheeks, the snake mistress returned. "Ah, I love you too, Naruto." As Irika turned towards him, Naruto asked, "Can my file say this was my first S-rank mission? I literally just captured 6 IWA spies who are all jonin by myself. And I expect full Anbu-level payment for this. How about I treat you to some ramen? How about I get properly paid for single-handedly capturing IWA spies? And how about people keep their hands off of my well-deserved and earned money? Excuse me? A bowl of ramen won't pay my bills, you know? You know I'm overcharged basically everywhere I go, and I live alone." Finally noticing the prisoner's state of undress, Irika, Inu, Owl and Tenzo were sent rocketing back by massive nosebleeds. "Why are they naked?" asked Wolf, amused. "After eating all of their food without them noticing, I destroyed their clothes, sealed away their equipment and any items of value, and found them bathing. Then I took some photos and gave myself a little head start before leading them into a trap." "Cheeky Naruchan," giggled Dove. "It was a little perverted to make them naked," stated Canary. "Erasing evidence of them being here is standard procedure," replied Uzumaki, "and little more stands out more than a shinobi's uniform." "Point taken. Naruto, please don't scare me like this again," pleaded Irika as he recovered. "I can't make promises like that, you know?" pointed out Uzumaki. Later. Interior. Konoha, Anbu HQ, Ibiki's office. "I want to join Anbu," declared Naruto, completely serious. "Why do you want to join up?" asked Ibiki, almost spilling his coffee. "The Anbu's been protecting me since I was a newborn, and saved my life so many times. It's always looking out for me and watching over me, and it's the closest I have to a family. Where would we even put you? With the squad already under orders to protect me. It'd save time tracking me down if I'm with them. And one of the best ways to protect me is to raise me and train me until I'm more than strong enough to protect myself. I see your logic, and it's sound, for a gaki. I may be 6 years old, but I'm not innocent. If I may recommend a codename for myself within the Anbu, I suggest Yami Kitsune. I like it. I'll be mutually loyal, respectful, supportive and trusting of those who are towards me without an ulterior motive. I won't give blind loyalty, support, respect or trust. If I did, I'd be dead by now. Good to know you're wise for your age. Also, we wouldn't want the politicians interfering with Anbu affairs, so they can't find out. Especially Danzo Team, the war-mongering pedophile. I wouldn't let him anywhere near an asset like a Jinchuriki. I'm a human being, not a machine, weapon, or tool." Agreed. As my new C.O, you should know that I've met and been speaking to the QB Vixen. She says I can trust you because you were on my mother's Anbu squad, and you're one of my godfathers along with Jiraiya-sensei. Informed Uzumaki as he looked into Ibiki's eyes. The scarred Anbu veteran nodded. "Does that mean you know your heritage? Also, QB's a she." "Yes to both, and keeping my heritage a secret is honestly hurting me more than revealing it would. At least let people know I have godparents so I can have a legal guardian, for Kami's sake. And keeping that I'm a real Uzumaki a secret is hindering my development as a ninja." "What are we discussing?" asked Hiruzen as he entered, accompanied by a teenage boy with short dark curled hair, fair skin and black eyes. "The kid knows his heritage and he wants to join Anbu," answered Marino. "And he's making a reasonable case. I'm open to becoming an interrogator too," added Uzumaki. "I saw it all through my crystal ball," said Hiruzen. "This is a very serious matter to discuss." "Hi, Gramps." "Hi, Shirsuaniken," greeted Naruto. "Hey, Naruto," greeted Shirsue the teleporter. "What's this I heard about you becoming an interrogator? After all the things the villagers have done to me, I have plenty of ideas and inspiration for what I'd do to a prisoner under interrogation. Especially if I'll be interrogating and torturing members of the civilian council. I know people say Anbu members need darkness, and I'm pretty sure being a Jinchuriki fills that requirement." A few days later. Interior, Konoha, Anbu HQ, Team Row Barracks, morning. As he entered in an Anbu uniform, Uzumaki was greeted by warm and friendly smiles. "Hello, Naruto," greeted Nico. age 14, as she knelt down and removed her mask. I'm Yugao Yuzuki. You already know me. I'm Shursui, added Shursui, holding a crow mask. I'm Hisashi Hyuga, said Owl as he revealed long dark hair and pale eyes without pupils. Hi, Hisashi Nizan, said Naruto. You know you love me, the sexy Anko Mitarashi, sweetly said Anko, and I'm all yours when you're older, Narukuin. When I'm old enough, I want to have my first time with you, Ankoheim, blurted Naruto, earning a blush from the snake mistress. You want to lose your virginity to me? I trust you not to take advantage of me or force me into it. Kurenai-chan's welcome to join in if she wants to. If you weren't so cute, innocent, and adorable, I'd almost think you were the youngest pervert ever for suggesting a threesome between you, me, and Nai-chan. My point is I trust both and either of you and Wolf-chan as well to take care of me. I know I'll be in good hands if my first time is with you. And people call the activity making love, but also say things like, share the love, and, the more the merrier, too. Holding her sides, Anko erupted into laughter. I call dibs on teaching you about sex when you're older. I'm more of a physical, hands-on, and practical learner than a theoretical one, mentioned Uzumaki, making the hysterically laughing Anko fall onto her fine ass, and the other kunoichi in the room blushed and laughed. Sum Inuzuka, self-introduced a young, feral-looking kunoichi, age 21, holding a wolf mask with red markings. I'm classmates with your son and daughter, said Uzumaki. I can tell from their markings and their facial features. Good eye, pup, praised Sum. I am Itachi Uchiha, said Raven, who removed his mask. Dove removed her mask, revealing fair skin, short brown hair, a purple stripe on each cheek, and hazel eyes. I'm Rin Noera. I'm Izumi Uchiha, self-introduced Canary as she removed her mask, revealing fair skin, onyx eyes, and shoulder-length black hair. There's 3 Uchiha on the squad? Thought Naruto. Interesting. Tenzo Yamato, said a young man, age 23, with shoulder-length brown hair. Kakashi Hatake, self-introduced Inu who removed his Anbu mask, and, to everyone else's shock, pulled down his face mask revealing an overkill handsome face. Your left eye's covered, Kakashi Naiken. Does it need fixing? Asked Uzumaki. I had a transplant, but it was a rushed procedure in the field, so I have to be careful when I use it, explained Kakashi. The transplanted eye has a Sharingan, but I can't turn it off. I can fix that for you, insisted Naruto, if you'd like, earning speechless expressions. As the official team medic, I'll approve the attempt, mentioned Yugao, having complete faith in the kid. Naruto placed a hand, glowing with golden chakra, over Kakashi's revealed left eye before the silver-haired Jonin's stance relaxed. Then he withdrew his hand. It's done, but you should take some time to get used to it. You'll still have your Sharingan, but now you can turn it off when it's not needed. Thank you, said Hatake as he looked in a hand mirror to see his facial scar was gone. You could try going without the face mask when you're not on a mission. Maybe. So what code name have you received, Naruto? Asked Yugao. Yami Kitsune, answered Naruto, who donned an expressionless black fox-like hunter-nin mask with dark red eye outlines and whiskers. What do you think? You look so cute in your little uniform, but powerful and intimidating in your mask. I thought a fox mask would be a token of respect, friendship with, and acknowledgement of Karama-chan or Kara-chan for short. Yeah, I've already met her and she says Mum wore a similar mask, said Naruto as he removed his mask. Kyuubi's a girl? Sweet, mused Anko. That brings hell hath no wrath like a woman scorned, to a whole new level. Oh, you have no idea how right you are, thought Kara. That makes her more terrifying, commented Tenzo. Naruto, you befriended the Ninetales? Wondered Yugao, amazed and concerned. Yes, admitted Uzumaki. Kara-chan also says that Mum would be very proud of you. Rin-chan, Itachi, Sum-chan and Kakashi like a parent would be proud of their children. And that when he reaches the afterlife, she'll hit and yell at Kakashi for not letting her see that handsome face even once while she was alive. For not adopting me after she raised him as her son following Sakumo-kun's death. And for reading something called smut in public. Earning smiles and chuckles. When you're with us, you can turn off your appearance masking seal, informed Kakashi. Naruto's complexion became fairer. His hair transitioned from blonde to Uzumaki red. His whiskers became smaller, and his eyes turned purple with a ringed pattern. So, how do I look? Itachi, Izumi, Hizashi, and Shirsue's eyes widened. Rinnegan. Yes, confirmed Naruto, who deactivated the dojutsu, revealing blue eyes. What should we teach you to start off with? Wondered Sum. How about I show what I can already do, and we start from there? Suggested Uzumaki. Sounds good, pup. We'll make you a master of weapons, sealing, and jutsu before you know it, added Yugao. Can we all get a group photo together, with and without our uniforms? Asked Naruto. I've never had family photos before. Of course we can, sweetie, answered Izumi. Taking a photo together whilst cuddling, Naruto blushed as Anko kissed his cheek at the last second. Later. Interior. Konoha, Anbu, men's locker room, morning. Entering, Yami Kitsune noticed everyone, not from his squad, had gone still like deer in headlights. Hey, everyone, I'm Yami Kitsune. But you can call me either part of the code name. Do we have baby Anbu now? Asked Boar, confused. Depends if you're wearing a diaper under your uniform, Boar-chan. Teased Yami Kitsune, earning laughter. Damn, you're as troublesome and feisty as the last Anbu to wear that mask, sighed Deer. I figured that out as soon as I recognized the mask, you know? She had that verbal tick too, mused Lion. Should we expect you to go on any mission soon? Kakashi interjected. My newest protege will be undergoing a considerable amount of intense training before we even consider it. A year or two at least, since we have minimum age requirements on deployable operatives. How formidable is he so far? Asked Ox. He's full of surprises. You know those IWA Jonin that were captured the other day? That was his handiwork. He also interrogated a couple of them personally, with the rest already on his schedule. Deer turned to Yami Kitsune. Should we be worried that you're already breaking prisoners? Yami Kitsune gave the scariest yet sweetest smile with his eyes closed. Only if you're on the receiving end. You know. How old are you anyway? 6, turning 7, and I have no obligation to justify my being here. Troublesome, but we won't judge you. Not being judged would be a first for me. Kitsune-kun, you can relax. There are no Foundation or root agents here, or civilian council pets, little brother, assured Inu/Kakashi. I know, Inu Naiken. I just don't trust new people easily. Neither do I. Yami Kitsune turned to everyone. I hope we can all be brothers. Or as the Mandalorians say, Vodin. Dolphin would like you, said Deer. I agree. Irika likes the more interesting people in the village. Any bloodlines and chakra natures we should know about, so we can take them into account when working with you? Asked Dragon. Yami Kitsune's Rinnegan met Dragon's gaze. Ibiki has a briefing to answer that. Good. Exterior. Konoha, Anbu HQ training ground, morning. Yami Kitsune drew a kunai. I'm ready. Okay, Yami Kitsune, hit the targets, but only one throw and one kunai, instructed Anko. As he threw the kunai, Yami Kitsune quickly did a hand sign before all 1,000 targets were hit with a bullseye by the kunai and 999 kunai shadow clones, earning drop jaws and sweat drops. What? I didn't say you could use a jutsu to help you, or to go for all of them. I was told to hit the targets with only one throw, and I did. Was it meant to ricochet off of all of the targets? Or was I meant to get up close and personal? That was clever, sweetie, praised Nico. But where did you learn that jutsu? I found it inside a scroll mounted like a trophy on a wall in the Hokage's mansion. I figured it was where he kept his deluxe edition Ika collection, and wanted to hold it for ransom. Of course, I opened the scroll to check before doing anything else. Since it was full of advanced jutsu instead, I figured I may as well read and learn from it before putting it back. You learn techniques from the scroll of sealing? Asked Inu, impressed and surprised. Well, the Anbu squad hiding in the room didn't try to stop me, shrugged Yami Kitsune. It turned out the Hokage saw everything through his crystal ball. You knew the guards were there? Asked Tenzo. Yeah, they need to sharpen their stealth skills. They were so lazy they could have made the Nara clan look as hyperactive as Mato Guy, answered Yami Kitsune, earning laughter. And why did you want to ransom the Hokage's Aika collection? Have you seen the apartment I was given after the orphanage threw me out? Fair enough, and maybe we can do some with style renovations and improvements. And you can live in the barracks in the meantime. Yami Kitsune turned to Tsum/Wolf. Tsum-chan, have you signed a summoning contract? I have. You've done what? As he stood back from his teachers and removed his mask, Naruto called, Summoning Jutsu, before a purple-robed and pointy-hooded human-like male with lightly tanned skin and purple hair and eyes, wielding a long green staff, appeared. Greetings, I am Mahud, the Dark Magician, one of Naruto's summons. None have signed the dual spirit summoning contract since Ashura Otsutsuki. As Mahud returned to his realm, Nico asked, since we're training Naruto, what should we do about his schooling? He can't just drop out of the academy and leave his friends behind. That would make people suspicious, and he needs to spend time with the other kids. I'll still go for the social experience. Maybe I'll play a prank on Irika-sensei, so he thinks Kakashi's disguised as me. Poor Irika, said Itachi. Hey, Itachi Naiken, you know the Tsukuyomi? I believe my Rinnegan can use it and other abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Do I even want to know how you know about that? Kurama's been explaining the different abilities of each dojutsu in case someone with the Sharingan gets any ideas about trying to control her again. She has plenty of colorful ways to describe and express how much she hates the Sharingan more than anything. I'm sure she does, and they're likely all justified given her history with it. She also says I should learn how to keep those filthy eyes from stealing the rewards of my hard work and training. And the only members of the Uchiha clan she has any respect for are you, Shursui, Makoto, and your girlfriend. Izumi's not my girlfriend. Am I invited to the wedding? You're refreshingly cheeky, mused Itachi. You know I'm going to get you back for that comment? What kind of little brother would I be if I didn't tease you a little? Asked Naruto. And can we go out for Ichiraka ramen? Itachi poked Naruto's forehead. Sorry, Naruto-kun, maybe some other time. Before internally laughing at the boy's pout. I'll go with you, Naru, said Anko as she brought Naruto into a hug. We'll make it a date, and it's cold tonight so we can share my bed to keep warm. Uzumaki nodded. As you wish. What's your favorite jutsu? Naruto asked as he looked at Shursui. And can I learn it? Let's find out your elemental affinity first. I have a multi-affinity with basically everything, all types of nature release, and I can do shadow clones and all of the elemental clones. This is where the fun begins. Mused Tsum. Hey, Tsumheim, are you a sage too? Asked Naruto. Tsum raised an eyebrow. What do you mean too? Don't tell me you've learnt sage mode? And at your age. As his eyes became wedgetized and the millennium symbol appeared on his forehead, Naruto informed. I did, and I suspect my Rinnegan made achieving it easier. Jiraiya would be so jealous that you've unlocked sage mode at 6 years old. I can tell this is something beyond normal sage mode, but Kurama-chan's not saying why. Maybe I have a special connection to nature which allows me to instinctively gather nature energy, whether I'm consciously aware of it or not. Show off. As he met Shursui's gaze, Naruto asked, Shursui Nizan, can you please promise never to use Koto Amitsukami on me? Shursui nodded. I never have and never will use it on you. It took a while to earn your trust, and I won't break it. Interior, Konoha, Anbu HQ, T/I Division, Interrogation Room, afternoon. Entering the cold, dark room to see one of the prisoners he'd captured tied down to a rack, naked. In an X shape, Yami Kitsune was like a phantasm in his movements. Whoever you are, I won't talk, said the prisoner, fear increasingly evident in her voice as she trembled upon feeling the intensity of her interrogator's key. In a deep, ominous voice, Yami Kitsune replied, Talk? It is not my intention to make you talk. I will make you scream. Interior, Konoha, Anbu HQ, T Division Detention Block, afternoon. Through one-way glass, Anko watched the interrogation with a bowl of popcorn. Damn, my Foxy-kun's putting on a good show. I'm officially in love with him. You're enjoying this too much, sighed Nico. Here comes the climax, eagerly anticipated Anko before they could swear they heard the shriek of a Nazgul. That's the scariest orgasm sound I've ever heard. You haven't heard mine, chuckled Wolf. Tenzo shifted uncomfortably. I am too young to listen to this conversation. Your minds are as dirty as Inu's book, grumbled Ibiki. He's torturing the prisoner, not fucking her. They know it's just Anko's sense of humor, replied Owl. Speaking of, I worry how my niece would be influenced if she was introduced to Anko too soon. Doesn't she have a crush on Naruto? Asked Dove. Hayashi and Hera find it adorable. Do they have any plans to have another child yet? Asked Tenzo. Not yet, but two of the suggested names for a girl are Kushina and Hanabi. Kushina? Asked Wolf, smiling at the thought. They really loved our red-hot habanero, didn't they? We all loved and treasured Kushinaheim, answered Hiruzen as he appeared, just as we love and treasure her mother, Tsunadeheim. Later. Interior. Konoha, Shinobi District, Kurenai and Anko's apartment, living room, morning. Naruto, you actually said that about us? Giggled Kurenai, age 15, as she looked at the blushing Uzumaki who nodded. He sure did, confirmed Tsum. And he had the cutest look on his adorable face when he did, snickered Anko. Amused, Kurenai planted a kiss upon Naruto's cheek. You're a very cheeky yet innocent boy, and I love you for it. Hugging Yuhi, Naruto beamed. I love you too, Naiheim. Always will no matter what happens. Thank you, Naruto. The only one of us he didn't bring up when he said it was me, sighed Yugao. I'm sorry for neglecting you and making you feel left out, Yugao-chan. Apologized Naruto, who hugged the purple-haired Medicnine. Hiding a blush, Yugao kissed his forehead. Don't worry, Naruto-chan. I forgive you, and will always love you, sweetie. I love you too, Kittyheim. Looking up at Anko with indomitable determination, Naruto vowed, Hibiheim, I promise I'll find a way to remove your curse mark. Mitarashi embraced Uzumaki. Thank you. I love you, Anko-chan. Aw, I love you too, my Naruto. Anko Mitarashi, will you marry me? Asked Uzumaki, completely innocently yet seriously, with an adorable expression. You're a bit too young for marriage right now, darling. Can you please wait until you're older? Gently asked Anko. It'd mean a lot to me if you'll be patient with me, so we can both take the time to sort out whether that's what both of us really want. Then gave a precious smile. That was part of the plan, Heim. Let's take, say, 10 years to sort all of this out. Plus, you'll have developed and matured physically, intellectually, emotionally, and mentally in that time. Okay, Mitarashi mentioned. When we're sure that's how we love each other, I'd happily marry you when the time's right, earning a precious smile from the boy. As you wish, Ankoheim, agreed Naruto. I'll make sure to take you on lots of dates in the meantime, so we have plenty of time to work out our true feelings for each other. Good plan, my darling Naruto-kun. And I'll be happy to share you with Nai-chan. As long as that's all right with Naiheim too. And I'll do my best to do right by both of you. Kurenai smiled at how thoughtful the boy was being. Checking the time, Yugao gave Naruto a storage scroll, in place of a backpack. Have everything you need for the academy, sweetie? Yes, Yugao-chan. Good boy, said Yugao, who smiled. I'll walk you to school when it's time to go, okay? Asked Anko. Okay. Can I prank Irika-sensei? As long as it's a harmless one. Interior. Konoha. Academy. Classroom. Late morning. Naruto, how nice of you to finally join us. Where have you been for the last hour? Asked Irika as Uzumaki entered, reading a book. With a shrug as he kept reading, Naruto answered, Sorry I'm late, Irika-sensei. I'm afraid I got lost on the path of life, making some of his peers laugh. Irika's sweat dropped. You're late because you've been hanging out with Kakashi? I would have been on time, but along the way, we were ambushed and chased all over the village by this possibly insane workout fanatic who was shouting about his flames of youth. Added Naruto. Irika went pale. I believe you. Stupid Naruto baka. I bet you can't even read, you idiot. Why does someone like you have a book? Screeched Sakura, making everyone cover their ears. You say something? dismissed Uzumaki, ignoring the banshee, before taking a seat next to Shikamaru. Troublesome, muttered Nara. Would you have me any other way? Chuckled Uzumaki. No, I wouldn't trade having your troublesome self around for anything in the world. You're one of my best friends. Thanks, Shika. That really means a lot to me. What are you reading? Asked Nara, taking an interest. The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi by Jiraiya-sensei, answered Naruto. Any good? I think so, especially since I'm named after the main character. Shikamaru nodded. Oh, by the way, said Naruto as he smirked at the trio of idiots who lied to him, here's your souvenir, and held up a severed head with a sickeningly sweet smile, sending them out screaming. After a moment as everyone looked at him in horror, except for Kiba, Hana, Shino, Choji, Hinata Shikamaru, Naruto did a hand sign, Kai, revealing a party-sized bag of chips which he passed to Choji, who smiled. Are you okay, Naruto? Asked Kiba, age 5, concerned. You weren't here the other day, and we all know you never get sick. I was being chased by IWNines in the back hills. Why were they chasing you? I ate all of their food, answered Uzumaki, earning a high five from Choji. I'm a growing boy, you know? Before doing a discreet hand sign, and whispered under his breath, muting jutsu. You're always thinking with your stomach, baka, screeched Haruno, at the top of her lungs, almost making ears bleed, before completely losing her voice. Sound off, quipped Naruto. Thank you for shutting her up, Naruto, said Hana, age 5, gratefully, as she smiled at Uzumaki. My pleasure. Hana, right? Yep, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Hana-chan, mused Naruto with a grin. Mischievous, Hana asked, Oh, am I Hana-chan already? Naruto ruffled the back of his hair. Is it okay if I call you that? You have no idea how to talk to girls our age, do you, Naruto-kun? Talking to a short-tempered and impatient Kage surrounded by a tree's worth of paperwork would be easier for me to master the art of, admitted Naruto, making his peers chuckle. Interior, Kumo, Raikage's tower, office, morning. The mighty, intimidating powerhouse that was the fourth Raikage sneezed, blowing his desk and the accompanying stack of paperwork across the room. Achoo, achoo, do you need a tissue? Rapped Killer B as he entered the room, earning a glare from his brother. Interior, IWA, Tsuchikage's tower, office, early afternoon. Whilst taking a sip of tea, Anoki sneezed, causing the hot beverage to spill onto his paperwork and his lap. Ah! Interior, Konoha, academy, classroom, late morning. I've got to learn the muting jutsu, sighed Irika. And Sakura, you have detention for repeatedly screaming in my classroom and abusing your peers. As the jutsu was released, giving her her voice back, Sakura sneered, It's only Naruto Baka, so it's fine. My mum says the Baka deserves it because he's a freak. You've got to stop being so mean to Naruto, interjected Ino. Sakura, consider yourself suspended for the next month, snapped Irika, who gestured to the door. Now, get out of my classroom. My mum will hear about this and make both of you pay. This is the Shinobi Academy, reminded Shino. The civilian council has no authority here. As Sakura left, Irika asked, All right, everyone, when I call your name, I want you to stand up and tell me your goal for the future or what you want to be when you grow up. Understood. Yes, sensei, chorused the class. Shikamaru, you're first. Troublesome, muttered Shikamaru as he got to his feet. When I grow up, I want to be a jonin of Konoha and have a family. Ino, your turn. Ino stood. When I grow up, I want to master my clan techniques and be a medical nin like Tsunade Senju. Tenten, you're next. Tenten stood. I want to be a great kunoichi and kenjutsu master like Yugao Yuzuki, with skills that rival the 7 shinobi swordsmen of Kiri. That's a nice one. Yakumo stood. When I want to grow up, I want to be a master of genjutsu like Kurinai Yuhi. Rock Lee. The bushy-browed boy stood. I want to prove I can be an excellent shinobi with only taijutsu, like Madogai and Mado Dai. Naruto, you're up. As he stood, Naruto simply said, When I grow up, I want to be happy and loved. Earning concerned looks from his peers. Fair enough, but is that really all you want? Asked Irika, hoping for something a little more cheerful. Was I supposed to say something like, I want to be Hokage, Databeo? Asked Uzumaki, making people snicker. Or maybe something a little more dramatic and intense like, Naruto spoke in a deep, chilling, stoic monotone. I'm going to show the world what true pain is, and stop all wars with the terror that pain will inspire. Whilst a chill ran down everyone's spines. Irika paled. You really worry me. Sometimes, you know that? Writing in his notebook, Naruto shrugged. My real goal's to find a way to safely remove Orochimaru's curse marks, so I can help someone I love. Later. Exterior. Konoha, Academy, rooftop, lunchtime. Sitting across from Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, Ino, and Hinata, Naruto took out an ocarina. Do you mind if I practice? You're learning an instrument? Asked Hinata. That's wonderful. Naruto soothingly played concerning hobbits, earning smiles and a round of applause when he finished. It seems you are a natural, and the tune was quite pleasant, praised Shino. My colony also expresses its appreciation. What's your secret to having learnt so quickly? Asked Shikamaru. Shadow clones, answered Uzumaki. Troublesome. Legend says Tobirama Senju invented shadow clones to vanquish an evil so great and terrible that to this day it's remembered and feared throughout the elemental nations as Kage's Bane. What could be so terrifying that it earns a name like that? Asked Hana as she joined them. After a dramatic pause, Naruto answered, paperwork, making his companions erupt into laughter, except for Shino, who smiled and allowed himself an amused chuckle. Exterior. Konoha, Academy, courtyard, early afternoon. First match will be Sasuke Uchiha versus Naruto Uzumaki, said Irika. With a small smile, Naruto met his opponent's gaze. Good luck, Sasuke. You're the one who needs luck, Naruto. You're fighting an Uchiha. I'll be fine as long as your fangirls don't interfere. I don't need them fighting my battles for me. Tell that to them. After exchanging several series of combos without landing a strike on Uzumaki, Sasuke was hit in the gut before he leapt back and did hand signs, fire style, fireball jutsu, water style, water dragon jutsu, countered Naruto as the latter jutsu went through the former, and knocked Uchiha onto his back, leaving him soaking wet. You okay? Asked Naruto, offering his hand. Getting up with a groan as he took Naruto's hand, Sasuke replied, Yeah, but my dad's going to be disappointed that I lost. And how did it make you feel? Like I need more training, sighed Uchiha, whose eyes widened. Mum's going to be furious that I used fire style at school. Not as much as she'd be if you'd actually burnt the school down, pointed out Naruto, causing Sasuke to pale. Okay, you two, do the sign of reconciliation and move to the side so the next match can begin, said Irika, and the two boys complied. Also, we will only be using taijutsu now. The class sighed, Yes, sensei. Next match is Shikamaru versus Tenten. Troublesome, fighting a girl, groaned Shikamaru. What a drag. I heard that, indignantly said Tenten. Oh, can I forfeit? Asked Shikamaru, nervous. Irika shook his head. Nope. Crap. A few weeks later. Exterior. Konoha, Anbu HQ, private training ground, late afternoon. With style, with dragon jutsu, called Naruto before a massive wooden dragon ascended from beneath the ground and lunged towards Tenzo, who narrowly evaded. How do you know that jutsu? Asked Tenzo. I basically had a tutorial in my mindscape made from Kyuchan and Mito's memories of seeing Hashirama in action, admitted Uzumaki, and one of my powers is being able to understand and master any technique. But unlike if I were using a Sharingan, I'm not copying the technique. Any idea why she wants you getting strong? She's way nicer than anyone stupid enough to call her a demon would expect, and very protective of me. Her father's the sage of 6 paths. And did you call her Kyuchan before? Karachan insists on nicknames like that. Were you using her chakra for that wood dragon? She's on strike from lending it to me until I'm consistently on a healthy diet for a shinobi and more physically developed. She's willing to improve my healing capabilities and show me techniques, but says it's too soon to consider training in harnessing her powers. I can't believe I'm agreeing with her. She also says I should meet the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee of Kumo, when I'm training in mastering my Jinchuriki abilities. Why would she want you to train under the Raikage's brother? Because he's an old friend of my parents, and he's mastered and achieved complete control over his Jinchuriki abilities. They're in harmony with each other, and friends too. Only problem with contacting him is how strained relations between our villages have been. I also want to learn as much about sealing as possible, to honor my parents and the Uzumaki clan, and so I can learn how to free Anko-chan from the curse mark. I can help you master the basics of sealing, and bring you scrolls and books from our library to help you when I've taught you as much as I know about it. Maybe we can learn more about it together. Sounds good, Tenzan-iken. If we're lucky, we might be able to convince Jiraiya-sensei to teach you next time he's in town. Kara-chan says that finding out I'm alive will be enough to convince the pervy sage to teach me, said Naruto. Tenzo burst into laughter. Pervy sage? Kara-chan says it's what Mum used to call Jiraiya-sensei of the Sannin, who's also one of my godfathers. Promise me you'll continue that trend. Want to see another jutsu I learnt in my subconscious's training ground, for lack of a better term? Sure. With a cheeky grin, Naruto said, "Don't blink," before throwing a kunai which multiplied by 500. Then there was a yellow flash as he disappeared, and reappeared holding the original kunai in a reverse grip. Naruto threw several more of the kunai into various targets in a round perimeter, said, "Rasen Flash Super Circle Dance Howl Stage 3, and once more became a yellow flash that raced around the training ground. Returning to Tenzo's side in a flash, Naruto asked, "What do you think?" "I think the name needs shortening, and that you're going to give someone a heart attack." Interior, IWA, Tsuchikage's office. A short, balding, big-nosed fossil of a man sneezed, causing his mountain of paperwork to fall on top of him, knocking him off his chair onto his aching back and burying him in the accursed forms. "Ack, my back," groaned Inoki. Interior, Konoha, Anbu HQ, private training ground, late afternoon. "I think I'll shorten the name to Raijin Flash," said Naruto. "If you keep doing it in the circle, you could call it Raijin Vortex too. That's actually pretty good too. Tobirama-kun invented the original technique. You're probably just rediscovering undocumented moves he created," said Kara, through her link to Naruto. "I'll give you credit for the effort in renaming long-lost moves, though. At least if he hears them, he won't think you're being a comedian." "Thank you for the compliment, my lovely Vixen-chan," thought Uzumaki. "I love you too, my dear Naruto-kun." Later. Exterior, Konoha training ground, late morning. Practicing his ocarina after finishing training with 3,000 Shadow and Wood clones, under Izumi and Itachi's supervision, Naruto, in his redhead form, paused. "Can you please come out now, Panda-chan?" An adorable little girl, with chocolate eyes and brown hair in twin buns, approached Uzumaki. "Hi, I'm Tenten. We're in the same class at the academy." "Nice to meet you, Tenten-chan." "I'm Naruto Uzumaki," replied the redhead. "How long have you been watching?" "Long enough to see you go from blonde to redhead. And your whiskers are cute. Would you like to be my friend?" "As long as you be my friend too." "Deal," agreed Naruto, who mentioned, "Hinata-chan, I know you're there too," before the Hyuga heiress approached. A few weeks later. Exterior, Konoha, Hot Springs Path, midday. "Hey, pervert!" shouted Naruto, as a redhead, as he crept up behind a man, with very long spiky white hair, who was peeking through a hole in the wall to the women's bathing area. Turning towards the boy who discreetly activated a voice-projecting and echoing jutsu, the pervert self-introduced, "I am not just any pervert, you naive boy. I am the Toad Sage of MT Mayaboku, one of the legendary Sannin, author of the famous Ika Ika series, the great master Jiraiya the Gallant. And I am a super pervert." With a dramatic gasp, Naruto exclaimed, "You're the pervy sage," before canceling the jutsu, making Jiraiya face fault. As he felt intense concentrations of ki, Jiraiya froze in dread before a dozen pissed-off towel, underwear and bathers clad kunoichi beat the crap out of him, Why did you have to do that to me, kid? Instead of peeping in every hot spring and bathhouse across the nations, you should be looking after Naruto, you know? Jiraiya stiffened. How do you know about my dead godson? I'm not dead. I'm standing right in front of you, you know? Shaken, Jiraiya fell to his knees as tears ran down his cheek. Oh, Cammy, you're alive. I'm so sorry I haven't been here. If I'd known you were alive, I'd have been here taking care of you instead of abroad managing Konoha's spy network. I'll forgive you if you train me, make up for lost time, and teach me Fuinjutsu. After all, you're currently the only fully trained seal master in the village. Deal. And I don't suppose you know any gorgeous women? I know several, and I sensed a few of them on the side of the wall you were peeping on. This isn't how I wanted to meet you. Who told you I was dead in the first place, and why did you believe them? If it was true, Hiruzen would have told you in person, and had you returned to verify the body and attend the funeral. The council told me. You mean Danzo team lied, like the politician and manipulative piece of trash he is. The civilian council shouldn't have known about you being my godfather. And the clan heads wouldn't dare lie about something like this if they knew, especially not the Inuzuka clan. Got that right, cutie. Agreed Sum as she appeared, in 2 towels, one wrapped around her waist and the other around her chest as a makeshift top. Pervy sage, if you try peeping on Sumheim or any other of my precious people, especially to get inspiration for your smut, I'll put you under a genjutsu that shows you Mato Guy's Colgate smile in the sunset technique on a loop for 72 hours. And there'll be 1,000 of him, oiled up and naked. Threatened Naruto. Sum erupted into feral laughter at the horror on Jiraiya's face. If you get any paler, you're going to look like your pedophilic psycho ex-teammate, Orochimaru team. Teased Uzumaki. You know? I'll still be more handsome than him. By the way, Hiruzen wants to see you, so don't get lost on the path of life on the way to his office, said Uzumaki. You have 2 minutes before he sends Anbu to bring you by force. Or I can deliver you via airmail. What do you mean by that? Asked Jiraiya, who was lifted off the ground by an invisible force. Lining up Jiraiya's trajectory with the Hokage's tower and office. With him facing towards said office, Naruto grinned, almighty push. Before the lecherous sage blasted off like Team Rocket. That was hilarious, Narukuin. Mused Sum, who was laughing so hard, whilst her impressive, perky, round DD-cup breasts jiggled, that her towels came undone, giving him a perfect view of her naked body which thankfully nobody else was around to see. As time around him seemingly froze, he re-wrapped her towels around her whilst admiring her figure, and used a couple of safety pins to keep the towels from coming undone again. As time resumed, Sum raised an eyebrow. I could swear my towels just fell off. They did, but I used super speed to fix that. Oh, did you take a peek and have a nice feel of these in the process? She asked, gesturing to her tits. Briefly, while wrapping the top towel around you to cover them back up. If you don't mind me saying, they're very well developed, nice and firm with soft skin. I found seeing them pleasant, especially up close. Uzumaki gave the cutest smile. And you're one hell of a damn sexy bitch with mesmerizing eyes, curves in all the right places, a fine ass and beautiful breasts, my dear Tamon. Grinning with flushed cheeks, the feral woman laughed. Only you could say something like that to my face, at almost 7 years old, look like an innocent little angel in the process, and live to tell the tale. His cheeks flushed. Thanks, Sum-chan. You're welcome, Narukuin, snickered Sum. And it's a bit too soon to be thinking about women's bodies, isn't it? It's a little late to ask that. True, and Kushina had no verbal filter when it came to compliments that others might think were a bit much. I have an idea for an anti-pervert jutsu that's also an upgraded version of the henge. But I'd probably be mistaken for a pervert while developing or using it. Oh, what's it gonna do? Turn you into a naked woman? Naruto shrugged. Well, if it works. The next day. Interior. Konoha, Ninja Academy, late morning. Taking the role, Irika called, Naruto Uzumaki? Before falling backwards off of his chair in alarm as a kunai with a tag attached flew into the back of his clipboard, making most of the class laugh. Reading the tag as he got to his feet, Irika saw Naruto in the back row with a camera. Good morning to you too. What do you mean? Do you mean to wish me a good morning? Or that it is a good morning whether I want it or not? Asked Naruto, earning raised eyebrows. Or perhaps you mean to say you feel good on this particular morning? Or are you stating this is a morning to be good on? All of them at once? Replied Irika as he scratched the back of his head. And please don't throw kunai at me in answer to your name being called. Before an origami bird landed on his desk. I was using nonverbal means of communication. Right? As Irika lectured the class on the Kyuubi attack, Naruto, with Kurama watching from his mindscape with popcorn, raised his hand. Irika-sensei, was the Yondaime Hokage intentionally being monumentally stupid? Earning stunned expressions whilst Kara erupted into laughter. Excuse me? Asked Irika aghast. There's a universal balance of power between both the bijou and between the shinobi villages. One can't truly kill a bijou. They're literally sentient masses of pure chakra with physical form. The most you can do is make them go through a regeneration cycle, since they're immortal. Where are you going with this? Every other village to encounter them seals bijou away, often inside people. If Yondaime-sama was reckless enough to do the former with the strongest of the 9, he left Konoha significantly vulnerable to invasion from other villages like Iwa, and their bijou in the wake of us losing him a large number of shinobi, and the fox as our way of telling them to back off. What do you mean they seal bijou inside people? Asked Choji, curious. Some of the most complex and advanced seals can seal a bijou inside a person, and even allow that person to eventually harness the bijou's chakra. Such people are often called Jinchuriki, the power of human sacrifice, elaborated Naruto. Bijou are typically sealed inside babies, ideally newborns, since their chakra network and coils haven't developed yet. That way, they'll have time for their chakra coils to adapt during development so they can handle bijou chakra as well as their own. We don't even teach sealing at the academy. How do you know about something like that? Asked Irika, jaw dropped. Better question. Why in the name of the Sage of Six Paths isn't Fuinjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy? It's one of the most useful, powerful, and invaluable skills ever. And there are so many types of seals for different uses. Security, protection, surveillance, demolition, traps, transportation. Storage, training, healing, incapacitating enemies, weapons. Chakra control and suppression, resistance, endurance, maintenance, etc. Why wouldn't we be taught something so important? Interior, Konoha Hokage Tower, office, late morning. Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and a handful of Anbu were watching Uzumaki through the crystal ball. He just roasted his own father and our academy's curriculum, thought Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Kakashi. Later. Interior, Konoha, private council building, meeting room, early evening. The civilian council conspired, blissfully unaware of the fact everything they said and did was overheard, scribed and recorded by undetectable observers. Interior, Konoha, Hokage Tower, office, afternoon. As he shunshined onto Hiruzen's desk, facing towards a huge, muscular, heavyweight champion of a man in an open white haori, Naruto scowled. Watch that temper when addressing Hokage-jiji, or I'll punch you in the face. Lord I. The fourth Raikage laughed heartily until he realized Uzumaki wasn't joking. Nonchalantly, Naruto gave I an uppercut to the jaw with a chakra-enhanced fist, Shoryuken, sending him into the air before landing on his back. Rubbing his jaw as he got up, I asked, Boy, can't you tell I'm the Raikage? That's why I pulled my punch, Lord WrestleMania, answered Naruto, earning stifled laughter from a little girl, Naruto's age, with blonde hair and blue eyes, accompanied by Kurabi aka Killer Bee. And you wanted to punch me because? One of your shinobi, or at least someone in Kumo shinobi gear, tried to kidnap a friend of mine, answered Naruto, whose hair defied gravity and spiked up. It was always going to end badly. Then he gave a sweet smile with his eyes closed. You know, Hiruzen, is this Kushina's boy? Questioned I, having flashbacks about the red-headed woman. Yo, bro, it's an unspoken thing to know. He may not know who's friend or foe. Chimed in B. Kumo and Konoha ain't always get along though, they're like brothers. I'm asking because both of us are among his godfathers, if he is Kushina's son. Stepping off the desk, Naruto approached the little girl. Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. What's your N dash? Pouncing on Uzumaki like a cat, the girl pinned him beneath her on the floor and purred. I'm Yujito ni. Before he turned the tables, pinned her down, lifted her shirt, and tickled her midriff, making her burst into giggles and smiles while squirming beneath him before the two kids looked each other in the eyes with kind smiles. Cats really do have ticklish bellies, joked Naruto. Especially me, replied Yujito with a cute smile. Helping her to her feet, Naruto asked, will you be my friend, Yujito-chan? I'd love to if you'll be my friend too, Naruto-kun. Naruto turned to the Raikage. If you and Binizan would humble me with training, I would be greatly honored, Isama. As long as you don't use anything you learned from us against Kumo in the next war, if there is one with each other as opponents. I will accept your terms on the condition that Kumo never tries stealing bloodlines from Konoha again, said Naruto, whose hair defied gravity. It just won't end well for you, you know? Especially when I enter the equation. No doubt about it. You're definitely Kushina's boy. Only Naruto could threaten a Kage without causing a political nightmare, sighed Irika, who'd overheard the whole thing upon entry. Who's causing a political nightmare? Asked Danzo Shimura as he entered. At the same time, Naruto and Yujito screamed, Help! Pedophile alert! Irika, the Hokage's Anbu and the Raikage's bodyguards immediately assumed a protective formation in front of the kids, and the two Kage glared at Danzo. I'm not a dash, began Shimura. Then why, before the orphanage threw me out, were you always having unsupervised one-on-one time with little kids who'd then go missing, die under mysterious circumstances, or come back either traumatized, injured, or with no soul in their eyes? Asked Naruto. You never adopted any of them, and the ones who'd come back would scream for you to stay away from them while having nightmares. Most of them were orphans with signs of having a bloodline, aka Kekkei Genkai. How do you even know what a Kekkei Genkai is? Really? You're asking an academy student that question? Wow, you're not just a pedophile, you're a senile pedophile. Danzo turned away and stormed out of the room, cursing under his breath. 6 years later. Interior. Land of Water. Within Kiri's border. Missing Mean Bandit Camp. Evening. Having taken out the entire camp of 1,000 bandits, Yami Kitsune, age 12, lifted his mask and gave a precious smile, making Nico and Tenzo sweat drop, before covering his face again. Pack anything of value or interest into storage scrolls. If any of the bandits have a bingo book entry, pack away their corpse for delivery to a collection office. Ordered Nico before the task was completed in a flash. You're a long way from home, said a Kiri shinobi as he arrived with several of his village's special forces. Yami Kitsune studied the Kiri squad's leader, gravity-defying silver hair, one eye covered, most likely a badass, and possesses a dojutsu he wasn't born with in the covered eye. You must be the infamous Kakashi Hatake. The Kirinin's face faulted whilst Yami Kitsune's comrades sweat dropped. I'm Commander AO of the Kiri Anbu, and it's actually blue hair, self-identified AO. Who are you? I am Yami Kitsune. What's your business here? I'm not at liberty to say, Commander. Now, if you'll excuse us, we'll take our leave. Just a moment, my sword, Samahata, seems to like the little fox's chakra, said a shark-like shinobi as he brandished said sword. Put it away, Kisame, ordered a Kiri nin wearing bandages as a mask, with a broadsword resembling a butcher's knife across his back. Picking a fight with the kids beneath us? You're no fun, Zabuza. He's not a kid, he's a shinobi. And he'd have to be pretty strong to be in the Anbu when he's so small. Permission to socialize with the 7 swordsmen? Asked Yami Kitsune as he looked at his mission's squad leader. Tenzo nodded. Granted, Yami Kitsune. Kisame Hashigaki and Zabuza Momochi, Yami Kitsune greeted. I'm honored to meet you and the rest of your comrades. Thanks, and I look forward to hearing what feats you accomplish in the future, replied Zabuza. Since you're the only one covered in blood, I take it all this was your handiwork? Yes. I think I'm going to like this kid, mused Kisame. How's your form with that sword? I could show you a few moves, and a spar might do you some good. I would be honored to learn from one of the 7. Zabuza chuckled. Make that 2. This is where the fun begins, mused Yami Kitsune as he drew his sword, taking a Sorisu stance as he infused chakra into the blade which emitted a vibrant hum and glowed blue. Interesting choice, Kit, observed Zabuza taking his own stance. Were these bandits meant to be anyone special? I didn't waste time talking to them. One of them stole one of our swords, stated Kisame, embarrassed. Taking a uniquely designed sword from a storage scroll, Yami Kitsune held it out. This sword? Earning a nod. Would you mind returning it? Asked Ao before catching the hilt which was levitated towards him by Yami Kitsune. Resuming his stance, alongside 6 wood clones, Yami Kitsune locked eyes with the shinobi swordsman of Kiri. Shall we dance? Before he and his clones gracefully engaged their opponents in a duel. When they finished their duel, Yami Kitsune dispelled his clones and caught his breath. That was fun. Then noticed a young man with pupilless pink eyes, staring at him. What is it, kid? Kid? I'm 24 years old. I'm an adult. I'm Yagura Karatachi, Yonde Mizukiage, shouted Yagura. I'm very distinguished. And enjoying the paperwork? Teased Yami Kitsune, making Yagura face fault whilst everyone stifled laughter. I'm having deja vu, telepathically said Kara. He's not the first Jinchuriki I've run into who wanted to be a Kage. But he's the first to become one. He's Isabu's Jinchuriki, right? Thought Naruto. Yes. Think he knows I'm your Jinchuriki? Most likely, and I sense he wants to fight you. Yami Kitsune, said Yagura, who drew his hooked staff. Prepare to defend yourself. Causing everyone to tense. With his energy replenished by gathering nature energy, Yami Kitsune readied a Kenjutsu stance and focused wind chakra into his blade. Is this because I called you a kid? Or the paperwork remark? No. Then why do you, the Mizukiage, want to fight a random Anbu? You're hardly random, Yami Kitsune. You held your own against the 7 shinobi swordsmen. Because I did my research on each of them and their swords in case I ran into them. Deadpanned Yami Kitsune. My sword versus your staff, no jutsu? Before Yagura nodded. Don't know how we're going to explain this in our report, sighed Nico. First mission out here, as a full Anbu, and he ends up fighting the Mizukiage and the 7 swordsmen of Kiri. As soon as they're finished sparring, we're leaving, stated Tenzo, who paled. Oh no! While Yagura activated his one-tailed cloak, using the 3 tails chakra to power his Juyo strikes, Yami Kitsune transitioned from his current Kenjutsu form to the tranquil and meditative Naiman. Later. Exterior. Land of Water, Team Rose campsite, late evening. I'm sorry, did you just say that Yami Kitsune dueled the Mizukiage? Questioned Inu as he received their report. In my defense, he challenged me to a duel. I didn't deny him, lest I risk causing an international incident. A week later. Interior, Konoha Military Police HQ, evening. As Yami Kitsune brought in a handful of scum, Fugaku asked, Where did you find them? Alleyway outside Ichiraku Ramen. 2 were assaulting the owner, Tucci, and the other 4 of them were trying to force themselves on his daughter. I am, answered Yami Kitsune. Are they all right? They will be. Dr. Makoto and Dr. Yugao are looking after them. A week later. Interior. Land of Fire, Warlord Stronghold, Dungeon, late evening. Any idea why this kid's so valuable? Asked one of the guards. She's just some orphan, isn't she? As they guarded a cell containing a small girl, age 7, with mint green hair and orange eyes, chained and suspended against a wall. Lord Orochimaru says she's the vessel for the 7 tails. Won't someone come for her? Asked one of the guards. They wouldn't know where to look, answered another guard. Even if they did, who'd come to rescue a demon's vessel? Another of her kind, the Yellow Flash or the Rakeage would. We won't live long enough for the I told you so. If that happens. Interior, Fuzz Mindscape. The approaching chakra signatures I'm sensing feel so familiar. One's Karachan, but who's with her? Wondered Chome as she recalled. It feels like Minato-kun and Kushina-hime, but I thought they were dead. Maybe they had a child and that's who's coming, suggested Fu. That'd explain why the chakra presence feels like both of them. But I also sense the power of the 6 paths, Indra and Ashura. Interior, Warlord Stronghold, Dungeon, evening. Unlocking the barred cell door after taking out the guards in a yellow flash, Yami Kitsune freed Fu and caught her in his arms as she fell from her suspension. Awakening to find herself in Naruto's arms, looking into his eyes as he'd removed his mask, She asked, "Who are you?" "A friend who's come to rescue you." "What's your name, little Haim?" She blushed at being called a princess. "I'm Fu." "We'll move faster if I carry you." "Is that okay, sweetie?" he asked in a gentle tone, as though he were speaking to a younger sibling or his own child. Wrapping her arms around his neck as he held her, Fu felt warm and fuzzy inside. Exterior: Land of Fire, Anbu campsite, cabin, afternoon. Appearing in a yellow flash with his new friend, in front of Kakashi, Naruto informed, "Captain, my mission is complete. Fu-chan is safe," before gently setting the girl down on her feet. "You removed your mask. You know that's against protocol, Yami Kitsune." I sensed her fear, and she wasn't conscious when I found her. She needed to see a friendly face when she woke up, instead of my scary mask. "That's reasonable. Since we're both Jinchuriki, can I know your name?" asked Fu as she looked up at the whiskered Anbu. Receiving a nod of permission, Naruto answered, "I'm Naruto." Fu beamed, tightly hugging Uzumaki. "Nice to meet you, Rinnegan." "Likewise, my treasured little sister," said Uzumaki as he returned the warm embrace, reassuring Fu that she was indeed safe and protected. "When we get you home, you and I are definitely keeping in touch. I know people like us aren't that popular or treated very well. Can be lonely and painful without someone to talk to. The paths we walk bearing the responsibility we've been entrusted with may tempt us towards the darkness. But I will not allow that darkness to claim or consume you." "I love you too, Rinnegan," happily said Fu, "and I'd love to stay in touch." "So would I." "Aw, they're so cute, and it's like they've known each other forever," mused Nico and Canary as they watched from nearby. Later. Exterior: Land of Fire, Taki Waterfall, evening. Carrying the soundly sleeping Fu as she rested her head against his chest, Yami Kitsune was stopped by a handful of Jonin and Chunin. "Please don't wake her. This precious little bundle of joy has been through quite the ordeal, and needs her rest as well as some time to process what happened. Some counseling might be a good idea too." "Who are you?" demanded Shibuki. "Fu-chan's very protective older brother," answered Yami Kitsune. "I urgently need to speak with your leader." "Well, here I am, and what's this about?" Fu-chan's abduction wasn't at random. Her abductors were servants of Orochimaru, and they knew about Lucky 7. Several days later. Interior: Land of Fire, small town, hotel room, living room, evening. As he quietly infiltrated the room, Yami Kitsune looked at a busted blonde seemingly in her 30s, a girl in her early teens, and a pig. "Hello there." Startled as she whirled around, standing protectively in front of Shizune, Tsunade demanded, "Who are you?" Removing his mask as he stepped into the light, Naruto answered, "I'm Kushina and Minato's son." Embracing him, Tsunade wept, "Naruto, how is this possible? I was told that you died with your parents." "Of course those bastard elders told you that. They also kept Jiraiya away as much as they could when he found out I was alive. They kept both of you away from me because I'm the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. How have you been treated by the village?" asked Tsunade, concerned upon hearing the word Jinchuriki. "Have you been well taken care of?" "I found out my heritage from Karamichan aka the Kyuubi, who's a girl by the way, since Hiruzen wouldn't tell me, and made it all a secret. I was kicked out of the orphanage in the middle of winter when I was 3. The civilians think I'm Kyuubi in human form, and have tried to kill me thousands of times because of that stupidity. The shopkeepers overcharge me for anything and everything if they even let me inside their stores. The civilian council's been trying to sabotage my education and block me from graduating the academy. The civilians treat me like a pariah. And my medical history has its own room. That does it. I'm returning to Konoha with you, for good. I'm sure Sandaime will be thrilled to see you. And further training in medical jutsu would be appreciated if you're willing to teach me." "Of course I will, but doesn't being a Jinchuriki make it impossible for you to use healing chakra? Interestingly enough, I seem to be the exception. I suspect my sage training and bearing the Rinnegan is responsible." Tsunade froze. "Did you just say Rinnegan?" before he showed her his dojutsu. By the way, you owe me 12 years' worth of birthday presents, Grandma. Cheeky brat, chuckled Princess Senju as she ruffled Naruto's hair. I take after my mum. You certainly do. By the way, I forgive you for your absence. And I love you, Grandma. I love you too, sweetie, mused Tsunade, who kissed his forehead, then placed a necklace around his neck. This was going to be given to you on the day you were born. Later. Interior, Konoha, Hokage's tower, office, conference room, morning. Entering with Hiruzen, Tsunade and Jiraiya stood before the council with a furious scowl. Raven, Crow, Inu, Canary, and Yami Kitsune watched from the shadows. Tsunade Jiraiya, welcome began Danzo, who received a punch to the face, sending him flying across the room. How dare you, growled Tsunade. How dare you bastards lie to us about my grandson? About Jiraiya's godson? How dare you lie to us and tell us he was dead? Who is this grandson you speak of? Don't play dumb with me, you piece of shit. You know damn well I mean Naruto Uzumaki, bellowed Tsunade, shocking the council. And I know exactly what you bastards have been putting him through. Do you have any proof of relations? Sneered a civilian council member. How do we know this isn't some trick by the demon? How do we know he hasn't corrupted you? The only corruption here is spread by the greed of the civilian council, scoffed Jiraiya. Tsunade and I are both aware of Naruto's situation, and we are furious and appalled by this village's treatment of him. Minato would be ashamed and disgusted. He wanted Naruto to be seen as a hero and the savior of the village. Not for him to be abused, hated, ostracized, discriminated against, and made a pariah and scapegoat. Yondaime would have wanted began a civilian. I raised and trained Minato as though he were my own son, bellowed Jiraiya. Don't you dare claim to know what Minato would want better than I do. He entrusted Naruto with a heavy burden and responsibility that none of you can begin to imagine the weight of carrying. People like you disgrace Minato's memory every time you harm, insult, abuse, and mistreat Naruto. Effective immediately, Naruto's now under mine and Jiraiya's legal guardianship as we're his family, asserted Tsunade, her ki flaring. About time this happened, agreed Fugaku. Many of the clans have expressed interest in adopting Naruto in your absence, though I know how inappropriate it would have been if mine did so, for reasons I need not specify. Fair enough. Of course the demon controllers would want their pet demon back, sneered a civilian. I bet the Uchiha were behind the whole thing. Why else wouldn't they have done anything to stop the beast in its rampage? And why else would they always protect the reborn demon fox from his punishment? Before Yami Kitsune decapitated them. Hiruzen turned to the civilians. Get out! Mabuki began. But get out of my sight! Roared Hiruzen before the civilian council were forcibly removed from the building. We weren't on the front lines of the attack because we had orders to evacuate the people to the shelters, and because Danzo was already accusing us of being behind the attack, clarified Fugaku. In fact, he was so quick to accuse us one might think he was trying to divert suspicion away from himself. That's quite the accusation, Uchiha. Where's your evidence? Asked Danzo. Where's yours for your accusation? The orchestrator had the Sharingan. So does Kakashi Hatake, yet I don't recall anyone accusing or blaming him. Members of my clan died that night as well. They were found with wounds consistent with tipless tanto blades, and their eyes missing. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you, Danzo team? Seeing where this was going, Hayashi stared at Danzo, activated his Byakugan, then rose to his feet. Danzo has a Sharingan eye under his bandages. In righteous fury as he approached, leaking ki, Fugaku slammed Danzo against a wall, pinned him, and reclaimed the stolen eye. How dare you steal the Sharingan? It was in the village's best interests, stated Danzo, stoic. No, Danzo team, it was for your own ambitions and lust for power, accused Fugaku. All these years, you've kept requesting to induct young Uzumaki into the Foundation, your Route 2.0. And now we discover you're in possession of stolen Sharingan eyes. It's quite clear what your intentions have been for both the boy and the eyes you've stolen, from the very start. As if you yourself haven't thought about using your visual prowess to control a Jinchuriki and their tailed beast, Wicked Eye Fugaku. I am neither you nor Madara. And I won't let you harm or use the child as your weapon. Enough, shouted Hiruzen, leaking ki. Danzo, you're to return all Sharingan eyes in your possession. Fugaku, please consider the possible long-term repercussions if you were to kill Danzo before doing so. Given the current circumstances, killing him like this would only make people think he was right. Unhappy but knowing Hiruzen was correct, Fugaku gave a final stare at Danzo before returning to his seat. I don't like this, Lord Hokage. We have dojutsu theft laws, and Danzo's broken them. As Danzo and the elders were forcefully removed from the room, Hiruzen sighed. I hope things don't get out of hand when the rest of your clan finds out. They're about to learn someone with open prejudice against them has murdered an unspecified number of their own and stolen their Kekkei Genkai, stated Fugaku. They'll be furious and outraged, especially the elders. They may very well see this as the village stabbing us in the back and launching a preemptive strike against the clan. If the latter, they will undoubtedly wish to retaliate in some fashion. This is going to be so damn troublesome, groaned Shikaku. Agreed. Later. Interior. Konoha, Uchiha compound, meeting hall, early evening. As Fugaku informed his clan of the thievery, he felt a chilling presence watching from the shadows. If we don't strike back against the village soon, they'll wipe us out, shouted an elder. We could find the Jinchuriki and use our visual prowess to control him so he fights our enemies for us, suggested another elder. A Sharingan controlling a bijou is how we all ended up in this situation in the first place, reminded Fugaku. And none of you are to lay a finger or Jinjutsu upon the boy. We're already suspected of being behind one bijou attack. It would only make matters worse for everyone if we actually caused one. And what would we accomplish if we went through with such a careless plan? Asked Izumi. Our own extinction. A civil war sparking a fourth great ninja war? Proving Danzo and people like him, right? Who asked for your opinion, you half-breed trash? Sneered another clan member before a firm hand gripped their shoulder. Apologize to my daughter-in-law for your disrespect, now, commanded Fugaku. Later. Interior. Konoha, Uchiha compound, Fugaku's house, dining room, evening. How was the academy, Sasuke? Asked Mikoto whilst dishing up. It was alright, but fangirls are so annoying, especially that Haruno girl. And I don't really know what to think of Naruto. He's nice enough for an outsider, but he always holds back against everyone during sparring, answered Sasuke, although not as much against teachers who are mean to him. Sometimes the display of one's own power and skill depends on those of their opponent, chimed in Fugaku, and they were likely going all out against him, if they really despise him. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Later. Exterior. Land of Rain, Rendezvous Point, early afternoon. Arriving invisibly, Naruto, in his uniform, saw an army of mercenaries, shinobi and root led by Hanzo of the Salamander holding a blue-haired woman hostage. Jiraiya and two figures in black robes with red clouds stood across from them. Hanzo, you will release Konan right now, or so help me dash, began one of the cloaked figures. You'll what, Yahiko of the Akatsuki? Deadpanned Hanzo. Then there was a yellow flash as Konan was suddenly free, standing next to her friends, whilst Hanzo's allies dropped dead. Naruto appeared in front of Jiraiya and his companions, with his back to them. You who used the flying Raijin, step forward and identify yourself, requested Hanzo. Removing his mask, Naruto glared with his Rinnegan. I am Naruto Uzumaki Senju. I hereby christen you Raijin's wrath. I shall remember you, declared Hanzo before Naruto cut him down in a flash, severed and sealed away his head, and burnt the rest of his body whilst blowing away his poisonous gas with wind style. Naruto turned towards his grandfather. Lord Hokage and Fire Lord Zuko personally sent me to aid you. The Fire Lord and Hokage sent you? Why would they help us? Asked Konan. Isn't all of this the Leaf's fault? Only Danzo Shimura is responsible. He neither acts for nor speaks for anyone in Konoha or the Land of Fire. He's a war criminal in the eyes of both. So what are you going to do about this Danzo? Asked Yahiko. I have a few ideas. In the meantime, I must return to Konoha. However, Summons will act as our messengers to inform you and Jiraiya-sensei when Danzo's been dealt with. Answered Naruto before he vanished in a flash. Exterior. Land of Fire, Konoha, Anbu Outpost, evening. As 30 root agents appeared, they drew their tipless tantos and moved to attack Yami Kitsune before being cut down in a flash. Then the corpses were turned to mere grains of ash. Captain Yami Kitsune, are you out of your mind? Asked Ibiki as he arrived moments prior. You just killed Anbu personnel. Danzo's root and the Foundation have been outlawed by personal decree of Fire Lord Zuko himself, along with the other lords and daimyos. Furthermore, anyone operating under their banners or orders from Danzo Shimura are to be considered an enemy of the Land of Fire and its allies, and a traitor, replied Yami Kitsune, who handed over a document. Danzo would never let such a decree become public knowledge. I was personally summoned to retrieve the documents by the Fire Lord. Root's been trying to intercept me the entire way back. The other feudal lords already know, and I'm sure the other Kage will have heard from them by now. You really are a headache. You know that, right? Asked Ibiki. I'm a post-sex headache, quipped Yami Kitsune, the end result of a damn good time, earning amused expressions from his masked comrades. Kara, through her mental link to Naruto, burst into laughter. Interior. Konoha, Danzo's office, early evening. Realizing something was blocking him from using his voice, chakra, and stolen eyes, Danzo's eyes widened in dread upon seeing Yami Kitsune and his Rinnegan. As time around him slowed, Naruto decapitated Danzo, ripped out and destroyed all of the stolen Sharingans, then sealed the corpse in a scroll and numerous files into others. Interior. Undisclosed location, Bounty Collection Office, early evening morgue. Naruto dumped Danzo's head on a table before receiving a handsome payment for the bounty, then vanished. Exterior. Land of Fire, forest, late evening. Yami Kitsune had tracked a handful of Jonin-level missing neens who walked in formation with their hostage, a little girl, in the middle. She was gagged, her wrists and elbows were tied behind her back. She had fair skin, pale eyes and long dark hair, and wore black pants, a tank top and sandals. It was Hanabi Hyuga. Shadow Mist Jutsu, whispered Yami Kitsune, covering the area in a thick, pitch-black mist before he substituted with Hanabi, and eliminated her captors by combining the Shunshin and Silent Killing. When the mist cleared, Yami Kitsune sheathed his sword, turned towards Hanabi, who was on her knees with fear in her eyes. He slowly approached her, knelt down, and ungagged her. Are you okay? Who are you? Yami Kitsune, Anbu Black Ops, answered Yami Kitsune as he severed her bonds and helped her to her feet. Now, let's get going. I'll escort you home. Do you even know who I am? A snippy little firecracker, he teased. Hey! She indignantly protested before he lifted her into his arms, as if carrying a baby. What the? Put me down. I will when I get you home. He dismissed before they vanished in a flash. Interior. Konoha, Hyuga Compound, Hayashi's house, study, late evening. Appearing out of nowhere, Yami Kitsune gently set Hanabi down on her feet before noticing Hayashi seated at his desk. Rising to his feet as his youngest daughter hugged him, Hayashi smiled. Thank you for saving Hanabi-chan. Happy to help, Hayashi-san, said Yami Kitsune, who gestured to Hanabi. Take good care of the little firecracker and Hinata-chan. I shall try my best, Naruto-san. With a sigh, Naruto removed his mask, then gave a small smile as Hanabi ran into his arms. You be a good girl, and take care of yourself and your precious people. Okay, little firecracker? Okay, Naruto-nizan. Naruto planted a kiss upon her forehead. Amused, Hayashi smiled. Hinata-chan will be pleased to know you get along with her friend. And you'll need to keep his secret, for Anbu aren't supposed to share their identities. Father, I want to be a shinobi even more now. Like Hinata-nizan and Naruto-nizan. What about Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata as she walked in to find her Hanabi with a masked Anbu and her father, then hugged her sister. Hanabi-chan, thank goodness, are you alright? What happened to the kidnappers? Naruto-san happened. He rescued Hanabi-chan and safely returned her to us. Hanabi-chan seems to have taken Naruto-san as her elder brother, explained Hayashi. He even gave her the endearing nickname of Little Firecracker. Aw, that's so cute, mused Hinata. "Nei-chan, can I sleep next to you tonight?" asked Hanabi. "Of course you can, Nabi-chan." Clearing his throat, Yami Kitsune met Hayashi's gaze. "If that'll be all, I'll take my leave, Hayashi-san." "Thank you, Yami Kitsune." "That'll be all," Hayashi informed the younger man. "Take good care of each other, Hayashi-san, Hinata-chan, Little Firecracker." Farewelled Yami Kitsune, who vanished. A few weeks later. Exterior. Konoha, forest, Naruto's campsite, early sunset. Traveling with his longtime friend, a red-headed, bearded man approached the campsite. "What are you doing out here by yourself, kiddo?" His companion was a tall, imposing man, with pupilless light brown eyes and no eyebrows, in crimson-plated armor and a black, sleeveless, GI. A heat-resistant face mask that covered his neck, a conical straw hat with white cloth covering both sides of his face, blacksmith gloves, and armored boots. "I'm camping and cooking my dinner, Rashi of the lava release and Han of the boil release," stated Naruto in casual clothes and his natural redhead form, as he checked on some salmon he'd been smoking. "And who might you be?" asked Han, kind but reserved. "Name's Naruto." "You're an Uzumaki, aren't you?" inquired Han, studying the boy's features. "Just like both of you," answered Naruto, earning widened eyes. "You're Kushina Muto's son, aren't you?" inquired Rashi. "Narukuin, you can trust these two. They're the Jinchuriki for Son Goku and Kokuo, and the Uzumaki were as loyal to each other as the Inuzuka," informed Kara. "So, what brings you two so close to Konoha?" wondered Naruto, making 2 seats for them, with style, to the surprise of Han and Rashi. "You both look like you've had a long day. Take a load off and rest a while. Pervy Sage will be back in a minute, and I'm sure he'll want to chat." "The Pervy Sage?" asked Rashi, trying not to laugh. "Jiraiya of the Sannin," answered Naruto, making the 2 older Jinchuriki laugh as the sage stepped into view. Later. Interior. Konoha, Forbidden Archives, Vault, early evening. Mizuki approached the forbidden scroll, then found himself unable to move. Appearing, Yami Kitsune executed Mizuki using a shorter, more refined, precise, and compressed lightning blade made of black lightning. Interior. Konoha, Ichiraka Ramen, morning. As he joined blonde Naruto, Shikamaru asked, "How's being a genin on the reserves list going?" "Oh, if you only knew, Shika," thought Uzumaki, who shrugged. "I have lots of time to focus on my training, honing my skills, and my studies for when I eventually get a team." Sounds exhausting. "I've become quite popular with many of the jonins, Tokubetsu jonins and Anbu, since they're often offering useful advice, tips and suggestions, sometimes even sparring and training with me. Sounds like things are looking up for you. And it's good to know you're doing well." "Yeah, I've even been training in Senjutsu, and," began Naruto, whose eyes widened. "That's how I do it. I should have realized that ages ago." "Huh? Realized what?" asked Shikamaru, confused. "I can use Sage Chakra to destroy curse marks like the Curse Seal of Heaven. Isn't that the one Orochimaru marks people with?" "Yep, and I have a promise to keep," confirmed Naruto, who paid for his meal, then vanished in a shunshin. Shikamaru smiled. "I hope whatever you're about to do works, you troublesome Uzumaki." Later. Interior. Konoha, Shinobi District, apartment building owned by Naruto, Kurenai Anko's loft, bedroom, late morning. As she sat on the bed with Naruto, Anko asked, "So, how do you remove the curse mark, Narukuin?" "Well, first I need a clear view of it," replied Uzumaki, age 13. "I'm going to use Sage Chakra to purge you of the curse seal." "Oh, I'm going to show you more than my curse mark," she flirtatiously teased as she seductively stripped off her shirt and an alluring purple bra, then jiggled her breasts with her hands. "Will you break sexy Anko-chan's curse now that she's brought her titties out to play?" "Please, Narukuin." "As you wish." As his right index and middle finger glowed golden, Naruto, in sage mode, pressed them against her curse mark, which dissipated whilst she felt a soothing warmth throughout her body which healed every injury she'd ever taken, and corrected improperly healed ones whilst making her moan and shudder in pleasure. When he finished, she brought him into a close embrace, his face buried in her cleavage. Thank you, thank you, thank you, before kissing him. You're the best, Naruto-kun. You're one of my most precious and treasured people, you know? I love you, Ankoheim. I love you too, Naruto-kun. And it's probably weird timing, but you haven't started your seduction and seduction resistance training. Today's your first lesson. Who's in charge of today's lesson? Asked Naruto. Kurenai entered, wearing an alluring crimson dress, emblazoned with a black thorn pattern, that clung snugly to her figure and revealed a generous view of her cleavage, and black nylon stockings. Both myself and Anko-chan. You're on your own, Naruto-kun. I'm not helping you resist these sexy vixens, but I'm going to enjoy the show, informed Kara, through her and Naruto's mental link. Uzumaki turned to Kurenai. Something tells me this will be especially difficult since I wouldn't mind you seducing me. Kurenai giggled. Good to know, Naruto-kun. I have a feeling this'll be a greater challenge than fighting the Yonde Mizukage again. I'll be sure to ask about that later. The next day. Interior. Konoha, Uchiha compound, Itachi's house, Fugaku's study, morning. Ensuring he and Itachi were in private, Fugaku instructed. My son, you must portray yourself as becoming disillusioned with the clan to create doubt in those pro-insurrection. While I cannot bring myself to shed my family's blood, even to protect my godson, I know you will do what you must. If the clan won't call off their plans for a coup d'etat, you and those you can trust to aid you must be the ones to stop those involved. I already know who I can convince to assist me, though I have encountered someone from our clan who is believed dead, who I'm certain will help if asked. Who is this long-lost Uchiha you've encountered? It is not our place to tell Kakashi, but it is Obito who now calls himself Tobi. Though he claims to have encountered a masked man claiming to be Madara Uchiha. Fugaku paled. If Madara is indeed alive, he will want the entire Uchiha clan eradicated. I will face him myself should he come, and protect my clan from him or die trying. How will you stand up to his Mangekyo Sharingan? Asked Itachi. Then Fugaku's eyes changed. I see, you have it like Shursui and I. Before his own Mangekyo activated. Son, don't use those eyes unless absolutely necessary. I've never needed to use mine's abilities and I've kept it a secret, stated Fugaku as they turned off their Sharingans. I also know your comrade Yami Kitsune bears the Rinnegan. He should assist you in the coming battle if it cannot be prevented. He's been here the whole time, stated Itachi, surprising Fugaku. Haven't you, Naruto? Appearing out of thin air, Uzumaki deadpanned. I have a code name for a reason, you know? It was supposed to be classified information. I already knew, given I was there when they placed your appearance-changing seals. Makes sense? Exhaled Naruto, in his redhead form. But I sense intense hidden guilt from you. Something I should be aware of. Yes, a few things that will make you hate the Uchiha as much as Tobirama Senju was said to before the founding of the village. And I have some things to return to the Uzumaki and Senju. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I think we should continue this conversation somewhere far away from your clan compound, in case I react impulsively or violently. Also, my tenant's hatred for your clan due to the actions of Madara may be unintentionally sent through her chakra if what you have to tell me causes me to tap into it. Fugaku nodded in agreement. Yes, that would be for the best. Do you have anywhere we can go? Before the trio were engulfed in a black nebula. Interior, Shadow Dimension. Where are we? Inquired Itachi. This is the Shadow Realm, it's a bit weird, explained Naruto. Now, let's get down to business. When Fugaku finished confessing his and his clan's sins towards and their betrayal of the Uzumaki clan to Naruto as if he were in a confessional booth, Naruto's killing intent froze both Uchiha as he unleashed a mighty roar of righteous fury while going all the way up to the seven-tail cloak while the ground shook. As he returned to base form and dissipated his ki, having been in complete control of the Bijou chakra the whole time, Naruto asked, Now I've got that out of my system, shall we go back? Making the two Uchiha face fault. This place is also outside of space and time. No time will have passed when we return. Interior, Konoha, Uchiha compound, Itachi's house, Fugaku's study, late morning. As he, Itachi, and Fugaku returned, Naruto took several storage scrolls and vanished via Shunshin. Now that Naruto Tuto isn't here, tell me, was all of that true, or a very convincing deception to ensure he grows to hate the Uchiha? Father? Did a faction of the Uchiha clan really aid in the destruction of Uzushio and the eradication of the Uzumaki clan? Questioned Itachi, sternly, as they conversed in a Genjutsu world. Yes, and I've just returned everything the clan took from the Uzumaki as the spoils of victory in the battle to Naruto, including what Root tried to take, but failed since we killed their detachment after the battle. And yes, it's true, when we were kids, the elders of the clan wanted me and Kushina-chan to become romantically involved, so they could gain control of her and the fox later on. Of course, she saw right through their plan almost immediately, and beat the entire truth out of me like Tsunadeheim using the 8 gates. Continued Fugaku. When I finally stood up to our clan's council, they chose to frame Kumo as an alternative method of acquiring the bijou. Minato-kun obviously stopped them, but neither of them made any indication they knew it was the Uchiha, not Kumo. Of course, such attempts were never repeated again after that. And we wonder why the village trusts this clan so little, scoffed Itachi. You told me to act as if I were growing disillusioned with this clan. After this little chat, I won't need to pretend. In truth, my own disillusionment with the ways the clan was being managed is why I accepted the role of clan head in the first place. I've done my best to change our clan for the better, but they are as stubborn as the Nara are lazy. Later. Exterior. Konoha, Uchiha compound, street, afternoon. Appearances and preconceptions won't tell you anything. Deadpanned Itachi as he loomed over some punks who were belittling his relationship with Izumi, while a large group had stopped to watch. For instance, you've made the mistake of assuming I'm a patient man. You have that filthy half-breed spreading her legs for you like a common tramp from the red light district. You really think that trash will ever be accepted among us? She's not even a real Uchiha, and will never be as powerful or valuable as a pure-blooded Uchiha, sneered the first punk. Half-breeds have no place in our clan. The clan, scoffed Itachi, leaking killing intent. You overestimate your abilities, with no idea of the depth of my own. And look at you now, groveling in the dirt. Obsessed with the organization, obsessed with the clan, obsessed with our lineage, hissed Itachi, disgusted, as he growled. A worthless compulsion that enslaves us. All it does is limit our capabilities, and that in turn leads us to fear what you don't understand. Stop, Itachi-kun, urged Makoto as she appeared before a kunai flew past her face, piercing the center of an Uchiha crest painted on a wall behind her. Itachi activated his Sharingan. I've had enough of this. There's no hope left for this pathetic clan. The people of this clan are all the same. You focus on the trivial and lose sight of what's most important. Change is impossible in this fog of ignorance. How can we evolve when regulation's all we've ever known? Rushing over to her eldest son, Makoto closely embraced him. Please calm down, sweetie. Deactivating his Sharingan, Itachi returned the embrace as a tear trickled down his cheek. Forgive me, mother. There's nothing to forgive, my son. You were merely sharing how you feel, instead of bottling it all up, assured Makoto, and you were sticking up for Izumi-chan. A month later. Exterior. Konoha, Uchiha compound, Itachi's house, late evening. Having fought valiantly but in vain, Makoto and Fugaku lay dying at the feet of the masked Madara before he vanished as Itachi, Shursui, Izumi, and Tobi, having completed their part of the mission, arrived on the scene. You three get out of here, ordered Itachi. The swirly masked man gave a mock salute, aye, Captain, and disappeared in a clear vortex, while Izumi and Shursui shunshined away. Interior. Konoha, Uchiha compound, clan nursery, late evening. A humanoid figure, half black and half white, Zetsu, half sinisterly and half joyfully smiled down at his victims, the children, before sinking through the ground, proceeding to the bedrooms of his next victims, aka more of the clan's children. As she arrived to watch over and guard the little ones, Izumi's eyes widened in horror at the sight, then she shed a tear. No! Interior. Konoha, Uchiha compound, assembly hall, late evening. Having taken down a large number of the would-be Uchiha insurgents with the help of shadow clones, Yami Kitsune dispelled them, sensed a disturbance and thought, something's wrong, There's more amongst the dead than there should be. Well, it wasn't our little pest control team's doing. We had specific targets, this isn't Order 66. Replied Kara. Yami Kitsune vanished into thin air as though he were never there, heading for the rendezvous point where Izumi and Shursui were waiting for him. Exterior. Konoha, Uchiha compound, Itachi's house, late evening. Itachi shed a tear as he took a moment to mourn his parents, then heard running footsteps. Sasuke? Big brother. What happened? Panicked Sasuke. Who could do this? Before noticing the blood-stained sword in Itachi's hand. Why? Mangekyo Sharingan active. Itachi made a choice. Tsukuyami. Interior. Konoha, Shinobi District, Naruto's apartment building, Kurenai and Anko's loft, bedroom, early morning. Naruto, in black boxers, and Anko, in purple lingerie, conversed on the bed. Do you like these, Naruto-kun? Anko asked as she jiggled her large breasts with her hands. They're a part of you, so I love them just like I love you, Naruto answered, sincerely and innocently, before hugging her. Aw, you're so sweet. How did you find a way to say you loved my tits without sounding like a pervert? I was only telling the truth. Anko lay flat on her back. Will you please massage my tits for me, Naruto-kun? Anything for my future wife, he replied, making her blush as he tenderly and gently fondled, caressed and massaged her breasts, earning a relaxed sigh and soft moan. Ooh, still planning to marry me, Naruto-kun? She teased. Of course I am, my fair Ankoheim. And you told me you were all mine when I was older that day in the barracks when I first joined Anbu. So it sounded like you were all for it even before I asked. Yep, that was right before you told me you wanted to lose your virginity in a threesome with me and Naichan. Speaking of. As she entered, in crimson lingerie, Kurenai brought his hands to her waist. Happy birthday, Naruto-kun. Then passionately kissed him. It's time for your present. Now you're sweet 16. Then Tsum entered, in exotic black lingerie, alongside Yugao, in black and purple lingerie. Standing up, Anko, Yugao, Tsum and Kurenai seductively danced and stripped, whilst feeling each other up and kissing, till they were naked in all their glory, then gave low bows and a twirl. Naruto blushed. That was amazing, just like all of you. Oh, we're not finished yet, love, assured Kurenai, who sat next to Uzumaki, and tugged on his boxers. The next part of your present requires these to come off. As they removed his boxers, which they cast aside, revealing a hard, 12-inch dick, the four women were surprised by his size. As your gift, we're all yours for the long weekend, Naruto-sama. Seductively said Kurenai, gently stroking his dick. We hope you'll take full advantage of our services so you can fully experience all we have to offer you. And so you can live out all of your naughty, sexy, kinky and intimate dreams and fantasies with us, Naruto-sama. And that we perform and please to your satisfaction, Naruto-sama, added Anko. Show this wild woman you're an alpha by turning me into your submissive bitch, seductively chimed in Tsum. And make this kitten purr, added Yugao. You're the best birthday gift ever, mused Uzumaki before the fun began. A month later. Exterior. Konoha, streets, early evening. Cornered in a dead-end alley by a hateful mob, Naruto, in a navy v-neck shirt, black Konoha headband, black jeans, weapons pouch on his right thigh, and shinobi sandals, with his hair blonde, asked, What? You never should have lived this long, you demon, shouted a villager brandishing a knife. Firstly, I'm not a demon. I'm a shinobi of Konoha. Secondly, am I supposed to care about your opinion? Bluntly asked Naruto. The wind carries your treasonous voice too far on this quiet night. And you do understand it's against the law to attack a clan heir. Die, QB brat, shouted another villager who charged at Naruto with a kitchen knife which was deflected by a kunai. Raising his hand, Naruto acrobatically leapt behind the mob and made a pushing gesture, air palm, sending them all crashing into the dead-end's wall. As Naruto's outfit changed to that of his Anbu uniform while his hair turned red, he trapped them in place with style. Naruto drew his katana, secret art, phantom mist jutsu. Before he cut them down in the blink of an eye whilst veiled in shadows and fog so intense not even the Byakugan could have seen through it. As the bodies were destroyed by his Anbu squad who arrived, Naruto exhaled, "I owe you a drink for cleaning up the mess." "I want some dango while you're at it," replied Anko. "Of course, Ankoheim, honey. I know how much you love those sweet balls. Especially when I treat you to mine, and the long, hard shaft you love sucking so much. Even though your experienced hands get all sticky in the process." Teased Naruto, horrifying the present company except for Anko, Tsum, Rin, Izumi, and Yugao, who almost pissed themselves laughing. "I know a few recipes for dango, but I make candy cane-style skewers to put the dessert ones on," explained Naruto, who snickered. "What did you think I was talking about?" "That sounded all kinds of sexual," sighed Yamato. "You're a pervert, Tenzo." "It takes one to know one," lamely countered the older of the two with style users. "Tenzo just confirmed himself a pervert," teased Kakashi. "This coming from the man who reads smut in public," countered some. "You should read some of Naruto-kun's books. Kitsune's heart is much better than Jiraiya's Ika series." Later. Interior, Konoha, Shinobi District, Naruto's apartment building, Naruto's loft, bedroom, morning. Happily waking up in each other's arms after a long night of passionate love-making, Naruto and Anko kissed before admiring each other's bodies. With a devious smirk as she saw he was hard, Anko stroked Naruto's member. "Can your sexy Anko-chan get shower sex before breakfast?" "As you wish, Ankoheim." A year later. Interior, Konoha, Hokage Tower, office, early evening. As Yami Kitsune, age 17, arrived, Hiruzen informed, "I'm going to need you to do an extended mission under the guise of a genin, my boy." Yami Kitsune frowned behind his mask. "That's pointless, and you know it. I could just as easily do the mission under the guise of a chunin, if you're about to do what I think you are. We'll be putting you on Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno's squad." So the little pink banshee, the entitled Flight Risk, and Naruto Uzumaki are supposed to be on the same squad? What unfortunate soul are you torturing by making them the captain of this ticking time bomb? Kakashi Hatake, since Shursui and Izumi haven't returned from their mission yet. I hope you're prepared for the older pink banshee's reaction to Naruto being on her brat squad. It'll include another attempt to kill Naruto Uzumaki. And at least one more illegal meeting to vote for his execution without the clan heads or you being informed. It'll be tomorrow morning, since there's several meetings and ceremonial clan traditions taking place. We will be ready to handle it. Later. Exterior, Konoha, Academy Training Ground, early morning. As his favorite former student arrived long before everyone else, Irika informed, "Okay, Naruto, time for the clone jutsu." "Just gotta do one thing first," said Naruto, who switched off his appearance-altering seals, making Irika's eyes widen. Feeling an imminent headache, Yumino scratched the back of his head. "When you're ready." Before Uzumaki proceeded to create hundreds of wood, stone, grass, leaf, sand, dirt, mud, iron, crystal, lightning, ice, water, and shadow clones. "So, do I pass again?" "Only an idiot wouldn't pass you after this. I didn't know some of those existed." As the elemental and shadow clones dispelled, Naruto did one last hand sign, "Clone Jutsu," before every inch of the premise's exterior, outdoor furniture, playgrounds, trees, walls, and rooftops included, was occupied by basic clones. Irika's sweat dropped. "Why didn't you do that during your first graduation, when you were 7? "Because the villagers would react violently. You know what they're like towards me because of my tenant. Also, I have too much chakra to use basic clone jutsu without creating enough of them to populate a village." "Troublesome," deadpan Shikamaru, who approached, with Choji, Anko, Tenten, and Shino. "Taking that test again when you've already graduated sounds like such a drag." "You won our bet, Naruto-kun," said Anko, who pulled Naruto close to her, and kissed him with feral ferocity until they were out of breath. "That was nice, Anko-chan. It was amazing." "Well, it is a kiss with Naruto," mused Tenten, "and there's the second part of the bet we need to make good on." Accepting a black headband from Irika, Naruto informed, "I already have one of these, but it's always nice to have a spare. I'll be back later to hear the team placements." Before he, Tenten, and Anko vanished. Troublesome Uzumaki, mused Shikamaru. Later. Interior. Konoha, Shinobi Academy, classroom, late morning. Entering, Naruto wore black Anbu pants, a 3/4 sleeved armor mesh shirt, which clung to his muscles. A dark crimson, short-sleeved, haori with black flames at the bottom. Black fingerless gloves, combat boots, a belt, and black vambraces engraved with a red senju crest. Shuriken and kunai holsters were worn on either thigh. An obsidian-bladed katana, with a small black tsuba, bearing the Uzumaki swirl and the kanjis for Maelstrom and Shadow engraved, in orange-red, just above the tsuba, was strapped to his back, as was a scroll. He wore a black hapori with a crimson leaf symbol engraved on a black plate, instead of the standard headband. A chained pendant bearing the Uzumaki coat of arms with a golden swirl hung around his neck, as did Hashirama's necklace. Naruto's Rinnegan was active, his complexion was fair and lordly, and his Uzumaki red hair was on full display. "Who is that?" wondered some of the students. "I've never seen him before. Is he a transfer from another class? Or an exchange student from another village? Maybe he's been privately trained?" suggested another student. "I hear they sometimes assign privately trained ninja to spy on suspected traitors. Or maybe he's someone's apprentice. He's probably here to make sure emo boy doesn't turn traitor," quietly whispered a graduate. "My folks say to never trust an Uchiha. After Madara and Itachi, it's easy to see why." "Naruto-kun looks amazing," thought Hinata. "Sasuke," exhaled Naruto, in a deeper, calmer, and clearer voice, as he sat a few rows away from the emo, and opened a book on advanced seals, techniques, and jutsu. "Who the hell are you?" asked Uchiha, confused. "Naruto Uzumaki." "What the? How? Why do you look so different?" "I was wearing identity concealing seals instead of using a henge or genjutsu to change my look." "When did you even learn sealing?" "I started learning as a child." "Why?" "The Uzumaki clan invented the art of sealing. I wanted to live up to and honor their legacy. Their affinity for and mastery of it was legendary. So much so that Suna, Iwa, Kiri, Kumo, Aim, and all of their allied minor villages combined the full might of their military forces to invade our little country and wipe us out when my mother was a child. Even a rogue division of Konoha shinobi, specifically Danzo's root and the Uchiha clan, were involved. Mum only survived because she was here in Konoha at the time of the attack. So basically my clan got off easy by comparison? Yours was only a few hundred in numbers at the most, and the Uzumaki clan numbered in the tens of thousands, so yes. Also, your home is mostly undamaged, but Yuzushio was left in ruins. I know because I've been to the latter. Give me that sword. I'm an Uchiha elite. If it's powerful, it should be M-, began Sasuke, who was punched in the throat, followed by the rib cage, then the gut, caught by the hair, and thrown into the chalkboard at the front of the room as everyone went silent. Your kind is unworthy of even touching an Uzumaki or Senju blade in any way that isn't dying upon it, you filthy Uchiha scum. Your kind is little more than arrogant trash, thieves and traitors. Growled Naruto with venom upon saying Uchiha. Trash? Scum? Growled Sasuke as he got to his feet. How dare you call the Uchiha such things? Because it's true and we all know it. The only Uchiha to make an impact on our history is Madara. A traitor who's tried inciting civil wars and coup d'etats. He tried to destroy Konoha because he didn't get chosen as the first Hokage, reminded Uzumaki, and because an already betrothed Mito Uzumaki rejected him when he proposed. How the hell would you know something that specific? I have my ways. It said that he also orchestrated a civil war between the mostly peaceful Uzumaki before leading the enemy nations against them. Where did you get the headband, Naruto? Asked Kiba. It's pretty cool, and that's a badass sword. They belong to my mother, Kushina. They really suit you. Thanks, Kiba. You've been holding back on us. Just how strong are you? You'll see soon enough, mused Uzumaki. Noticing a faint but lingering scent, Kiba grinned. You got laid, didn't you? Naruto's only response was a small smile. Why do you wear the Senju coat of arms, Naruto? Asked Shino, changing the subject. Princess Tsunade is my grandmother, making me a descendant of both the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, explained Naruto. However, the Senju clan still has many enemies who would love to see its last son slain. Someone felt it was safer to give me the Uzumaki name despite them having several nations full of enemies. Also, most of the villagers hate me, so taking the Senju name sooner could have caused problems for Grandma Tsunade. I understand. Did you always have that dojutsu? Asked Sasuke. Yes, replied Naruto. Hiding an awakened bloodline like this one from the public was annoying. I guess if I had my Sharingan awakened, I'd want to show them to the world too. Learning techniques for yourself instead of just copying them with the Sharingan will make them more effective. Is that so? Take away the Sharingan, along with everything they've ever copied with it, from one of the greatest ninjutsu masters in the Uchiha clan, and what's left? So you're saying without the Sharingan, the Uchiha are useless? No, that's your conclusion. What you'd have is someone whose reputation is well earned by their own skill. What was the Uzumaki clan known for, again? Their invention and mastery of sealing. Naturally extremely high and potent chakra reserves. Adamantine chains and accelerated healing. Naturally high resistance to genjutsu. Immunity to so far all illnesses, toxins and poisons. Superhuman life force, perception, reflexes and dexterity. Prolonged lifespan and slower aging. And a rich history and lore that doesn't involve technique theft, betraying their allies, inciting wars, or spawning psychopaths like Madara. Touché. FYI, don't ever try to steal my clan weapons or anything else from them. If you attempt to take mine, or withhold anything stolen from my clans by the Uchiha, I'll kill you and take them back by any methods necessary. The civilian council won't like that. Oh, I'll kill them too. Someone's woken up on the dark side, grunted Sasuke before he reached for his throat. Channeling his inner Sith Lord, Naruto raised his hand in a gripping gesture, strangling Uchiha with a gravitational force, then sent him flying into a neighboring wall with a wind style. Air palm, but not hard enough to send him through it, earning shocked looks. What the hell was that? Asked Sasuke as he caught his breath. As he hinged into the form of Sidious, Naruto answered, the dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities. Some considered to be unnatural. Is it possible to learn such powers? Not from a Jedi, replied Naruto, who dropped the hinge as Sasuke returned to his seat. Noticing Ino was reading one of his novels, Naruto asked, enjoying the series? Ino nodded. Yeah, it's my favorite. Would you believe me if I told you I'm the author? For real? That's really awesome, Naruto, mused Yamanaka. Yeah, and if you're ever taking a peek inside my mind, you'll probably find out just how much of it has actually happened to me. Who's the kitten in the clouds based on? An old friend. Interior, Kumo, loft, bedroom. The beautiful two-tailed cat Jinchuriki sneezed. Kitten, Naruto-kun must be thinking about you. Maybe he's fantasizing about tearing off your clothes, tying down your naked body, making you purr, moan in pleasure, and scream his name as he has his way with you, purred Matatabi, and claims you as his mate while you have heavenly se dash. Tabi, gasped Yujito. Interior, Konoha, Shinobi Academy, classroom, late morning. Irika entered to see his students doing their own things. It feels strange seeing Naruto as a redhead after the whole blonde disguise, thought Irika. Okay, everyone, team assignments. Team 7, led by Kakashi Hatake, will be Sasuke Uchiha, began Irika, who continued, Sakura Haruno, earning a squeal of excitement, then finished, and Naruto Uzumaki. I'm doomed, whined Sakura. Not Haruno, anyone but her, thought Sasuke. Looking up from his book, Naruto deadpanned. Really? They're putting 2 trauma cases on a squad with the definition of a useless fangirl. Come again? Asked Irika. This is a catastrophe waiting to happen, and you know it. Also, 3 dojutsu wielders in one squad puts a bigger target on our backs than spandex leotards as a team uniform. Exterior, Konoha training ground, morning. A man and teenaged boy, with matching bowl haircuts, bushy eyebrows, green spandex leotards, and red headbands worn like belts, sneezed at the same time. Lee, my most youthful student, it seems that we've either caught a cold, or someone, quite possibly my eternal rival, is talking about us. Interior, Konoha, Shinobi Academy, classroom, late morning. Sasuke looked at Uzumaki. Trauma cases? The council never gave you any forms of mental health support, guidance, rehab, or counseling after your clan's massacre, did they? No, they didn't. That's because the civilian council doesn't care about you or how the massacre affected you. They blocked every attempt to get you the help you needed. They only care about gaining power, prestige, wealth, and influence. All they want is the Sharingan and to take the Uchiha fortune for themselves, especially the Horuno family. They couldn't care less about any form of your health. And how are you traumatized? Naruto carefully elaborated. Since I was born on the night of the Kyuubi attack, with whiskers which could be a bloodline trait for all I know, the villagers think I'm Kyuubi in human form. There is no logic to such a belief, observed Shino. I suspect the abuse they've subjected you to as a result of such ignorance has affected your personality and chakra control. You're hiding your true appearance and power before your graduation supports this hypothesis. I'd say the same, but it's too troublesome, thought Shikamaru. Blinded and consumed by their fear, grief, bitterness, anger, and hatred, the villagers have been projecting it all onto me, continued Uzumaki. The civilian council keeps calling for my death because they're stupid enough to believe such obvious lies, even though I'm a clan heir. This morning was their latest call for it being put to vote, completely illegally by the way. It almost passed because the Shinobi clan heads and the Hokage were delayed by other meetings. Fortunately, the Hokage and all of the Shinobi clan heads, including my grandparents, Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya Sensei, the latter being my appointed Uzumaki clan rep, arrived just in time. Earning horrified looks before he shot an icy stare towards Sakura. What? Asked Sakura, nervous. Why are you looking at me like I just killed your puppy? Your mother's the one who called for this morning's vote on executing me. Your mother has tried to have me, a legitimate and confirmed clan heir, killed countless times because she believes those lies which were spread by a psychopath named Danzo Shimura. Danzo? Gasped Irika. That scum is a traitor to our village and nation. He's the accomplice and ally of several high-profile criminals, despots, and fugitives. To name a few, the tyrannical warlord Hanzo of the Salamander in AIM, the crime lord and business magnate Gato, Suna's missing nin Sasori of the Red Sand, and Konoha's very own Orochimaru of the Sannin. Oh! After a minute for everyone to calm down, Irika informed, Team 8 will be Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame led by Kurenai Yuhi. Earning smiles. Naruto smiled in approval as he kept reading. You have one of the best jonin in the village as your sensei. She'll take good care of you as your mentor, but Kiba better keep his hormones in check or he'll regret it. Kurenai-chan's best friends are his mother, his sister, Yugao Yuzuki and Anko Mitarashi. And Team 10 will be yet another Ino Shikacho formation, deadpanned Shikamaru, which leaves us with Asuma Sarutobi. Yes, confirmed Irika. Naruto inquired, Irika-sensei, did the civilian council try to sabotage the chances of me graduating and my education here? Yes, they tried all the time, answered Yumino. They were determined to get you removed from the academy and barred from the shinobi program entirely. You would have been on the active roster with a team when you were 7 if they weren't meddling with your files. Shocking the class. I was put on the reserves list anyway, remember? Right? That slipped my mind. Interior, Konoha, Academy, classroom, late morning. When Asuma entered with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, Naruto, sitting in the front row, away from the emo and banshee, threw a sleek dart as thin as a senbon, with 2 small fins which pierced the cigarette, and carried it into the no-smoking sign on a nearby wall. You know the rules, Asuma-san, chuckled Naruto, who activated his Rinnegan. No smoking, or Irika-sensei will have you in detention. Asuma nodded and closed his packet before taking his team with him. As Kurenai arrived, Naruto smiled warmly at the Genjutsu mistress. Morning, Naiheim. The crimson-eyed Kunoichi beamed as their eyes met. Good morning to you too, Naruto. It's lovely to see you again, darling. And as always, It's a blessing from Kami to gaze upon your graceful beauty with my own eyes, my fair and lovely lady, mused Uzumaki, whilst the genins stared at him. Missed you too, my dear Naruto-kun, chuckled Yuhi, who escorted her new students away. Bored, Uzumaki looked at Sasuke and Sakura. Let's at least make an effort to succeed as a unit. We'll need to use teamwork for the foreseeable future. Work with you? Scoffed Haruno. Why would me and my Sasuke-kun ever work with you? I'm not yours, trash, snapped Sasuke. And like he said, we're not going to make any progress as ninja if we refuse to cooperate with each other. Wow, you're so smart, Sasuke-kun, squealed Sakura, making both boys cover their ears. Turning to the redhead, Sasuke muttered, literally all I did was agree with you, and she's giving me the credit. Are you really surprised? Deadpanned Uzumaki. No, but it's so annoying. Checking the time, Naruto called, you can come in now, before the door slid open, revealing Kakashi's gravity-defying silver hair and masked face. My first impression, I don't feel like telling you, shrugged Hitaki. Oh, and nice coat, Naruto. My sensei had one just like it, so I feel nostalgic. I can introduce you to my tailors and have them make you one, in exchange for forgoing the mask when we're not on missions, offered Naruto, who shunshined in front of his sensei. Can we negotiate other options? You could buy me dinner at Ichiraku's, all I can eat. My poor wallet, gasped Kakashi. More like your poor bank account, replied Uzumaki, making Kakashi faint dramatically into his arms before the two of them shunshined away. Where the hell did they go? Asked Sakura before noticing her obsession leaving. Sasuke-kun, wait for me. A few minutes later. Exterior. Konoha. Academy. Rooftop. Late morning. Seated separately as Sakura and Sasuke finally found Uzumaki and Hitaki, they began introductions. I'm Kakashi Hitaki. I have no desire to tell you my likes or dislikes. My hobbies. I have lots of hobbies. Goals? My dreams? I have a couple of those, vaguely summarized Kakashi. You rehearsed that, mused Naruto. And you've just volunteered to go next, little brother. My full name is Naruto Uzumaki Senjinamikaze, began Naruto, shocking Uchiha and Haruno. My hobbies and likes are only shared with my friends and my precious people. I hate many things, many people, and many types of people. My dreams and my goals are none of your business. Sakura squealed. I'm Sakura Haruno, and I love shopping. When people buy me things, going to expensive places and money. Meeting people of status and getting my way. Going to the orphanage with mum to mock the orphans and cut back their funding since they're worthless wastes of money and resources. Getting my hair done, getting discounts on what I buy, and Sasuke-kun. My dream is to marry Sasuke-kun, have his children, and take the Uchiha fortune for my family. I hate being low on money, getting dirty and sweaty, breaking my nails, not getting my way, how bossy my parents are, Ino Pig, Sai Baka, and Naruto Baka. Uzumaki gripped his hilt as a nonverbal threat. Ugh, this gold-digging trash is dead weight, thought Sasuke, a murderous glare directed at Haruno. She'll get herself killed, thought Hitaki, bored. And at this rate, it'll be Naruto or Sasuke that kills her. Maybe I should make that a wager in the betting pool. I am Sasuke Uchiha, the emo introduced. I hate many things, and don't like anything I care to mention. My goal, my ambition is to restore my clan. And obtain the power I need to dash. Kill Itachi? That's a selfish reason. Scoffed Naruto. What do you know about power? Snarled Uchiha. I know that with great power comes great responsibility, and there's always a cost. As his eyes widened in alarm, Kakashi Barrel rolled out of the way as Mato Might Guy appeared on the rooftop. Startled, Sakura screamed while Sasuke jumped to his feet, but Naruto didn't even blink. Hey, Gainaiken, greeted Naruto as he closed his book. I take it that arrogant tool you call Niji team, as well as respectable shinobi like the indomitable spirited Rock Lee and the lovely angel of weaponry, Tenten-chan, are coming too? Watch your tone, whoever you are, hissed Niji as he arrived, or I will make you suffer. Suffer? Scoffed Naruto, who rose to his feet and stared deep into Niji's Byakugan eyes with his Rinnegan. making the Hyuga recoil. What would you know of pain and suffering? He's sorry, interjected Tenten as she appeared, and looked into Naruto's eyes. What's your name, handsome? Tenten wore a white cheaphouse-style top with red trimmings, form-fitting black 3/4 length shinobi pants, a utility pouch on her left thigh, a headband, and black sandals. Stepping away from Niji, Naruto gently took Tenten's right hand in his and kissed the back of its palm before gazing into her chocolate eyes as his eyes reverted to blue. Naruto Uzumaki Senjinamike is at your service, my fair lady. And to whose treasured acquaintance do I have the honor of making? The brunette Kunoichi blushed. Tenten. Then she eyed his hilt. May I see your sword? As you wish, obliged Naruto, who unsheathed his blade and held it flat, horizontally, in his hands. Resisting the urge to drool, Tenten was in awe of such magnificent craftsmanship. This sword was wielded by Kushina, the Red Death, Uzumaki Senju during the last war. Then she inquired, where did you get her sword? She is my mother, you know? Tenten gave kitten eyes. I'm sorry. For a moment I thought you might have stolen it. Naruto smoothly replied, I didn't steal the sword, but if you'll please allow me the privilege of stealing a kiss, I'll forgive you, Tenheim. Making Tenten blush whilst the present company was speechless. Sheathing his sword for him, Tenten leaned in and tenderly kissed Naruto on the lips whilst closely embracing him. Guy and Lee did a happy dance at the sight while Sasuke rolled his eyes, and Kakashi gave an eye smile. Sakura tried and failed miserably in flirting with Niji, who brutally rejected her. As their lips parted, Naruto gently caressed Tenten's flushed cheek and admired her facial features. You're as adorable as a panda when you smile like that. Especially with your cute little buns. Do you like pandas? Asked Tenten, mesmerized by his blue eyes as she stroked his left cheek's whiskers with one hand. They're my favorite, Tenheim, Naruto replied. They're my favorite too, but you're the only one I've ever let call me panda nicknames since I know you're being sweet, not mean. Foxes are my second favorite, mused Tenten, and I definitely want to see you more often than I have been lately, handsome. As a rose appeared out of thin air, Naruto presented it to Tenten, who accepted it along with a kiss when their hands joined. You used to be blonde in public and a redhead in private, chuckled Tenten. And it's been a while, Naruto-kun. I figured I'd properly introduce myself now I'm stepping out of the shadows. Thanks for going along with it. Well, you were being charming, and I've never heard your full name before. I had to make sure there weren't two of you. The only time there's more than one of me is when I clone myself. Eyeing Uzumaki, Tenten mused, You're a godsend of a kisser, Naruto. Can we kiss again sometime? Tenheim, you already know you can kiss me anytime you like, assured Naruto. How many girlfriends are you hooking up with? Asked Sakura, irritated. Sasuke interjected. Not that I was paying attention, but as far as I know, he has yet to call anyone his girlfriend. Speaking of girlfriends, can I be yours? Asked Haruno. No, because you're a shallow, gold-digging, annoying brat with little to no self-control. A fangirl who disgraces and devalues the titles of shinobi and kunoichi. A burden that will most likely get yourself and others killed if you don't drop out of the shinobi program. And a stalker whose infatuation has created a romanticized fantasy expectation of me that nobody can live up to. Damn, that was savage, thought Tenten. I believe you require aloe vera, taunted Niji, with a smug expression, or citric disinfectant to treat your third-degree burns. Jerk, muttered Haruno. Peasant whore. As Sakura prepared to punch the Hyuga, Naruto warned, Don't even think about it. He insulted me, grumbled Haruno. You and Ino-chan insult each other all the time, without getting violent. Attacking anyone who insults you is childish, reckless, foolish, dangerous, and impulsive. What if you behaved like that towards a client, a relative, a comrade, a superior officer, a peer, or a political ally? But Niji's trained in the fighting styles of the second most formidable taijutsu-oriented clan in the village, and has probably been training since he could walk, pointed out Naruto. You have no training besides the most basic textbook moves, and you've most likely never trained or practiced them outside of school. Why are you intervening? Questioned Niji. I have no desire to see the banshee being gentle-fisted by someone wearing a shower cap, Deadpan Naruto, earning laughter from Tenten. You said my clan's taijutsu was the second most formidable in the village. Which clan's taijutsu is the first? Finding their respective fighting styles complemented each other, the Uzumaki and Senju clans co-developed several new fighting styles to celebrate the marriage between Queen Mido Uzumaki of Yuzu and Lord Hokage Hashirama Senju. These fighting styles were utilized by my mother, Kushina, the Red Death of Konoha. I would be most interested in seeing such fighting styles with my own eyes, for I hear she was truly a sight to behold on the battlefield. This youthful information is most insightful, commented Lee. And Naruto, you look very different from how I was led to believe. The benefits of appearance-altering seals, shrugged Naruto. It's more effective than a genjutsu or henge. It can only be released by the caster or another seal master. Do your flames of youth burn bright? Along with my will of fire. Kakashi, why don't we train our youthful teams together today? Asked Guy, enthusiastic. Please no, thought Sakura and Sasuke, mortified. I don't mind training with Guy's team, agreed Naruto, as long as I get to spend time with the ever-graceful Tenheim. I haven't even given them the bell test yet, mentioned Hatake. Imo and Pinky have only just graduated from the academy. You're a veteran jonin? Deadpan Naruto. If getting the bells is really the objective, they don't stand a chance no matter what handicaps you set. They'll only get the bells if you let them, which you won't. Or if I get them myself, which I have no desire to do. And they despise me, so they'll refuse help from or refuse to help me during your test. The genins looked at Naruto in surprise. Spoiler alert? Asked Kakashi. If you try to send this ticking time bomb of a squad back to the academy, began Naruto, who took out a book, I'll spoil this newly finished and unreleased, limited and extended edition of Ika Tactics for you. Absurd. Such a trivial thing could not possibly persuade an elite jonin on the level of Kakashi Hatake. Scoffed Niji. You wouldn't, panicked Kakashi, sweating bullets. Wanna bet, Kashinaiken? Asked Naruto, making direct eye contact. Turning to Team 7, Kakashi sighed. Thanks to Naruto, I'm letting you pass, but on a probationary basis until I make my final decision. Then eagerly turned to Naruto. Now hand over the precious. Easy, Gollum, chuckled Naruto. And what are the magic words? Naruto Otudo, can you please hand over the precious? I'll buy you dinner at Ichiraku's. All you can eat. Handing over the blue book which Kakashi went to open, Naruto stepped back before there was a small charge, shocking Kakashi, who was brought to his knees. Ah! It worked? Thought the genins, caught off guard. I've underestimated Naruto's skills in deception more than I thought, muttered Uchiha. Kakashi! Gasped Guy, who turned to Naruto. My youthful friend, what was that? A few simple security seals used for confidential documents. It can only be opened by the author of the contents, the one who placed the seal, or after its official release date. It also appears blank if it's left open. We can't have an impatient reader spoiling an unreleased book, can we? Asked Naruto, who added, it just wouldn't do, you know? All too innocently, causing some of the present company to laugh and sweat drop. That was mean, dejectedly said Kakashi. Serves you right for trying to read pervy sages smut in front of these young, impressionable genin, scolded Naruto, whose hair stuck up as he glared. You know, Kushinaheim would be so proud of you, chuckled Hatake, who inquired. And what kind of monster put such seals on the precious? I would, and it's another way to prevent you from reading it around women, especially Naiheim, replied Naruto whilst Team Guy made their exit. Facing Naruto, Kakashi smiled. You blackmailed me into passing a flight risk of a squad. You took advantage of my precious. And used underhanded tactics to exploit me. I'm so proud of you. Thanks, Niken. Suspicious, Sakura looked at Naruto. Where did you even get that book? From Jiraiya-sensei, aka the pervy sage, answered Naruto. He's why I created the sexy jutsu, which can be done for both genders. The change is a legit shapeshift, not a simple illusion like the transformation jutsu. The name could use some adjustment. From how red Sakura's cheeks are, I'd say it'll work well on her. Mused Naruto, but which version? Or should I try both? No, don't try them on me. Please, I'm begging you. For the love of Kami, don't use that jutsu on me. You've just revealed a rather pathetic weakness to people who could easily become your opponents. Patiently waiting, Kakashi asked, shall we get started with training? We still need to evaluate your skills and abilities firsthand. Not on the academy's rooftop, we won't, answered Naruto. Why not? We don't want to burn down or blow up the academy with an overcharged fire-style jutsu and the nearby gas tank, pointed out Naruto, who turned to his teammates. Speaking of which, do you know what your primary elemental affinity is? One of mine is wind, and Sasuke's primary affinity will be fire like the rest of the Uchiha. But what about you, Sakura? Stunned, Sakura lowered her head in shame. I don't know. Under his breath, Sasuke muttered, Kunoichi of the year, my ass. Later. Exterior. Konoha, Training Ground 7, early afternoon. While sparring with Kakashi, Naruto leapt back, then threw a pair of kunai which multiplied by 10 before he disappeared in a yellow flash which proceeded to overwhelm the Jonin, who was then hit by a double Rinngan, sending him crashing into the ground. Reappearing holding both bells without a hint of fatigue, Naruto apologized, sorry Kakashi? Sitting up in his now ripped, torn and otherwise damaged gear, Kakashi groaned. That was embarrassing. Kneeling by his sensei's side, Naruto's hands glowed green. It could be worse. I could have made more kunai shadow clones, or used the sword too, then healed Kakashi's injuries. I know. What were those last jutsu? Asked Sasuke, interested. They're part of my inheritance, summarized Naruto. Keep the Sharingan eyes off of them if yours awakens. Attempt to steal them, or go whining to the council about it, and you'll lose the eyes before they can gain their second tomo or awaken the Sharingan at all. I take it that's not an empty threat? Would you want anyone stealing your techniques, clan jutsu, and personal moves from you? Fair point. Naruto, did you really have to threaten Sasuke-kun? Asked Sakura. He was just curious. Can't you tell us what they were? If you'd actually paid attention in history instead of daydreaming about raping Sasuke, you'd recognize the Rinngan and the flying Raijin. Really? Was the academy bribed into letting you graduate with falsified grades? Sakura awkwardly chuckled. Well, you've got to be kidding me, thought Kakashi and Sasuke. I can also do the multi-shadow clone jutsu, which makes the kunai shadow clone jutsu easier to master, and all the more terrifying for my opponents when I use both, mentioned Naruto. Please, I bet you couldn't even do the clone jutsu, scoffed Sakura. There's no way. Earning eye rolls. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. He just did the Rinngan and Hiraishin, and you don't think he can do shadow clones? Want to bet on that, Sakura? Asked Naruto. If you're actually capable of it, I'll take my training more seriously. You should always be taking it seriously, reprimanded the three boys. Naruto didn't even need a hand sign before every inch of unoccupied space in the training ground was filled by shadow clones. Are you kidding me? Asked Sakura, shocked along with Uchiha. And we're solid clones too, stated one of the shadow clones. I don't suppose you're willing to teach me some of your moves? Asked Uchiha. With a small smile, one of the Naruto clones poked the emo's forehead, causing him to flinch. Okay, now I've seen some of Sasuke and Naruto's moves. Sakura, you're up, stated Kakashi, who took a taijutsu stance as the pink-haired girl approached. Taking her textbook stance, Sakura said, Ready, sensei? For the record, I'm not expecting you to have any spectacular or flashy moves yet. Just show me what you already know. From there, we can work something out and experiment with different styles to help find one that really suits you. Okay? Yes, sensei. Your squad mates may be willing to help you train even when I'm not supervising. And don't be shy about practicing with the other genin, or asking shinobi tutors for a little extra help. As if I'd need Narutobaka's help, scoffed Sakura. I'll never need it. You'll regret saying that one day. Whilst watching Haruno and Kakashi's one-sided spar, Sasuke stood next to Naruto. You've had extremely advanced and intense training. So, who trained you? None of your business. The council may try putting you under the CRA for your bloodlines. If they do, I will participate on my terms, and with the willing consent of my potential partners. It's all voluntary, and if a relationship doesn't work out, I won't force someone to be with me. How well do you think they'll take that? There'd be very vocal resistance to approving my participation by the civilian council who think I'm a demon. And that's because? I mentioned that the villagers think I'm Kyuubi in human form, how they've treated me, and how they've continually tried to kill me. Wasn't anyone protecting you? Let's just start sparring. Oh, please. I'm an elite of the began Sasuke before Naruto's fist knocked him onto his back. The only names in the ninja world that matter are the ones people make for themselves by their own reputation. Names like the Sannin, the Copy Ninja, White Fang, Yellow Flash, Red Death, Unruly Eye, the Tailed Beast Without a Tail, the Professor, the Teleporter, Demon of the Mist, Seven Ninja Swordsman, and the Blue Beast. I take it my claim of being an elite's the first thing you want to beat out of me? Yes, since arrogance like that will get you and your comrades killed. You're not in the academy anymore. There's always going to be someone stronger to overcome, answered Naruto as he took a stance. Now, shall we dance? Taking his Uchiha interceptor stance, Sasuke nodded. If you land even one hit, I'll rein myself in with the boasting and bragging. I already landed one, and don't whine to the civilian council, replied Naruto as he began evading hits. They seem to have it in for you. They're also under the delusion that they can control and manipulate you like Palpatine manipulated Anakin Skywalker. They want an Uchiha clan they can control and influence since the old one was too independent, defiant, and prideful for them. I hate politicians, and that sounds like the civilian council. Naruto hit Sasuke in the gut before evading a series of attacks. I know who's really to blame for the Uchiha massacre, and I've killed him. Shocked as they stepped back from each other, Sasuke demanded, "Who was it? Tell me." It was Danzo Shimura from the Elders' Council. The sick bastard's arms were covered in stolen Sharingan eyes, and another in the right eye which he hid behind bandages. He had jars full of them, using the massacre to acquire all of those eyes. And it's not the first time he's stolen the Sharingan, as he'd done so prior to the Uchiha clan's fall. Feeling no deception, Sasuke questioned, "Are you saying you've avenged my clan?" "I had my own reasons to kill him." "What did you do with the eyes he stole?" "I destroyed them in accordance with Konoha's dojutsu theft laws, clan laws, and out of respect for the dead. Along with returning several Uchiha corpses, including those of your parents, to their graves. If you're telling the truth, I don't know whether to thank you or be angry that you robbed me of my vengeance. Take a number. There's a long line of people who wanted to kill Danzo out of revenge." 10 minutes later. Fire style, fireball jutsu, attacked Sasuke. Water style, water bullet jutsu, countered Naruto. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Water style, water wave jutsu. Fire style dash began Sasuke before which shot out from the ground, and restrained him whilst pinning his arms to his sides. That wood's from an especially flammable tree because of the oil within it in place of sap. Unless you want to burn yourself alive, fire style's a bad idea right now. Knocked into the air by wooden tendrils as he was let free, Sasuke saw a single kunai fly by him before adamantine chains hit him from multiple angles, wrapped around him, then slammed him to the ground. "Damn it," groaned Sasuke. "That hurt my pride and my body." "The local daimyo's wife's feral cat puts up more of a fight than you," replied Naruto. "Maybe Tora will be an easier sparring partner for you." Sasuke staggered to his feet. "I take it those chains at the end were the adamantine chains you mentioned?" "Yes." "Also, you have wood style?" "Yeah, it was a pleasant surprise and undeniable proof that I'm of Senju lineage. Also, as far as I know, only the royal family of the Uzumaki clan's ancestral homeland of Yuzu wield adamantine chains." "Let's go again. I'm not done yet. I'd be disappointed if you were after all your boasting. This would be going differently if my Sharingan had awakened. Unlike the Hyugas Byakugan, there's no guarantee a Sharingan will awaken inside an Uchiha. And honestly, if the pain and trauma from losing your clan, and watching it happen whilst under a Genjutsu, didn't awaken it, it's unlikely anything will. How did you know I had to watch it via Genjutsu? You survived the massacre with no physical injuries, and you were in a coma for several weeks afterwards. The timeline of events says you arrived after the massacre. Yet you've claimed to have witnessed the whole thing. Hence why I've concluded that's what you were seeing under a genjutsu. Sasuke nodded. Makes sense. As a furry menace raced towards him, Naruto lifted it into the air with an invisible force whilst raising a hand, and put it in a storage scroll. They let loose Tora for the genin to chase again. Looks like it, agreed Kakashi as he and an exhausted Sakura regained consciousness. If the fuzzball gets any faster, it'll give Shursui a run for his money, joked Naruto, and Sasuke actually laughed for real. As Anko arrived, Naruto asked, "You aren't by any chance looking for a runaway fleabag?" "The little monster stole one of my dangos," hissed Mitarashi. "Have you seen it anywhere?" "I have it in a storage scroll, and may be willing to hand it over," negotiated Naruto. "In exchange for a kiss." "Oh, you're getting a good one, lover." "Naruto, that's unprofessional conduct," interjected Kakashi. "This coming from the guy who publicly reads smut," countered Naruto and Anko. Amused, Anko pulled Naruto intimately close, bringing his hands to her wonderful breasts, and made out with him in ways that would make Kami blush. Parting lips and taking a scroll, Anko winked before cutting Naruto's cheek with a kunai, and licking the wound which healed itself. Type B, one of the most delicious blood types," teased Anko. "I'll taste you, in more ways than one later, my Foxy-kun," before she vanished. "What the hell just happened?" asked Sakura. "Naruto sentenced that poor cat to death at the hands of the head of the Anbu Interrogation and Torture Division," sighed Kakashi. "She loves her job and dango as much as Naruto loves ramen." Uzumaki pointed out, "It's easy to become addicted to the only food you can afford. Or the food at the only place who'll make you feel genuinely welcome and serve you a warm meal in a world that hates you more than anything." "Surely not every restaurant refuses to serve you?" asked Sakura. "The only two civilian-owned restaurants in this village that willingly serve my blonde persona without overcharging me are Ichiraku's and the Dango Diner," said Naruto. "Also, that wasn't the scroll containing the little menace." "Then what did you give her?" inquired Kakashi, concerned. "Compensation for her lost dango," answered Naruto as he approached Team 10 who showed up, out of breath. Passing the scroll containing the fugitive to Ino, Naruto informed, "Cat's in the scroll. Don't open it until you're with the client. Also, tell her that Tora's breed of cat doesn't like most forms of physical affection. To be gentler, and to be more aware of when Tora's uncomfortable. She's a cat, not a human child. Tora keeps running away, like Sasuke running from his fangirls, because she's scaring Tora with so much attention. And that she feels boxed in, which cats hate feeling. That sending someone Tora's unfamiliar with to find her is only scaring her more, and she'll return when she's calmed down." With a smile, Ino nodded, "Thanks." Choji asked, "Does anyone want to go out for barbecue? For lunch?" Unrolling some storage scrolls after creating tables and chairs with wood style, Naruto set up a barbecue, rugs, tablecloths, an esky, some baskets, and a picnic set. "I've brought it to us." The present company, except Sasuke and Sakura who left, looked at Naruto in wonder whilst Kurenai joined them too. As everyone else got seated, Naruto summoned a wood clone to help him prepare the ingredients. "Would you like me to help you?" offered Ino as she joined Naruto by the barbecue, a decent cook herself. "We can consider this a teamwork exercise," mused the redhead. "And thank you. By the way, I've never actually liked Sasuke. I was faking so people would underestimate me by dismissing me as a fangirl. Ino-chan, you deserve someone who'll be there for you unconditionally, and give you the love, devotion, support, kindness, attention, and affection you deserve." Yamanaka smiled, "Aw, you're sweet," then kissed Naruto's cheek. As he turned off the barbecue, Naruto used several clones to distribute the food and beverages. Naruto blushed when Kurenai sat in his lap, facing towards him, and gave him a prolonged kiss on the lips whilst closely embracing him, shocking the present company. "Am I missing something, Nihime?" asked Naruto as her breasts pressed against his chest. With a chuckle, Kurenai pointed to his apron with the words, "Kiss the cook," across his chest before pulling it off of him, then whispered, "It's a shame you aren't wearing your fuck the cook apron. Then again, you best only wear that one for me and Anko-chan," before her words became inaudible. As something hard poked against her, Kurenai giggled and blushed upon realizing what it was, then whispered into Naruto's ear, Happy to see me, are we, darling? Whilst he blushed, Naruto gave a slight nod. As always, Nihime. Anko-chan often boasted of your legendary prowess as a kisser, Naruto, mentioned Yuhi, with a hint of mischief. Do you agree with her assessment, Nihime? Asked Uzumaki. She's always understated how wonderful your kisses are. Ditto. And if you want or need more of them, just let me know, Nihime. Will do, Naruto. If you're free tonight, I'd be honored to take you out to dinner if you'll allow me. Anko-chan's already called dibs on me for tonight, informed Kurenai, who kissed Naruto's cheek. But I'll happily go out with you some other time. Okay, love? As you wish, fair Naitenshi. Yuhi giggled. Maybe I'll take you home with me tonight after all, since we both know Anko-chan won't mind. As long as you two lovely ladies have me in bed by 9. I might need to be up early for a mission, you know? Kurenai blushed. Does it have to be your bed, Naruto? Nope. The Genjutsu mistress beamed. Perfect. How is Naruto flirting with Kurenai-sensei like that without getting in trouble? Wondered Ino. Naruto and I know each other very well, and have for a long time, so we're comfortable flirting with and teasing each other. And we've even been on dates, answered Kurenai as she sat beside Uzumaki. When Asuma went for his cigarettes, and Kakashi went for his orange book, they found both missing with a shadow clone of Naruto, at the head of the table, holding them. No smoking or smut allowed at this picnic, said clone Naruto, who sealed away the contraband before being dispelled. Why take my cigarettes? Wondered Asuma. Second-hand smoke can be just as bad for one's health, reminded Kurenai. We don't want our students inhaling anything toxic, or picking up any bad habits from us. Right, Kakashi? Why am I being singled out? Asked Hataki. You were about to read the pervy sage's smut in front of the innocent little Genins, answered Kurenai, earning laughter. Since when do you call Jiraiya that? Asked Shikamaru. Since I heard Naruto calling him that, after catching him peeking at me in the hot springs, explained Kurenai. How did he know Jiraiya was peeking at you? Wondered Choji. I sense Nihime's chakra presence on the other side of the wall, since I've always had pretty good sensory abilities, admitted Naruto. And Pervy Sage was muttering words that describe her, and mentioned at least one of her nicknames, whilst taking pervert notes. Kurenai pouted. And did you take a little peek of your own after dealing with him? I heard a scream on the other side of the wall, so I looked to see if anyone was hurt. Oh, that was Anko tearing off our towels, using one of her smaller snakes as a distraction. Did you get a good, memorable look, Naruto? I was more worried about your well-being, but yes, because of my photographic and eidetic memory. And don't worry, Pervy Sage didn't see anything. I checked his memories. Naruto, darling, only you could look through a pervert's peephole with noble intentions. Then admit it to one of the women you saw while doing so. I've never lied to you, fair Nihime. I know, and I appreciate your honesty with me, Naruto. Asuma-sensei's jealous of how close you two are, noticed Shikamaru, with an amused smirk. I'm not jealous, protested Asuma, unconvincingly. Sure you're not, giggled Kurenai. You just denied it so quickly that we don't believe you. Okay, yes, I may be a little jealous that he's so close to you. You always said no when I asked you out. Asuma, you're over 20 years older than me. Now I just feel like a dirty old pervert. Maybe because you are, teased Kakashi. Hey, at least when I read smut and porn, it's in private, not in public, countered Asuma before he and Kakashi felt a rise of killing intent from Kurenai and Ino. Naruto rose to his feet, placed 2 complete Ika collections on the table, and grinned at Asuma and Kakashi, Amaterasu. As the books were reduced to a memory by the black flames, yes, those were yours. Kurenai smiled at Uzumaki. See you tonight, at my place, Naruto. Gave him a parting kiss on the cheek, and shunshined away. At the same time, interior, Konoha Anbu HQ, Torture and Interrogation Division, Private Interrogation Room. As she unrolled and opened the storage scroll upon a table revealing not the fugitive flea bag, but half a kilo's worth of dango and a case of sake, Anko's eyes gleamed. Yes, yes, yes. Kami, yes. Naruto, I fucking love you so much. Yes, fuck, yes, yes. Interior, Konoha, Anbu HQ Torture and Interrogation Division, corridor. Passing by Anko's interrogation room, Ibiki wondered, are they at it in there, again? On second thought, I don't want to know. Again? Asked Tenzo. Later. Exterior, Konoha, 3rd Hokage's estate, study, sunset. Speaking with a cloaked figure, Hiruzen sidestepped before Naruto appeared next to him in a yellow flash. Grandpa, greeted Naruto, in his Anbu uniform and mask, who noticed the third person, hey Niken. Hello, Naruto, greeted Itachi. You're all grown up. Naruto smiled, and still waiting for that bowl of ramen you promised me. Making Itachi chuckle and Hiruzen laugh. How's Sasuke? Asked Itachi. He's an arrogant, egotistical, entitled, narcissistic, brooder with an elitist superiority complex. He boasts about the power of a Sharingan he hasn't even awakened. He's had everything handed to him on a silver platter by the civilian council. Deadpan Naruto. They call him the last loyal Uchiha, despite how Shursui and Izumi are alive. Sasuke has no concept of loyalty. All he cares about is power and revenge. And I believe he's fallen under the Uchiha curse of hatred even without the Sharingan. How unfortunate and disappointing. Do I have your permission to kill him if I need to? If it comes to it, yes, confirmed Itachi. Naruto placed his right hand over Itachi's eyes. Hold still, before they glowed with golden chakra. I've taken care of the ocular bleeding and deterioration causing drawback of your Mangekyo Sharingan, and cured you of all of your present illnesses and symptoms. How? An ancient sage healing art developed by Ashura Otsutsuki. Moments later. Interior, Konoha, Naruto's apartment complex, Anko and Kurinai's loft, living room, mid-sunset. As he was pulled into the room by Kurinai, after appearing at her door in a flash, Naruto was immediately embraced by her and Anko. What time did Foxy-kun say to have him in bed by? Asked Mitarashi, a cheeky twinkle in her eyes. 9, answered Kurinai, and it doesn't have to be his bed. Sweet, we can have a sleepover. Sounds like a plan. Later. Interior, Konoha, Memorial Stone, mid-morning. So, what do you recommend I teach our little genins first? Asked Kakashi. Chakra control exercises like tree climbing, water walking, meditation, and the leaf exercise. And physical exercises to increase their stamina, speed, and reflexes so they're more likely to stay alive in their first battle. Answered Uzumaki. It'll make Konoha look weak and vulnerable if the so-called Uchiha elite under your tutelage dies at the hands of a common bandit. Agreed. We both know the civilian council, if they're not put in their place, will push for Team 7 to participate in the exams regardless of your assessment on its readiness, just to show off Sasuke like a star attraction at the circus or the zoo. Exterior, Konoha training ground, late morning. Noticing Haruno limping as she arrived after Sasuke, Naruto asked, So, how's your ambition of restoring your clan coming along? Sasuke wore the same clothes he had on yesterday, which Naruto could tell from the creases. Sakura wore a light pink sports bra and short mini skirt, a utility pouch, a pink belt, sandals, and her headband like a hair ribbon. As his and Sakura's cheeks flushed, Sasuke muttered, Shut up. Ooh, someone's grumpy. Didn't you two last long enough last night? Naruto, gasped Sakura. What kind of easy, shallow whore do you think I am? You don't want me to answer that. As he appeared in a puff of smoke, Kakashi, with his father's sword sheathed behind his back, greeted, Good morning, my cute little genins and my little brother's doppelganger. Morning, acknowledged clone Naruto. The boss will be here any minute, but he sent me ahead so he isn't technically late. Given we shadow clones are fully sentient, and we share our memories with the original when we dispel. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. He had time to send a clone ahead, but didn't come himself? He knew Kakashi would be late, so he took his time. Then where is he? Clone Naruto pointed behind them, to Naruto approaching with the Hokage before disappearing. Not sorry to keep you waiting because I had other priorities. There was this old man with his grandson who needed lots of help carrying their groceries. Then the kid asked me to play with him whilst giving me puppy dog eyes. Then the old man thanked me by taking me and his grandson out for breakfast. But he forgot his wallet, so I paid. Then I walked his grandson to school. And the old man asked to meet my sensei, so I brought him with me, explained Naruto. I made sure not to rush since the old man wanted to stop and appreciate some of the sights. And here we are. Lord Hokage, is this true? Asked Sakura, skeptical. Of course it is, answered Hiruzen. I have a feeling there's more to your visit than you're letting on, Lord Hokage, stated Kakashi. I need to speak with young Sasuke, informed Hiruzen. We have much to discuss on private matters with some survivors. What do you mean? Asked the emo before a familiar duo shunshined next to Hiruzen. Shursui? Izumi? Asked Sasuke. I thought you were dead. We couldn't tell anyone we were alive without compromising the mission we were on, explained Izumi. Thank Kami. I'm not the last besides Itachi anymore, sighed Sasuke. I can't stand the civilian council's crap. Kakashi turned to the emo genin. Sasuke, take the day off so you three can catch up. Before the Uchiha trio and Hiruzen left. What's on the agenda today, Kakashi? Asked Naruto. Well, I think you two should get some sparring in. And since you're openly using your mother's sword now, I figured I should get back in the habit of using mine so you have another swordsman to train with. Any specific rules for me and Sakura's spar? Taijutsu moves only for sparring. I intend to take full advantage of the wonderful opportunity to have your clones perform multiple different training exercises. I know what you mean. I've been doing it since I learnt the wood clone jutsu and multi-shadow clone jutsu. Can I learn the latter jutsu? Asked Sakura. With a sigh, Kakashi explained, multi-shadow clone jutsu is a forbidden jutsu that requires a considerably higher amount of chakra than the shadow clone jutsu. I can create up to 4 shadow clones, but I can't sustain them for longer than maybe 5 minutes before they dispel. But Naruto Baka can create thousands of them and do entire training regimens with them? Well, Naruto-kun has far higher chakra levels, potency, and reserves than his parents did at the height of their power. His mother had the highest chakra levels ever seen in the Uzumaki clan, which is saying quite a lot as their chakra levels were always breaking records. Oh, please. I bet Sasuke-kun can do that jutsu better than Naruto Baka. You'd lose that bet, and Sasuke would die in the attempt. You also shouldn't be insulting and putting down your teammates and comrades. Humph. Naruto Baka's neither, and will never be either. Stepping to the side, Naruto removed and neatly folded his cloak, which he sealed inside a storage scroll, then noticed Haruno was staring at his muscles. When you're done staring like a pervert, you can pick your tongue up off the grass. Naruto, sighed Sakura as her shoulders lowered. Really? FYI, you'd benefit from spending less time doing your hair, starving yourself, and stalking the emo, and more time training. I didn't ask you for advice, Baka. I know the perfect place for the 4 of us to go camping for a real teamwork exercise, mentioned Naruto with a hint of mischief. Is that so? Asked Sakura suspiciously. And where's that? Survival Training Ground 44, aka the Forest of Death. Was this suggestion courtesy of Anko? Inquired Kakashi. It's not so bad after you learn its layout and terrain, and what flora and fauna live there. If there's ever a snake that talks, it'll be a summons. And you'd better hope it's not one sent by Orochimaru of the Sannin. Sannin? Asked Sakura. Studying the Sannin can be your homework tonight, replied Kakashi. You should have learned about them early on in the academy. Creating a shadow clone, Naruto ordered, spar with Haruno. I'm going to practice with Sensei. Okay, boss. Activating his Sharingan, Kakashi drew the white fang. Ready, Naruto? Uzumaki readied his katana. Let's do this. Later. Exterior. Konoha training ground, early afternoon. As they finished the catastrophically one-sided spar which the clone only evaded during, Sakura was completely exhausted. I'm done. Clone Naruto deadpanned. You need to work on your stamina and start eating properly instead of starving yourself. I don't want to become fat by overeating. You're neglecting your health by denying your body the nutrients, vitamins, and protein a shinobi needs. It's stunting your physical growth and development and weakening you. Ask any experienced kunoichi for advice and tips. The next day, Exterior, Konoha, Training Ground 7, late morning. Meeting up with Team 7, Kakashi greeted, "Good morning, my cute little Genins. Any missions today or more training?" asked Sakura. "Well, I actually have some techniques to attempt teaching you that Naruto suggested." "Should we be worried?" asked Sasuke. "Yes, be very, very afraid." "Naruto, can you walk Sakura through the drills of Shii-Cho while I do the same for Sasuke?" requested Hatake. "When I suggested getting others to help you with your first Genin squad, I didn't mean me," protested Naruto. "Just try, will you? As a favor to me? I have my own training to do. She can have a clone. But really, it's something you could walk both of them through at once." As it was created, would clone Naruto ordered, "Sakura, assume the ready position of form Ishii-Cho," before the fangirl raised a borrowed katana into a sloppy excuse of a ready position and stance. "Really? You call that a stance?" scoffed the wood clone. "This is just embarrassing." "The sword's not weighted properly," lied Sakura. "You're not even holding the sword properly. Don't have your main hand so close to the handguard. Move your left hand down the hilt a little so your hands aren't overlapping. Make sure those feet are apart, you're not a bowling pin. Who knew learning a damn opening stance would be so hard?" whined Sakura, who tried correcting her stance. "For the love of," grumbled would Naruto, who created a shadow clone that perfectly took the stance, then turned to Sakura, "Like that." She nodded before correcting her stance. Then her gaze drifted towards Uchiha. "Stay focused, for fuck's sake," snapped would Naruto. "Or so help me, I will shove an exploding kunai up your fuckhole and say you died from an orgasm," making the girl faint into the mud whilst Kakashi and Sasuke, who'd overheard, laughed. Deep in meditation as he sat cross-legged in a lotus position, the real Naruto gathered nature energy as he floated above the ground, perfectly still, with a glowing aura of starlight white chakra. Later. Interior, Konoha, weapons shop, midday. Entering to see Tenten, Naruto smiled. "Hello there." "Naru," gleefully greeted Tenten, who hugged him. "It's good to see you." "Good to see you too. How's training the rookies going?" "After my stunt with the book, I gave Kakashi a list of mandatory techniques he should teach them before going on missions outside of the village." "What techniques?" "We're trying to teach them tree climbing right now. Unfortunately, Haruno's sole focus is getting into Sasuke team's pants, getting him to knock her up and stealing his family's fortune, not becoming a ninja. Also, as you know, my training regimen is far more intense since I can use my shadow clones to help me train, which makes my rate of progress considerably faster. I've been distracted from my elemental affinity training since Gai-sensei's too specialized in taijutsu," admitted Tenten. "When you've finished your shift, let's fix that, show each other a few moves, do some sparring and training together, then go out for dinner." "It's a date," she mused. "I finish soon, so let's see what I can negotiate you into buying in the meantime." Handing over some designs, Naruto asked, "Can I have 500 of these kunai made, and one of these hilts?" "I can certainly do my best for the latter, but they look like they need some kind of crystals to power them," answered Tenten. Revealing a crystal, Naruto stated, "This will be the power source. It's infused with both of my chakras, and will collect the excess that leaks out." "Holy crap, you're basically asking me to build you a lightsaber. What are you going to call it?" "I'm thinking I'll call it the Fox's Fong. And I have a working prototype you can reverse engineer, so it'll help you design a more elegant look for it." "I'm in love," dreamily mused Tenten as she looked into his eyes. "With the weapon or with me?" he asked. "With you," she confessed. "Love you too. Also, you'll be sharing me with Anko if we enter a relationship." "I'm good with that." "Picking up dates, Naruchan?" asked Tsunade as she entered. "Grandma Tsunade," greeted Naruto, hugging the bust of Sannin. "What's new?" "I've been chosen as the 5th Hokage, and accepted." "That's great news, and those glorified criminals on the civilian council won't know what hit them." Tenten smiled at how happy her friend looked, and knew his smile was a real one. "Grandma, you remember Tenten-chan?" Naruto stated. "It's nice to see you again, Tenten-chan. And I hope you two enjoy your date," said Tsunade. Several hours later. Interior, Konoha, restaurant, early evening. As she sat in a booth next to her date, Tenten kissed Naruto. Thank you for the training. Helping me discover my wind and water affinities are double affinities. The heavenly kisses, soothing massages, and the wonderful date, Naruto. Anytime, Tenheim. He mused whilst they cuddled. Hey, Naruto, what were those chains you summoned during sparring? She asked whilst looking into his blue eyes. Adamantine chains are part of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Scorpion from Mortal Kombat must be an Uzumaki. Joked Tenten. Get over here, Naruto quoted in a deep voice, making her giggle. Would you like to stay at my place tonight? Asked Tenten, hopeful. I'd be honored if that's what you want, although I'll also extend the same offer. Yours this time, even though we live in the same building. And you know I get really cuddly in my sleep, so we're sharing a bed. Oh, I remember, and that's all right with me if it is with you. You know I'd never mean to pressure you into anything. I know because it's you, and I'm lucky to have known you for so long. And I've been blessed with the gift of meeting your graceful self by the sage of 6 paths, Lady Luck and Kami. Flatterer, I bet you say that to Anko too. I'll admit I have spoken those words to Ankoheim before, but they're no less true when speaking them to you. Interior, Konoha, Shinobi District, Naruto's apartment building, Naruto's loft, bedroom, evening. Naruto in black PJ boxers and Tenten, in a white bra and pink panties, happily cuddled on the bed. You're so cute with your whiskers, Naruto, mused Tenten, who tried tying him to the bed, only to be tied down instead. Oh, what'll you do now you've captured me? This, said Naruto, who playfully tickled her midriff, earning relaxed laughter, gleeful giggles, and a bright smile. Ha 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 ha, I ha 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 love ha 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 being ha 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 tickled ha 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 ha. Cheerfully laughed Tenten while squirming in her bonds, but making no attempt to escape. Good to know. Now remind me, where are you most ticklish? My ha 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 sweet ha 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 spots ha 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 or ha 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 my ha 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 midriff ha 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 ha. Ha 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 belly ha 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 button ha ha ha. Ribs ha 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 underarms ha 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 ha. Feet ha 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 ha. Thighs ha 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 ha. Sides ha 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 ha. And ha 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 dash. And where? Asked Naruto, who gave a cheeky grin. If you don't tell me now, I'll have to bring in extra interrogators to assist me. Ha 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 extra ha 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 interrogators? Gasped Tenten between giggles. As he paused, Naruto created several shadow clones. Now, are you going to tell me your last sweet spot? Do your worst, dared Tenten, whose eyes gleamed in anticipation. 3 hours later. Having been thoroughly tickled into submission by Naruto and his clones, Tenten surrendered. Ha 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 you ha 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 win ha 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 ha. I ha 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 surrender ha 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 and ha 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 submit ha 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 to ha 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 you ha 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 ha. You ha 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 have ha 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 broken ha 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 me ha 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 ha. Pausing as he dispelled the clones and untied her, Naruto asked, where was that last ticklish sweet spot? Catching her breath as Naruto put away the belts, Tenten's cheeks flushed. My boobs. Since you hesitated to tell me, I figured it was a personal area. He mused as they lay in each other's arms. Although I had a feeling you would have told me either way, but just wanted to be tickled for longer first. Yep, she confirmed, enjoying the warmth of his body heat. Hey Naruto, would you mind if we slept naked? I'm willing to if you are comfortable with that, he answered. I'm just careful about people seeing my special equipment. Admiring his member as they were both nude, she asked, who had the privilege of your first time? Ankoheim, replied Naruto. How about we make sure it's still working properly after that? She mischievously asked while stroking his hardening manhood. Naruto let out a little moan. Are you sure you want this, Tentenheim? I don't want us to have any regrets about something like this. Also, do you have any protection? I'm pretty sure we don't want to have a baby so early in our own lives. Are you telling me a master of sealing like yourself doesn't have a pregnancy prevention seal? She teased before letting out a moan of pleasure as he caressed her firm, round, perky breasts and stroked her womanhood. I have one, and I just put it on. Then I hope you have lots of stamina for what we're about to do, she purred into his ear. I have the stamina of Atlas. I've also made a variant of a few home and property security seals to protect people from their more personal areas being violated. Happily snuggled up to each other when they were finished having their way with each other in several creative ways. The two shinobi gazed into each other's natural eyes. Hey Naru? Yes, Haim? What's the seal on your stomach for? I've never seen anything like it before. As he met her gaze, Naruto revealed, Tenheim, I've been the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi since the day I was born. I wasn't exactly happy about it when I found out, since the villagers put me through hell when I was using my blonde look, but I have a pretty great life as a redhead. By the way, my Jinchuriki status is supposed to be an S-rank secret. Thank you for trusting me with this, and being honest with me. While we're at it, began Naruto, who undid an invisibility seal, revealing his tattoo. Well, you probably figured that part out years ago. Well, you regularly hang out and train with Anbu, and have two different appearances. True, and you already know to keep that a secret too. Yep, what's your code name? Yami Kitsune. You have quite the reputation, and live up to the hype. By the way, Karama-chan says she approves of us. Tenten raised an eyebrow. Who's she? Kyuubi, and she's a kind spirit, not a demon. That's awesome. Later. Interior. Konoha, Shinobi District, Naruto's apartment building, Naruto's loft, kitchen, early morning. As he boiled the kettle, Naruto offered, Would you like some tea, Tenheim? I have chamomile, peppermint, spearmint, vanilla, and different combinations of each. Chamomile and spiced apple, please, Foxy-kun, requested Tenten as she ate a home-cooked meal he'd prepared. Also, you were amazing last night. So were you, my playful little Tenchan. I wonder how Anko would react if she saw us right now. She'd be upset that we had sex without her. What's going on with you two, anyway? We've loved each other for a long time, and we're not exactly hiding our relationship. Also, she knows with my bloodlines revealed, I'll inevitably be placed under the CRA and be expected to take multiple wives. So basically you love each other, and you know the village council will order you to have your own little harem? Adamantine chains and would release our invaluable assets. And there's only one other Rinnegan wielder alive today that I know of, so yes. And I'd make sure each of my lovers are truly loved, respected, safe, and treasured. And that none of them are being forced to marry me, or vice versa. Hey, can you sing? I will humor you, chuckled Naruto, who improvised. In the village hidden in the leaves, none come mightier than the brave and the bold. The green beast of Konoha is Madogai. Indomitable to the marrow of the bone, overcoming all the odds whilst doing 1,000 squats. The handsome devil of the leaf is none other than Rock Lee. Who needs a chill pill with looks that could kill? It's the edgy Niji of the Hyuga. He better not be an abuser. Or after him I'll send Kisame and Zabuza. When you need a badass weaponist to save your ass in a mess again and again, none surpass Tenten. Giggling in amusement, Tenten held up an audio recorder. I am totally making them listen to that. Also, threatening to send the 7 swordsmen of the mist after Niji. They have skill sets that make a Hyuga fighting one of them a potentially fatal mismatch. Like someone fighting a wind-style opponent using battle fans with only projectiles and thrown weapons. I really hope that comments not foreshadowing my future, since I'm a long-range fighter. I would hope guys making sure you're a certified badass at any range. Also, I know several combat seals I can teach you that should help. Sounds like we're going on more training dates, she mused, giddy with excitement. Well, the last ones went so well. Agreed, Naruto-kun. I have a present to send to Fuchan via one of my summons before setting out for the day. I'll walk you home, or to your training ground when I've sorted that out. Okay. Who? Holding a photo, Naruto elaborated. My pen pal and adoptive baby sister from Taki. She's just become a genin, and wants to study seals, so I bought her some Fuinjutsu books and scrolls. Aw, she's so cute. Entering the room, completely naked, Anko pouted. You've been having fun without me? We'll invite you to join in next time, assured Tenten and Naruto. Mitarashi kissed Naruto and Tenten's cheeks. Good. And it's convenient that we all live in the same building. Yep. Tenten mused. He turned a formerly condemned city block into a shinobi apartment complex as nice as a freaking luxury resort, and has all kinds of security, endurance, and privacy seals set up. Well, if we're going to risk our lives for the village, the least we can have in return is a safe place to live, near our friends. Seriously, if anywhere should feel safe for a ninja, it's their home, said Naruto. Agreed. By the way, Anko-chan, why are you naked? Asked Uzumaki as he beheld the snake mistress. Not that I'm complaining since you look incredibly sexy as always. Because I want you to take me to your bed and make love to me, my dear Naruto-kun, replied Mitarashi, who pulled Naruto close and kissed him. Please? I need my Naruto-kun fun time. And you shall have it, Anko-heim. Yay! Cheered Anko, who beamed. You're the best, Foxy-kun. Soon thereafter. Interior, Taki, Shibuki's house, office, morning. Chatting with her friend, Fu's eyes lit up when there was a puff of smoke revealing a slender, young woman with brown, downward spiky hair. She wore a blue and pink outlined, shoulderless, sleeveless top with ruffled straps around her upper arm, a matching miniskirt, charmed bracelets around her wrists and ankles with a large ruby-red gem pendant, and a golden belt. She was holding a gift-wrapped package in one hand, and a blue and pink staff with a golden spiral on the end was in the other, until she set them down on a nearby table. Mana-nichan? Greeted Fu, cheerful as she cuddled Mana before giggling as the summons tickled the young Jinchuriki's tummy. Ha 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 hey ha ha ha. Have you been a good girl, Fu-chan? Asked Mana as she planted a kiss upon the mint-haired girl's forehead. Yes, Mana-nichan, assured Fu before being presented with the package. Happy birthday, Fu-chan, said Mana. I come bearing gifts from Naruto-kun. Opening her present to reveal several books, stationery, paper, and fuinjutsu tools, Fu beamed. These are perfect. Shibuki cleared his throat. Ahem, Fu-chan, would you mind introducing your friend? Fu nodded. Shibuki-kun, this is Mana-nichan. She's one of Naruto Naiken's summons, and she's like a big sister to me. She's also one of the summons we agreed wouldn't scare the villagers if they come to see me. I could swear I've seen her on a trading card, blurted Shibuki, making the two girls giggle. Interior, Konoha, hot springs, private bathhouse, early afternoon. Having activated several privacy and anti-pervert seals, Naruto, Tenten, Kurenai, and Anko relaxed in the warm water. How did you get a booking when this is one of the most frequented hot springs in the country? Asked Kurenai, intrigued. Instead of only taking money, when I caught those IWA spies at age 6, I was given the hot springs as part of my payment, answered Naruto. Apparently the old owners were looking to sell or go into partnership with younger business partners. They just didn't expect a 6-year-old. Earning amused smiles before he closed his eyes. Interior, Naruto's mindscape. Naruto's surroundings were a lush green forest with a peaceful aura, refreshing breeze, the relaxing sound of a waterfall, and the soothing waters of a lake connected to said waterfall. Uzumaki, naked like he was outside his mindscape, sat across from his lovely tenant, on a softly cushioned bench. Kara had smooth, light skin, tamed crystal white hair that reached her upper back with 2 short bangs at the front. Emerald green eyes, nails and lips, little silver fox ears, and 3 short whiskers on each cheek. She was average in height, slim, voluptuous, flexible, busty, curved in all the right places, and had no pubic hair. Full, firm, round, perky E-cup breasts, a shapely round ass, and a taut tummy with an innie belly button. A healthy size waist and hips for her figure, toned legs, and size 10 feet. She was also completely naked, except for a small collar with the kanji for seal engraved upon it. Naruto-kun, you've chosen these vixens well. Are you going to pop the question to them? Asked Kara. I'm pretty sure they'll let me know when they're ready for the next step, answered Uzumaki. You should listen to Matatabi-chan's love life advice. The horny, perverted fire cat in heat giving me love advice? Half of her advice would probably land me in jail or the hospital. With a foxy grin full of mischief, Kara began an elegant, exotic, seductive dance, up close and intimately. Then she sat in his lap, brought his hands to her curves, and passionately kissed him. Exterior, Naruto's mindscape. Interior, Konoha, hot springs, private bathhouse, early afternoon. Hearing the girls giggling, Naruto opened his eyes to see them looking between his legs, then realized he was hard. Thinking about something naughty? Asked Kurenai, cheeks flushed. Asks the one eyeing my package with cheeks as red as her eyes? Touché. Later. Interior, Konoha, Hokage's tower, deployment office, morning. Unnoticed by everyone in the room, Naruto, using camouflage jutsu, stood on the ceiling above Kakashi and Sasusaku. Now that you're all here, we can discuss your mission options, stated Tsunade. All here? Asked Sakura. But that stupid Naruto Baka's not even here. Even Sensei's earlier than that idiot, and that's saying something. Sakura, don't insult your teammates, reprimanded Kakashi. It's only Naruto Baka, so it's fine. No, it's not, shouted Tsunade. And that's my grandson you're insulting, you little shit. Quietly landing behind Sakura, a shadow clone whispered into her ear, boo, scaring the shit out of her and Sasuke before dispelling. Then the real Naruto dropped down from the ceiling, landing in a Spider-Man pose. He's been here the whole time, chuckled Tsunade, who listed. Today, Tora's escaped again. The hospital needs help with unloading its shipment of new medical supplies and equipment. An injured farmer needs help transporting their fresh produce to the market. A local fundraiser needs help setting up. And dash. No, enough of this. I am an Uchiha, an elite. These peasant chores are beneath me, snapped Sasuke. Give me something worthy of my clan, that'll increase my power. Yeah, give Sasuke-kun a higher-ranking mission, added Sakura. Who do you think you're talking to, you little shits? Growled Tsunade. I am the Hokage, and you answer to me. I do not take orders, I give them. These chores you call missions won't make me more powerful. You'll give me what I deserve. Began Sasuke before an invisible force caught him by the throat and lifted him into the air. You will not disrespect my grandmother, who, in case you've forgotten, is the Hokage, growled Naruto, tightening the grip. Naruto Baka, let my Sasuke-kun go, screeched Sakura before the emo was thrown at her. Sakura landed on her back with Sasuke's face landing between her legs, whilst her skirt had come undone and fallen off, revealing skimpy pink panties, sporting the Uchiha crest. Sasuke's hands had also landed on Sakura's small breasts. Oh look, Haruno team, yours and your mother's dreams have both come true, mocked Naruto. She always wanted you spreading your legs wide open for Sasuke team. And you've always wanted him between your legs, making Kakashi and Shizen snicker. Embarrassed, Irika turned to face the window. The hidden Anbu grinned behind their masks. Tsunade covered her mouth. Damn! Halfway through the door, Sai quickly sketched something in great detail, then slowly backed away and quietly closed the door before Sasusaku could notice him. As Sasuke got to his feet, he cringed and recoiled upon seeing his clan crest on Haruno's underwear. Quickly putting on her skirt, Sakura deeply blushed and got to her feet. Kakashi bowed his head. Lady Hokage, I'm very sorry for the inappropriate behavior of Genin, Sakura, and Sasuke. They should have known better a long time ago, replied Tsunade. Naruto, since you're clearly Kakashi's only competent student right now, why don't you have a look through the missions? Assessing the options, Naruto picked one, C-rank escort and bodyguard mission. Escort the client to their village in the Land of Waves and protect them while they finish their bridge. It's a good opportunity to check up on the state of his village and their people. Since the Land of Waves doesn't have its own shinobi village or samurai stronghold to seek aid from, and it's an isolated island, the locals could be in trouble. You have my approval, but be careful, sweetie. I will, but I won't be held accountable for the actions or stupidity of Kakashi's other students. And I will dispense disciplinary action if they cause more trouble. Entering, Tazuna rubbed his eyes. These brats are my protection? Some pink cheerleader and a duck-faced emo, both of whom look useless. At least the redhead and the silver-haired guy look capable. Sasuke and Sakura charged at Tazuna with kunai drawn, but Naruto appeared in front of the old man and raised his palm. Almighty push! sending Uchiha and Haruno crashing into the opposite wall. Sasuke, Sakura, you never attack the client, reprimanded Kakashi. You protect them. Mind if I tag along on the mission? Asked Shursui as he appeared. Please do, I need competent and trustworthy teammates, answered Kakashi. I have some friends outside waiting to speak to the Hokage, mentioned Shursui before a familiar trio entered with Jiraiya. With a hug, Naruto greeted, Welcome home, pervy sage. Hey Naruto, greeted Jiraiya. He's excitable, isn't he? Giggled Konan. He must be an Uzumaki, replied Yahiko. Nagato interjected, I heard that. Spotting the three-range shinobi, Naruto greeted, Hi, my name's Naruto Uzumaki Senju. As his eyes widened, Nagato asked, Are you related to Kushina Uzumaki Senju? She's my mother. That would make you and I cousins. Later. Exterior. Konoha, Land of Fire, Main Road, morning. As Naruto sensed two chakra presences, time seemed to stand still as he and Shursui incapacitated and bound the demon brothers who attempted to attack. Holy shit, gasped Tazuna, startled upon seeing the two missing Nins sitting chained together, a few feet in front of him and his escort. Sasuke had frozen while Sakura screamed in fright. What the hell just happened? Asked Sakura, who pointed to the prisoners. And who are they? Two Chunin-level missing Nins, answered Shursui, Gozu and Meizu, the demon brothers of Kiri. We used our speed to immobilize and restrain them. Now, boys, let's have a chat, said Naruto to the demon brothers. Why should we tell you anything? Asked Gozu. I have my own methods of extracting information that will make Orochimaru cringe. Naruto replied with a sadistic, foxy grin as he grabbed Meizu by the throat with a hand covered in red chakra. Meizu screamed in agony from an intense burning sensation as if his blood was on fire. Aha! Naruto withdrew his hand. I just want some answers, and for you to back off. You don't recognize me yet. Hey Naruto, we were just kidding. We'll tell you what you want to know, replied Gozu. Good boy, Gozu-chan. Maybe I'll give you a cookie. I know you're mocking me, but I kinda want one now. Where's Zabuza these days? You're basically his sidekicks. Already in wave. Whilst the prisoners spoke to Kakashi and Shursui, Sakura turned to Naruto. What the hell did you do to that guy? I boiled his bloodstream, replied Naruto. Sakura went pale. That was cruel. It's a cruel and cold world, shrugged Naruto, who warned. And if you freeze like that again, it will get you killed, captured, or worse. It won't happen again, began Haruno. Other villages have active shinobi as young as 5 in the field, with dozens of confirmed kills by the time they're 10. I've helped Kakashi Nizen try to train you, but you've wasted my time by being too weak and useless to use that training when it's needed. And by lacking the will and resolve to act when necessary, reprimanded Naruto. Do everyone a favor and drop out of the program. Was that his idea of a pep talk? Asked Tazuna as he looked at Sasuke. HN, shrugged the younger Uchiha. Standing a few meters away from the prisoners, Naruto formed a hand sign before trapping the demon brothers in a wooden cage. Sasuke, Sakura, you will stay with the prisoners. A patrol should be passing by soon. Ordered Kakashi. Naruto, Shursui, Tazuna, let's keep going. I am an Uchiha. I refuse to stay behind, whined Sasuke. What you are is an insubordinate, whiny, entitled, unstable, spoiled brat. You and Haruno have already tried to kill the client yourselves. Therefore, you cannot be trusted to continue this mission. Scolded Hatake before he, Naruto, and Shursui shunshined ahead with Tazuna. Damn it! A few minutes later. Exterior. Land of Fire. Forest. Before we go any further, Tazuna, you're going to tell us exactly what we should really expect to encounter on the mission, ordered Naruto. A gang could mean anything from a handful of highway bandits to the private army of a crime lord or a crime syndicate. Tazuna sighed. Please don't be mad. You are in no position to tell us what to do or how to feel. Now, you will explain yourself and your situation. My village is poor, including its daimyo, and we're under the oppression of a powerful gangster and warlord named Gato. Naruto gave a blank stare. You should have led with that. I've been waiting for a chance to take him out. After making sure the coast was clear, Naruto and Ko vanished in a yellow flash. Exterior: land of waves, road, Tezuna's house, late morning. Appearing, the three shinobi and Tezuna let go of each other before a crow landed on Shirsue's outstretched arm. Noticing a strong-looking man, a woman, and a child being attacked by a bunch of armed thugs, Naruto threw several three-pronged kunai, and became a yellow flash as he disarmed and sent the assailants flying away from the family of three. Now that I have your attention, why don't you boys apologize to these nice people and leave them in peace? Suggested Naruto, leaking some ki. Yondaime Hokage, misidentified one of the thugs, who was a missing nin, before the thugs were cut down by the whiskered redhead. Grandpa! Exclaimed Inari, who spotted Tezuna. Getting to his feet, Kaiza smiled at Naruto. Thank you for the help, shinobi. My name's Naruto. Naruto who? Asked Tsunami. Naruto Uzumaki, answered Naruto with a small nod. With me are Kakashi Hatake and Shirsue. It's lovely to meet you all, said Tsunami as she gestured. This is my husband, Kaiza, and my son, Inari. We should head indoors so you can give us the latest updates on what's going on, said Kakashi whilst Naruto sealed the discarded weapons inside a scroll. Sensing something familiar, Naruto informed, I'm going to scout the area and terrain. If you don't check in for afternoon tea, we'll have someone come look for you, said Shirsue. I'll leave a shadow clone with you. Tell it to dispel when it's time for me to come back. Shortly thereafter. Exterior: land of waves, forest, waterfall, late morning. Having undressed and neatly folded his clothes, Naruto relaxed in the waters of a natural freshwater hot spring connected to the waterfall whilst playing his ocarina. May I join you? Asked a feminine voice as Naruto finished his song. He looked up to see a Kiri hunter nin. By all means, although the mask might be unwise in the water. And you could catch a cold if you swim in your uniform. A valid point. The hunter unmasked and disrobed, revealing a beautiful, petite, slim, and graceful young woman, with firm, round, perky, full C-cup breasts, a snow-white complexion, smooth skin, long, silky dark hair, and brown eyes, who gave the gentlest smile. She now wore a modest blue bikini, and folded her clothes which she placed next to Naruto's along with her headband. My name's Naruto Uzumaki. What's yours? Haku Yuki, and I'm pleased to meet you, Naruto-kun. Haku is a beautiful name for a beautiful snow angel, said Naruto as she joined him in the water. With a light blush on her cheeks, she admired his figure. Thank you, and you're quite handsome. I take it from how you already had a swimsuit on, you come here often? This is my first time, actually. I mainly use water and ice style, so I concluded swimwear would be more practical than standard undergarments for my uniform. Makes sense to me. As she gently traced her fingers down his abdomen, caressing his muscles, Haku slipped off her bikini, leaving it with her clothes. Since you're naked, I figured it was only fair that I be so as well. Fair enough, Haku-chan. I would like to have some personal and intimate fun with you, blurted Haku. Are you sure you want that so soon? We've only just met. Kissing him, she asked, does that answer your question? It does, and you are breathtaking. He replied before she brought his hands to her breasts and kissed him. Going with it, Naruto kissed back, allowing her tongue access whilst gently fondling her breasts, earning a small moan. As he used with style to construct a private bathhouse for them, Haku blurted, I would very much like to have my first time with you. I don't sense any ulterior motives or deception, and neither of us have any alcohol or drugs in our system. And Anko-chan says she doesn't mind if I'm intimate with other people, thought Naruto, who nodded. I would be honored to share the experience. As you wish, she soothingly whispered, with an adorable expression. They took in and memorized the details of each other's nude forms from every angle whilst getting very intimately acquainted, passionately having their way with each other. When they were finished, they cuddled closely on a rug he laid out. Did you have as much fun as I did, my whiskered wonder? I sure did, Snow Angel. I must admit, I needed this, and I loved every second of it. Ditto. You're the first and only boy I've ever behaved like this around, by the way. This kind of encounter with someone as kind-hearted and honest as you was something of a fantasy come true. I'm glad I was able to fulfill it. Is there someone special? Haku asked. Someone precious to you? In what way? When one has a precious person they wish to protect, they grow stronger. Well, I've only known you for a couple of hours, and you're already one of my precious people. Haku blushed. Aw, you're so sweet, Naruto-kun. Not as sweet as your smile. By the way, I can tell you're not lying about your name, but you're not really an active hunter nin. Though your disguise is perfectly on point, admitted Naruto. I'm not sure what your mission is here, but I really hope ours don't collide in any unpleasant ways. How did you know? Naruto gestured to his tattoo. Hunter nins are part of the Anbu, you don't have the tattoo, and we have a policy of using codenames in the field. And I sensed you and Zabuza-senpai watching my squad from afar as soon as we arrived. Does this mean we won't be friends after we part ways? She innocently asked, pouting. If you were going to kill me, you would have tried by now. True, and I'm willing to tell you about my father's mission here, since I believe you're trustworthy. Did Gato hire you two to kill the bridge builder? He tried. Gato's the one who needs to be put down. And I'm sure you know he won't pay you even if you succeed. If necessary, I will give my life to protect Zabuza. He is precious to me, and the only family I have. I won't let either of you die if it can be avoided. I have precious people too. They saved me from walking a dark path. They rescued me from my loneliness and pain. They helped me avoid becoming the demon just about everyone made my life a living hell for believing me to be. The Anbu saved me many times when I was a child, and took me in. They became my family, and I love the members who raised me. In Kiri, the civilian leaders and superstitious hate-mongers have begun hunting down bloodlines, and removed Mizuki Jigura from office because of his status as a Jinchuriki. But why would yours treat you in such a way? I've been a Jinchuriki since the day I was born, but the villagers think I'm the bijou in human form, admitted Naruto before Haku warmly hugged him. I approve of you too, Naruto-kun. Haku's adorable, sweet, kind, and precious, thought Kara. Just make sure you explain your relationship with Anko-chan if you end up bringing Haku-chan home with you. It was lovely to meet you, Hakuheim, mused Naruto. It was lovely meeting you as well, Naruto, returned Haku. Would you like me to escort you back to the bridge builder's home? I'd like that, although maybe without the uniform, so they don't think I've caused a political incident. Agreed, chuckled Haku, who changed into a blue, sleeveless, kimono with a black belt, dark blue 3/4 length Anbu pants, sandals, and her headband. You are so beautiful, Hakuheim, praised Naruto. You truly are an angel, earning a blush from the ice user. I'll be your snow angel. I know this is probably a bit too soon and sudden, but will you be one of my girlfriends? One of your girlfriends? You have more than one? And they're all right with that? Are you under the Clan Restoration Act I've heard some villages practice? Not just yet, but I'm staying a few steps ahead of the village council in regards to that, so they can't force shallow gold diggers on me. Does this detail change anything? Or are you still willing to be with me, knowing you'll have to share? She beamed whilst her cheeks flushed. I'll happily be with you, Naruto-kun. As they held hands, Naruto met her gaze and kissed her on the lips. Sensing something incoming, Naruto lifted her into his arms like a dance partner and bent forwards whilst she bent backwards as a giant sword flew overhead. Then they stood at full height. Hello to you too, Zabuza-senpai, greeted Naruto, unsurprised to see the demon of the mist standing atop the flat side of his executioner's blade. Hello, father, greeted Haku as she gave that precious smile. Shunshining in front of Naruto, sword over his shoulder, Zabuza asked, Well, aren't you going to introduce yourself? The redhead extended his hand. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Senju. Zabuza shook Naruto's hand with a firm grip. Senju as in Princess Tsunade? She's my grandmother. And we've met before. I joked that Ao was Kakashi. You're Yami Kitsune, aren't you? I am. Good. I wasn't going to let a weakling date my daughter. He may or may not soon be under the CRA, mentioned Haku. What was that? Growled Zabuza, who turned to Naruto. And I think we need to have a little conversation, before drawing his sword. Aggressive negotiations? Asked Naruto as he drew the fox's fang. I wonder how my lightsaber will fare against one of the legendary blades forged by the Uzumaki weapon masters. What do you mean they were forged by the Uzumaki? Weren't they forged in Kiri? No, they were a gift from Uzushio as a token of goodwill and trust while building relations and forming an alliance. Uzushio's treaty with Kiri included a clause that said not to use the swords against Uzushio. You can imagine how pissed people who know that part are considering the 7 swordsmen of Kiri were present during the siege against Uzushio. Zabuza's eyes widened. Kiri did what? The Uzumaki gifted the 7 swords you and your fellow shinobi swordsmen of Kiri wield today, on the condition they wouldn't stab them in the back with them, but Kiri did just that. By right, being from the royal family, I have a claim on those swords as the treaty is null and void. However, you've always wielded that blade with honor, so I don't intend to take it from you unless it's in your will, your request, or a dying wish. How kind of you. Taking a Juyo stance, Naruto smiled. Well, shall we dance? After you, Uzumaki-sama. You don't need to call me that, Zabuza-kun. Although it might be a bit early to call me son-in-law. Agreed. Haku interjected. I'll be the ref for your match. Zabuza and Naruto nodded. Agreed. Later. Exterior. Land of waves. Road. Tezuna's house. Afternoon. I see someone's building public relations and making friends with the locals, teased Shursui as the new couple arrived. Kakashi smiled as he removed his mask. Well, he is my sensei's son. I wonder if we can trust her though. Naruto's always had good instincts on who to trust, and is an excellent judge of character. If you trust him, trust his judgment. As she exited the house, Tsunami beamed. Ah, how adorable. Would your girlfriend like to join us for lunch? Nervous as she recognized the 2 jonin, Haku nodded as she clung to Naruto's arm. Yes, please, if that's all right with you. Perfect. And what's your name, sweetie? Haku Yuki, self-introduced the snow angel. And I hope you don't mind, but my father's here too. Your father? Asked Shursui. Hello there. Greeted Zabuza from a meter behind Hitaki, startling some of the present company. Weary of the Kiri swordsman as he turned around, Kakashi inquired, What exactly is your objective here? Bluntly, Zabuza answered, Initially, Gato tried and failed in hiring me to kill the old man. Uzumaki informed me of the situation here, and convinced me to help you eliminate Gato, and free these lands from that piece of trash. Who are you exactly? Asked Tsunami. He's my father, Zabuza Momochi of the 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist, answered Haku, and the former commander of the Kiri Anbu Black Ops Commando Corps. Naruto turned to his new companions. Haku, Zabuza, if you need sanctuary, Lady Hokage can make a deal with you. Haku has no bingo book entry or bounty, so she'll have an easier time with that than I will, stated Zabuza. The bloodline war is still going. Any assistance in ending it would be appreciated by the rebellion. I've been taking jobs to help fund them. You'll have mine whether it's sanctioned or not. Plus, I'm uniquely qualified to take on a Jinchuriki like Yagura if he's fighting for the regime. Oh, I have chakra chains, would release, and the Rinnegan. But I'm sure you remember that from our previous encounters. Yeah. Tsunami wondered, where are we going to put everyone? Whilst cuddling with Haku, Naruto assured, I've got it covered. I'll just make a place for us teenagers while the Jonin use the guest rooms. Exterior. Land of waves, Tezuna's house, clearing, afternoon. Using with style, Naruto created a rectangular, 2-story house with a master bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, a restroom, a dining room, and furniture on both floors, with an upstairs porch. Lifting Haku into his arms, bridal style, Naruto carried her to the top floor's master bedroom. Is it just me, or are those 2 getting close a bit too quickly to be natural? Asked Kakashi. Some people just click, and Haku's never had a boyfriend before, replied Zabuza. I've never seen her so affectionate or happy. Well, Naruto's a bit guarded at times too. I've already given him my warning about breaking Haku's heart, but I know he'll treat her well. He already went over the complication of future involvement in the CRA, and they convinced me to give my blessing to their relationship regardless. Not the wisest topic to discuss when meeting your partner's father. Better to get it out of the way sooner than later. And we had a duel. Later. Exterior. Land of waves, northern forest, late afternoon. While scouting, Naruto sensed two figures approaching from behind. Aoi and Raiga. Gato hired you, didn't he? Drawing his stolen sword, Aoi grinned. So what if he did? I will give you a wonderful funeral, shouted Raiga before Naruto turned to stare into their eyes. Universal pull, called Naruto, who pulled the Raijin Ken from Aoi's hand into his own, then threw a wind chakra-enhanced kunai through the rogue Konohanin's heart, killing him instantly. That was anticlimactic, shrugged Raiga. Gato has my kid who's dying from a rare illness. I've got to kill the bridge builder in exchange for my boy's medical treatment. Drawing his sword, Naruto frowned. While your motives of helping your child are understandable, noble and just, the bridge builder's trying to help an entire country. Konoha's Hokage is Tsunade Senju, the best medical mind in the elemental nations. Surely she can save your child if you come with me to Konoha. He doesn't have enough time to make the trip, and Gato said he had a doctor, capable of treating him, arriving as we speak. And you believe that bastard? Questioned Naruto, whose expression softened whilst he lowered his blade. Raiga, please, let me help you save your son. Alas, Raiga charged at Naruto with a wild flurry of attacks which Naruto blocked and parried before slashing diagonally across his chest. His arms falling limp as tears streamed down his face, Raiga dropped the Kiba blades and fell into his opponent's arms as he was gently laid down. If he's still alive, please save Ranmaru for me. Take Kiba, you've earned them. Better in your hands than who knows what kind of scum. Looks like I'm attending my own funeral now, weakly said Raiga, with his dying breath, as his eyes closed. After a moment of silence, Naruto strapped the Kiba blades to his back. I will do what I can, Raiga-san. Exterior. Land of waves, Gato's hideout, early evening. Gato's army of goons never stood a chance as Naruto, Haku, and Zabuza slaughtered them. After the sniveling wretch signed over all of his legitimate businesses, finances, assets, and funds, etc. to Naruto, the Jinchuriki cut him down without mercy upon discovering Ranmaru's murder. Oh my gosh, I don't believe it. He's dead. Ding dong, the wicked Gato is dead. Gleefully exclaimed a man, in a swirly orange mask and an Akatsuki cloak, who appeared whilst happily dancing. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Who are you again? What? You forgot me? Oh, no, you're breaking my heart, gasped Toby, melodramatically. How could you forget about Toby? Before sulking with a small rain cloud hovering over him and looking at the ground. Zabuza raised an eyebrow he didn't have. Toby is sad now, sobbed Toby, who lifted his head. Can Toby have a cheer-up cookie? Naruto threw a comically large cookie like a frisbee before the weirdo caught it. Yay! Chocolate chips are my favorite! Exclaimed Toby, whilst Haku giggled at his antics, before turning away to eat his cookie like the Cookie Monster. Friend of yours? Asked Haku, as she looked at Naruto. Don't need to worry about me. No siree. Toby is a good boy, assured Toby, in a playful tone as he nodded insistently. Aha, aha. Ha 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 ha. Laughed Kara, from Naruto's mindscape. You're ridiculous, chuckled Naruto, Obito. Yikes. Spoiler alert. Panicked Toby as he faced Naruto. How did you see through my flawless disguise? One of your old code names was Toby, which was a reference to Tobarama Senju. Toby can also be an anagram for Obito after taking away one letter, reminded Naruto, who removed Obito's mask. And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids and your nine-tailed fox, quipped Obito. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sure, you would have. You look so much like Minato-sensei, and you have Kushina's red hair. I'm glad that I take after our parents. Ours? They loved you and treated you like a son. And as your brother, I'm bringing you home. And if I refuse to come with you, that just wouldn't do, you know? asserted Naruto as his hair defied gravity, giving Obito déjà vu. Now you're coming home whether you like it or not. Obi Nizan. Zabuza and Haku sweat dropped. After a moment to regain his composure, Obito nodded. Kakashi will have a heart attack. You should have seen the time I passed what would have been the bell test by offering an Ika book covered in security seals and threatening to spoil the plot. Obito laughed. I like you already. Also, heads up, Grandma Tsunade is the Hokage, and the Pervy Sage is home too. Pervy Sage as in Jiraiya-sensei? That's a Kushina classic. Exterior, land of waves, field overseeing the ocean, evening. Zabuza, Haku and Naruto buried Raiga and Ranmaru side by side, after a few brief words. Exterior, land of waves, Tezuna's house, morning. As Kakashi approached Naruto and his newest companion, he froze. Is that you, Obito? In the flesh, Kashi, confirmed the long-lost Uchiha. Several weeks later. Exterior, Konoha, street, front gates, morning. As Kakashi, Naruto, Haku, Zabuza, Obito and Shursui arrived outside the entrance via Hiraition, Kotetsu and Izumo almost had a heart attack. Exterior, Konoha, streets, morning. Walking with the group who were joined by an annoyed Sasusaku, Obito asked, Why are people giving you those stares, Naruto? It's the whiskers, replied Naruto, cautious. Do you like Ichiraku ramen? I love it, especially after a mission. They're like twins, grumbled Haruno, who turned to Sasuke. And why does Naruto seem closer with members of your clan than you do? Naruto's more sociable than me, answered Sasuke. True, but he's also made it clear he hates your clan. He hates Madara, stated Kakashi. He has no problem with more humble members of the Uchiha clan like Shursui, Itachi, Makoto, Izumi, and Obito. What's this Madara guy ever done to Naruto Baka? Asked Sakura, oblivious. Kakashi sternly looked at Sasusaku. Madara murdered Naruto's parents, orchestrated the Kyuubi attack, and led a massive invasion that all but wiped out the Uzumaki clan during the Second War. There was an Uzumaki clan? Asked Sakura, doubtful. We've been over this before, replied Kakashi. And yet again you've proven how little attention you pay to anything unrelated to Sasuke. The swirl on the back of our Chunin and Jonin vests is the Uzumaki clan's crest. Interior, Konoha Hokage Tower, office, morning. Entering to see Tsunade with Shizune, Hiruzen and Jiraiya, Obito called, Gramps, I'm finally home. Turning to see Naruto, Kakashi and Shursui with 3 others, Hiruzen's eyes widened. Obito Uchiha? How is this possible? That's something we need to talk about. And afterwards, I'm taking Naruto out for ramen. Does someone want to explain why there's an A-rank missing nin in my office? Inquired Tsunade. Naruto invited us to live in Konoha and join your ranks as Konoha shinobi, informed Haku whilst happily clinging to Naruto's arm. Is that so? And where is he getting approval for this? Replied Tsunade before Naruto gave an adorable expression she knew she couldn't resist. Sweetie, Simir, then hugged Naruto. Okay, we'll figure something out. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Grandma. The council also wishes to speak with you regarding your bloodlines. I saw that coming, and I have a request. Is it bigger than giving Zabuza and his companion citizenship? I request permission to assist General Mei Terumi and the rebellion in Kiri. Naruto, who would I send with you if I approve this mission? Tenzo, Nico, Anko, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Zabuza, and Haku. Later. Exterior, Kiri battlefield, day. Engaged in a fierce battle, Mei Terumi, age 20, snapped an enemy's neck before leaping back as a powerful presence made itself known to everyone. As the fighting paused, a yellow flash took down the regime forces, killing its men whilst incapacitating and binding its kunoichi, before the flash stopped, revealing Naruto. I hope I'm not too late. I don't know who you are, but you were right on time, handsome. So, what's your name, darling? I'm Naruto, answered Naruto, who simultaneously healed all of the wounded rebels without needing hand signs. And I didn't come alone. Before Jiraiya, Kakashi, Nico, Anko, Tenzo, Zabuza, and Haku appeared via Shunshin. Meeting Naruto's gaze as she closed the distance, Mei placed a hand on his cheek. Such a handsome face. And I like what I see when I look at you, honey. Likewise, Mei-chan. Well, who are you? Asked Yagura as he appeared, an evil reflection in his eyes. Of course, Yagura knows me, but the bastard controlling him doesn't. Thought Naruto, who answered, We haven't been properly introduced. I am Naruto Uzumaki Senju. Senju? Chuckled Madara Uchiha himself as he appeared behind Yagura. It's been a long time since I fought one of your clan. I'm looking forward to it. Scowling at Madara, Naruto gave a warning finger. I'll deal with you later, making everyone sweat drop. Turning to Yagura, Naruto did a hand sign, Yami Kai, sending the Mizukage to the ground, cleansed of the darkness in his heart and soul. Now you and Isabu are free from his corruption and Madara's genjutsu. Are you ready yet? Impatiently demanded Madara. You'd better be worth my time. Before a massive construct of purple chakra in the form of an armored warrior formed around him. Summoning jutsu, called Naruto, who brought forth a magnificently colossal, blue, behemoth with glowing red eyes, sharp teeth, and claws. The skies darkened, and thunder roared as all beheld its righteous fury, and those with evil in their hearts were filled with dread. It's Obelisk, the tormentor, exclaimed Madara, who trembled before the divine beast's fist shattered the Susanoo, effortlessly, sending him flying out of sight as if he was Team Rocket. Inspecting his fellow Jinchuriki's unconscious form, Naruto intercepted a blade aiming for Yagura's neck with one of his own. That won't be necessary. The genjutsu controlling him has been lifted, and I've removed some seals that were controlling him. Several weeks later. Interior, Konoha Hokage Tower, office, morning. Arriving with the task force except Zabuza, who'd stayed in Kiri, Naruto informed, the bloodline war is over and they're in the process of reforming the current government in Kiri, which involved executing their civilian council for treason and genocide. Yagura Karatachi is back to his true self, having been freed from some seals and the genjutsu placed on him by Madara, who's disappeared. And General Mei Terumi is the new Mizukage. Tsunade smiled. Good. And where's Zabuza? He's staying in Kiri to protect Mei-chan and lead the 7 swordsmen who've been reunited and assembled. Also, Hakuheim agreed to stay here in Konoha with me. With you, huh? Teased Tsunade. I have room, and staying with a friend in unfamiliar territory is common sense. It's settled, then, chuckled Tsunade. Naruto, you and Haku will be living together. So take good care of each other. We will, replied Naruto and Haku at the same time. Good. Now, Naruto, give Haku a tour of the village. Her belongings will be waiting at your loft, instructed Tsunade. Yes, Grandma. Interior, Konoha, Naruto's loft, bedroom, early morning. Cuddling on the bed, Haku and Naruto gently kissed whilst they were naked from the waist up. Your warmth is so soothing and relaxing, Naruto, mused Haku. I could curl up in your arms like a kitten and stay there all day. Yujito-chan said the same thing. Who's she? A good friend and a Kumo Kunoichi, who also happens to be the Jinchuriki of Matatabi, the two-tailed fire cat. My superhuman body heat saved her from freezing to death on a mission we were on together. Ooh, so you got to snuggle with a pretty kitty? Yeah, Yujito-chan's the one with the fire cat, so it's ironic that it wasn't the other way around. Interior, Konoha, Ichiraka Ramen, mid-morning. Seated across from Haku, Naruto happily smiled whilst holding her hand. Haku wore black umbu pants and a short-sleeved ocean blue haori with white snow at the bottom. A blue snowflake-patterned shirt that exposed her midriff from the front but stopped at her waistline from behind, with a matching battle skirt that stopped at her knees. A white belt, blue shuriken and senbon holsters on either thigh. Blue shinobi sandals and a white medical pouch. A blue Konoha headband, white fingerless gloves with blue metal plates, and a silver snowflake necklace. Who's your date, Naruto? Asked Ayam. This is Haku-chan, introduced Naruto. Haku-chan, this is Ayam-chan. The two women exchanged smiles. It's wonderful to meet you, Haku, mused Ayam. And what would you like to order? I've never had the privilege of eating ramen before. I'll have the same as Naruto, and see how it goes. I giggled with a grin. Fair warning, he eats enough for an army. We named a dish after him, so he can save time ordering. Why am I not surprised? By the second mouthful, Haku was eating almost as fast as Naruto. Kami, this is heavenly. Tucci smiled. Thank you very much, young lady. As she found the duo, Shizen informed, Lady Tsunade sent me to tell you that Haku's been officially assigned to Team 7. Thanks, Shizen-chan, replied Naruto. You also have a council meeting I need to bring you to. Later. Interior, Konoha Hokage Tower, conference room, late morning. Entering to see the full village council, except the late Danzo, present, Naruto maintained a blank expression. I take it this is important? Who are you? Demanded one of the civilian members. You know me as Naruto Uzumaki, answered Uzumaki. My full name is Naruto Uzumaki Senju. I'm the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki Senju. Demon! Shouted another civilian member. It's all lies. The demon can't possibly have relations with our beloved Yondaime. Quiet! Bellowed Tsunade. It's true. Naruto is Kushina and Minato's son. Also, in case you've forgotten, he's mine and Jiraiya's grandson. Impossible. Yondaime never had a child, protested a civilian. I was born on October 10th, and my parents had many enemies, so my heritage was kept an S-rank secret. And a Jinchuriki always has a close or family relationship with their village's Kage. Just look at Killer Bee and the Raikage, they're brothers, replied Naruto. Now, stop wasting everyone's time by questioning the legitimacy of my heritage, trash. Take away the whiskers and you literally have Minato Namikaze with Kushina-chan's red hair, pointed out Shikaku. And there was hardly time to go through the paperwork beyond his birth certificate, considering what was going on only an hour or so after his birth. Not to mention Minato's enemies could have taken the chance to strike and declare war against us, while we were still weakened from the attack, if they knew the Yellow Flash's son survived. Bet the demon's so-called mother was just some gold-digging whore. Hypocritically mocked Mabuki Haruno, who smugly added, We, the civilian council, demand his so-called inheritance and all of his possessions be given to us as compensation for the Kyuubi attack and allowing this freak's existence. That the Namikaze demon brat be publicly executed. And that the ice bitch, snake wench, that red-eyed witch, and the other wenches the demon hangs around with have their chakra sealed, and be gifted to Sasuke-sama as breeding slaves, and to be used however he sees fit like the whores they are. Waves of ki radiated from every shinobi in the room, especially Naruto, Tsunade, Shursui, and the present Kunoichi. As the current head of the Uchiha clan, I reject everything Haruno teams just said, interjected Shursui. She doesn't speak for the Uchiha clan, and we will not allow any such arrangements. Haruno team, how dare you say such things? Roared Naruto, the light in the room dimming as the ground shook. How dare you disrespect the memory and legacy of my parents, and the Uzumaki, Namikaze, and Senju clans? How dare you spit on the memory and wishes of my father? How dare you try to steal my birthright and inheritance? How dare you even think of trying to use any woman like that? How dare you make such demands? You have no right, and are in no position to demand anything. You will get nothing, you trash. Mabuki greedily eyed a golden ring Naruto wore upon a silver necklace. What is that ring? It looks so precious. Tell me what it is. Give it to me. As his voice, deep and ominous, projected whilst he radiated ki and the room shook and all but a little light faded, Naruto, the only visible figure in the darkness, towered over the councils. Sh Nazg Durbatulk. Ash Nazg Jimbatal. Ash Nazg Thrikachaluk. Ak Burzum Ishi Krimpatal. The hidden Anbu, Hiruzen, Tsunade, and the shinobi clan heads sweat-dropped whilst most of the civilian council either fainted, trembled in sheer terror, or wet themselves. Changing the topic when those amused finished laughing at the prank, Hayashi inquired, Uzumaki Senjinamike-sama, we were informed that you possess bloodlines. Could you please grace us with a demonstration? With a smile, Naruto activated his Rinnegan, restrained the civilian and elders' council to their chairs with style, and shot chakra chains through Mabuki's vital organs before they ripped off her head. Withdrawing his chains, Naruto asked, Do you require any further demonstrations? I have some others as well. We've seen enough for now, assured Sum. As information on my dojutsu is so scarce, I'll have to keep an eye on it. No pun intended. Wait, he needs to let us go. The demon's holding us hostage, panicked a civilian council member. You have no authority to order my shinobi around, reminded Tsunade, and Naruto's not a demon or a weapon. He's a human being. He's the one keeping Kyuubi imprisoned, not the Kyuubi itself. How many times do we have to tell you idiots before you get it through your heads? Hayashi inquired. Naruto, with your bloodline abilities, under the CRA you will be required to marry several wives. Do you have anyone in mind for your first choice? I will keep such personal things private, Hayashi-san. May we know why you don't wish to tell us? Because my love life's a private and personal matter. I may have some trust in the Shinobi Council, but I don't trust the civilians or elders one bit, answered Naruto. They outed my Jinchuriki status the moment they found out about it. That was an S-rank military secret they had no right, authorization, or clearance to know anything about in the first place. Respectable reasoning. Also, participation in the CRA is completely voluntary on all sides, not mandatory. Stated Naruto. Before agreeing to participate, I insisted the act be thoroughly reviewed, revised, updated, and amended. So matters such as consent, minimum age of participants, and their partners have been made much clearer and detailed. And that the councils cannot force anyone to participate or force people into a relationship, earning a nod of approval from the present women. For the record, I won't tolerate partners or potential partners being targeted, pressured, coerced, or forced into it, asserted Naruto. We would never allow an innocent to be harmed because of dash, began an elder. You lying bastard of a mortal. Naruto-kun was innocent, yet your villages tortured, abused, ostracized, vilified, isolated, and terrorized him for years, snapped Kara, who spoke aloud, making the councils freeze. Kurama-chan, now's not the time, interjected Naruto. No, this is exactly the right time. After all the shit they've put you through, I have a lot to say, so let me say it. Go for it, you cheeky vixen, Kara ranted. Shame on Konoha and its council. The corrupt pieces of shit on the civilian and elders council turned the entire village against Naruto, Kushina-chan, and Minato-kun's son, when he did nothing wrong. They even encouraged torturing and trying to kill him when he was only a baby, a freaking baby. They wanted him dead in less than 24 hours of his birth. Now they're attempting to seize his inheritance and his family's fortunes and assets for themselves. I've noticed, Kara-chan, sighed Naruto. They'll probably start sucking up to you now they all know you have bloodlines and clan ties they can't deny. And you're not just some random orphan they can make their pariah, scapegoat, and outlet to vent everyone's hatred on. They've tortured, abused, and terrorized you all throughout your childhood, and encouraged and allowed others to do the same. And they have the nerve to call me a demon? What did you expect from politicians? With your lineage and bloodlines, some of the clan heads may want you to mate with their daughters, heiresses, or not. Although we both know you adore some of them more as siblings, stated Kara, or maybe a clan head will want to marry you. You always did like strong, wild, feral, and feisty women. Noticing people eyeing her, Sum grew a tick mark. What the hell are you staring at? The lesser-known clans and ones without bloodlines of their own may also want to increase their own power and prestige, or improve their status in society through a marriage to the descendant of a Kage, continued Kara. If they wanted the latter, wouldn't Asuma-san be married with children of his own by now? Deadpan Naruto. Hey, I'm sitting right here, indignantly called Asuma, seated as head of the Sarutobi clan. Kara stated, smoking's a huge turn-off for the ladies, and a foul addiction that kills your insides. It makes your breath smell so revolting it should be considered chemical warfare. Kurama-chan, you're an immortal spirit of pure chakra. You're literally a sentient mass of chakra. How and why do you know what turns humans on or off in the first place? Wondered Naruto whilst half of the council was blushing. Naruto-kun, you're only my first male Jinchuriki. Watching your predecessors and you going through puberty was entertaining. I've seen things that would inspire Pervy Sage and every other porn and smut author to write several new books. You are not discussing my sex life with Pervy Sage. Thank Kami that duck-faced emo, Sasuke team, is a boy, or the council might have tried setting you two up. Do not put that image in my, began Naruto, whose mind was flooded with mental images. Quit it, or I'll come in there and spank you. Do you prefer older women? Asked Kara. You know some damn sexy ones. And we're not discussing them in front of politicians and criminals. Okay, Karachan? Agreed, Naruto. And you know I love you. Aw, I love you too, Karachan. Good, since we're together till death do us part. We're like a married couple. You're a very cheeky vixen. I'm your cheeky vixen, my dear Naruto-kun. The council had no idea how to respond to the conversation between the Jinchuriki and his tenant. Are you two finished? Asked Tsunade as she looked at Naruto, and Kara by extension. For now, but she'll want to finish this later, answered Naruto, who gave an exaggerated sigh. See what I have to deal with? Do you have to put up with that sort of thing often? Shikaku asked. Yes. Troublesome. As his eyes turned cold and his demeanor imposing whilst he leaked ki, Naruto informed, Hokage-sama, as heir of the Senju, Uzumaki and Namikaze clans, I demand retribution and vengeance. Not upon everyone in the village who's done horrible things to me. Most of them were merely pawns and puppets of the guilty parties. The bastards I'm asking for vengeance upon are the civilian and elders' councils. And I will have compensation for all the shit they've put me through. Naruto-kun, let's hear some of the charges, insisted Tsunade. So we all hear from you what you've been through. Most of us have already read all of your reports on each incident. Why don't we start with multiple accounts of high treason? They've been trying to usurp the Hokage's authority and steal the Hokage's power and control over the village for themselves. And there's been countless attempts to overthrow and undermine our political and military structure, replied Naruto. This isn't a democracy, you know? He continued. Then there's how they, along with Danzo and the elders, told Princess Tsunade, my own grandmother, that I died during the Kyuubi attack orchestrated by a man claiming to be Madara Uchiha. For 12 years, they denied me the chance to have a relationship with maybe my only living relative. They also told my godfather, Jiraiya, the same lie, but I thankfully met him by the time I was 6. Earning stunned expressions. Sabotaging the village's military might and our shinobi education system. Lowering the academy's standards and staff's willingness to properly teach all of their students through corruption and blackmail. Leaking S-rank secrets like my Jinchuriki status to the village's population. Lying to the village by telling everyone I was Kyuubi in human form instead of the one keeping everyone safe from her. And dishonoring the dying wishes of the Yondaime Hokage, who wanted me to be seen as a hero. Naruto wasn't done. Reckless endangerment of a ward of the state, which I was due to them interfering with every attempt to adopt me prior to the return of Tsunade-chan. Severe negligence, denial of support, medical treatment and care of a child. Repeated violations of the same child's human rights. Traumatization, isolation, ostracization, and emotional, psychological, spiritual, physical, and verbal abuse of said child. Keep going, encouraged Sum. Inciting thousands of accounts of torture, abduction, assault, and attempted murder of said child. Hundreds of accounts of theft, breaking and entering, arson, destruction of property, and domestic terrorism. There's even been attempts of sexual assault against me by, continued Naruto. Then there's earlier's attempt to steal my inheritance and birthright for themselves. That part leads me to suspect some of them knew who I was related to all along. And that's why they're so hell-bent on having me killed. Both of my parents had numerous enemies of many forms, including the entire civilian council, which Dad was going to abolish because of their corruption. Their demand to turn several kunoichi into the breeding stock of Sasuke Uchiha, who they've been handing everything on a silver platter to since the Uchiha massacre, added Naruto. They also conspired with the traitor Danzo team to wipe out the Uchiha clan so they could groom Sasuke into leading a new one under their control. The elders and civilian council intentionally kept both Shursui and Izumi Uchiha away from the village on prolonged missions to further sell the deception of Sasuke being the last Uchiha besides Itachi. After a moment, Naruto added, if he wasn't illegally classed as a missing nin right now, Itachi would be the Uchiha clan head as next in line after his father. By clan law, he can lay legitimate claim to the position and challenge Shursui for it if he chooses or deems it necessary. Furthermore, there were no non-Uchiha casualties as a result of the Uchiha massacre, making it an internal clan affair. Legally, Itachi has the diplomatic immunity and protection of a clan head, which makes his missing nin status a breach of Konoha law. "Will you please elaborate on this conspiracy you speak of?" requested Shikaku before each clan head was given a folder full of evidence. With all of the guilty council members now drenched in their own sweat and trembling in terror from Naruto's ki, Tsunade nodded to her grandson. When Naruto was finished torturing and executing the traitorous civilian and elders' councils whose corpses were incinerated by black flames, Tsunade declared, "I hereby abolish the civilian council and give all of their business, shareholdings, assets, possessions, resources, property and funds, etc., along with those of the late Danzo and the elders, to Naruto as compensation for making his life a living hell and continually trying to kill him, effective immediately. Along with compensation for all funds stolen from him over the years," which was met with unanimous approval. "Thank you," sighed Naruto. "I'll have Inoichi and Ibiki speak to Sasuke to see if he had any knowledge of that stunt Haruno tried to pull regarding your friends. If Sasuke's behind this, I'll kill him myself. And you'll be within your rights to do so. If you'll excuse me, I have an appointment with Dr. Tucci. I've contracted a rare virus called ramen starved, and the only cure is Ichiraka ramen," casually mentioned Naruto, earning laughter. "Your father made the same joke after his first council meeting," mused Choza. Later. Interior. Konoha, Shinobi Lounge. Afternoon. As he entered with Haku, Naruto spotted two familiar kunoichi. "Anko-chan? Nai-chan, can we join you?" "Hey, lover," greeted Anko. "Of course you can," assured Kurenai. "And who might this young lady be?" Seated next to Uzumaki and Yuhi, Haku smiled. "I am Haku Yuki, Naruto's new roommate." Anko grinned. "I can tell we're going to have fun together." "Nice to meet you, Haku-chan," added Kurenai before they were joined by Hana and Yugao. "Does anyone else see the ghost of Yandame-sama?" joked Yugao. "It's our Naruto," replied Kurenai. "And he's brought a new friend to meet us." After sniffing the air, Hana smirked. "Oh, are they just friends? My senses are picking up an interesting scent from them." "We're dating," confirmed Haku. Anko gripped one of Naruto's hands. "We're sharing Naruto-kun, Snow White. He was mine first." Haku nodded. "He has mentioned that." Hana turned to Naruto. "How was making out with Nai-chan in front of the genin? I heard you got hard." Cheeks flushed, Naruto raised an eyebrow at the genjutsu mistress. "You told them about that?" "We keep no secrets from each other." "Fair enough, Naiheim. Is it true the council's putting you under the CRA?" asked Hana. "Yes," confirmed Naruto. After they were filled in on the events of the council meeting and given a few minutes to calm down, Anko inquired, "So, are the brats going to do the Chunin exams this year? Or is Kakashi being a bad teacher and not teaching his brats shit?" "Why spoil the surprise?" teased Naruto before Anko made eye contact from barely an inch away. After a brief staring contest, Anko gave him a quick kiss. "Keep your secrets, but I'll taste your blood outside the forest before the second stage." "It's a date," quipped Naruto. "So, Hana-chan, why did you want to know if Naruto was under the CRA?" asked Anko. "I've met a lot of alpha male wannabes, but he's a real alpha," replied the Inuzuka girl. "Are you hinting that you want Naruto-kun to assert his dominance as an alpha male over you?" asked Haku. "I'm sure he'll break your will and tame you as his submissive, obedient, and loyal pet." Hana blushed. "Oh, shut up. If you really want to try a romantic relationship between us, I'm willing to give us a go, Hana-chan," interjected Naruto, "with Ankoheim, Naiheim, Tentenheim, and Hakuheim's permission." "I'll think about it, Naruto-kun." A few weeks later. Exterior. Konoha. Streets. Late morning. As he and Team 7 noticed a square rock following them, Naruto used a shadow clone disguised as Irika to sneak up behind the box which was pulled off of the ground, revealing Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon. Konohamaru nervously asked, Hey, Irika-sensei. What are you doing here?" No, Konohamaru, what are you doing here? Demanded the false Irika. The three of you are supposed to be in class. After letting Konohamaru stammer an excuse for about a minute, the shadow clone dropped the transformation, then dispelled. Konohamaru looked at Naruto. That was a cheap move. It's what Irika would have said if he were actually here, pointed out Naruto. Go on. Get back to the academy before the real Irika shows up and drags you back by the ear. Education's important, you know? Noticing the two kunoichi, Konohamaru asked, So, which one's your girlfriend? I am one of his, interjected Haku. Awesome. You're way prettier than the pink one with the oversized forehead. You may want to run along back to class where you'll be safe from her imminent tantrum. As the three academy students ran around the corner, Konohamaru unfortunately bumped into a man, wearing a black cat suit, a Suna headband, and purple face paint, with a large puppet wrapped up on his back, who stood next to a blonde kunoichi with 4 pigtails, in a white battle dress, carrying a large fan behind her back. Watch it, runt! Reprimanded the puppeteer as he picked Konohamaru up by the collar of his shirt. Kankuro, let the kid go, ordered the Suna kunoichi. But Tamari, protested Kankuro before Konohamaru was substituted with a 3-pronged kunai, the blade of which was halfway through the former's hand, making him cry out in pain. In a flash, Naruto appeared in front of Kankuro, gripped the puppeteer's forearm, and reclaimed his kunai by ripping it out. Tamari watched in surprise while studying Naruto's features and undressing him with her eyes. Ak, what the hell? Asked Kankuro as he laid eyes on Naruto. Was that necessary? Your puppet's craftsmanship is quite impressive and very lifelike, clown. But I'd expect nothing less when it was made by Sasori of the Red Sand, replied Naruto. The real Kankuro got off of his puppet's back before it was crushed by an invisible force as Naruto made a gripping gesture and closed the hand into a fist. Hey, that's my puppet you're destroying, jerk? Shouted Kankuro before backing away from Naruto's icy stare. Sidestepping away from the puppeteer, Naruto held out his hand towards Tamari. May I have the privilege of taking your hand, fair princess of the desert? Making the blonde Sunanin blush. Naruto gently held her right hand before kissing the back of its palm. To whose acquaintance do I have the privilege of making? My name's Tamari Sabaku. Gently releasing her hand, Naruto smiled. A truly beautiful name befitting of a desert lily such as yourself whose beauty makes even the brightest stars seem dull by comparison, whilst Haku watched in amusement. And what's your name, handsome? Inquired Tamari, who was blushing deeply after giving Naruto a kiss. My name is Naruto, and I welcome you and your lovely other companion to our village. Other companion? Asked Tamari before Naruto's eyes looked towards a nearby tree. Standing upside down on a tree branch was a young, slim, voluptuous, agile woman with firm, perky, full D-cup breasts, short crimson hair, blue eyes, a red kanji for love on her forehead, and black rings around her eyes. She wore a red sports bra and battle skirt, black spandex short shorts, shinobi sandals, and a gourd on her back. Appearing in front of Naruto with a small vortex of sand, the Suna redhead locked eyes with him before standing on her tiptoes and tenderly kissing him on the lips, much to the shock of her companions. With a genuine smile as she ceased leaking even the slightest hint of ki, Gaara asked, I am Gaara Sabaku, and you are? Smiling back, Naruto answered, Naruto Uzumaki Senju at your service, my lovely Sunaheim. Earning stunned looks from Kankuro and Tamari. I am glad to see such strong lineages continue to spawn powerful heirs like yourself. I hope to see you more often, Gaaraheim. Perhaps we'll see each other during the Chunin exams. You shall prove my existence. Gently taking Tamari and Gaara by a hand each, Naruto met their gaze. Would such angels as yourselves grant me the honor of escorting you around the village? What about me? Whined Kankuro. What about you? Dismissed Gaara. Little brother, you get to carry our luggage to the hotel and check in. You can fix your toy when everything's put away, said Tamari before she, Gaara, Naruto, and Haku left. I've literally never seen Gaara show so much affection, stated the puppeteer. What's she usually like? Asked Konohamaru before a familiar shadow loomed over him. Oh. Back to class, Konohamaru, ordered Irika. Udon Moegi, that goes for you too. Then he turned to Kankuro. I'm sorry for the trouble, ma'am, before he departed with the Konohamaru Corps. I'm a man, damn it, whined Kankuro. Later. Exterior. Konoha, exams campus, late morning. Of course Narutobaka would be with the snake W dash, screeched Sakura as she and Sasuke saw Anko making out with Naruto, who stepped back whilst leaking ki. Almighty bitch slap, bellowed Naruto with his Rinnegan active, as he slapped Sakura, who was sent flying through several walls. Ooh, that's gotta hurt, snickered Anko. Now, Haku-chan, Naruto-kun, get your sexy asses to the exams. You'll be doing it without Pinky since Lady Hokage wants to see her. Interior. Konoha Hokage Tower. Office. Late morning. Sakura Haruno, turn over your headband and shinobi license, ordered Tsunade. You are unfit to be a shinobi. What? Why? Asked Haruno, shocked. Your record, behavior, attitude, refusal to learn and train, lack of focus. The fact you only graduated because of corruption in the academy and the meddling of the abolished civilian council. And your only goal was getting into Genin Sasuke's pants and family savings, not becoming a successful ninja for the village. I won't have gold diggers, fangirls and stalkers like you pretending to be ninjas, and disgracing the title of Kunoichi. I bet this is all Narutobaka's fault, sneered Sakura before being thrown out a window. Interior. Konoha, exams campus corridors, late morning. As Naruto, Haku and Sasuke passed by a crowd of genin standing in front of a second-floor door, Sasuke was about to point out a genjutsu when he was dragged away by a shadow clone. The real Naruto was about to walk up the stairs when there was a cat-like growl. A beautiful, perky, voluptuous, graceful kunoichi, with fair skin, shoulder-length blonde hair in a low ponytail, D-cup breasts, and blue eyes, tackle-hugged Naruto to the ground, and pinned him to the floor whilst laying on top of him. Then she kissed him with the ferocity of an animal in heat. As they parted lips, Yujito nuzzled him like a cat. I've missed you, Naruto-kun. Missed you too, Yujito-heim, replied Naruto, who turned the tables, pinned her beneath him, kissed her, then helped her to her feet. Interior. Naruto Yujito's mindscape. Kara-chan and I have missed you as well, Tabi-chan, said Naruto. Perfect, darling, mused Matatabi, the two-tailed cat, who nuzzled Naruto's cheek. And you look so strong and handsome. You make me want to spend time outside of the seal, in a human form, so I can experience the pleasures of human mating with you. I'm sure you'll make me purr like a happy kitty. You'd better invite me to that too, Tabi-chan, replied Kara. Pervy spirits, sighed Naruto and Yujito as they sweat dropped. And purrued of it, replied Matatabi before changing into the form of a naked woman, with everything on full display, making the two Jinchuriki blush. Matatabi's human form was sexy, curvy, agile, tall, slender, flexible, and voluptuous. She had soft, smooth, tan skin, a taut tummy, perky, full E-cup breasts, and a firm, round ass. A yellow right eye and green left eye, neither of which had pupils, shoulder-length cobalt blue and black hair in twin ponytails, small whiskers, and kitten ears. Naughty Tabi-chan, sighed Naruto. Brushing up against him, Matatabi purred softly whilst bringing his hands to her aroused breasts and sensitive nipples, then kissed him while stroking his member through his pants. Ooh, he's gonna get some from a naughty kitty, teased Kara before the mindscape link closed. No fair, it was just starting to get good. Exterior. Naruto Yujito's mindscape. Interior. Konoha, exams campus, corridor, late morning. Naruto-kun, shouldn't we be getting to the exam? Asked Haku as she appeared next to them. As you wish, my snow angel, replied Naruto before he took a hold of his squad and Yujito, then shunshined upstairs. Interior. Konoha, exam campus, waiting room, late morning. Entering with Team 7 and Yujito, Naruto gave his fellow Jinchuriki a hug before she joined her squad. Ladies man Naruto scores again, teased Kiba as Team 8, 9, 10 and 11 joined Team 7. Come on, leave some ladies for the rest of us. Perhaps you would find a mate of your own easier if you didn't try so hard, doggy-san. Commented Sai as he stood next to Obito and Yakumo, Team 11. I understand trying too hard can be what discourages one from entering a relationship, as it indicates desperation. Additionally, you are a known pervert, which is a trait considered undesirable by most women. So, these are all the applicants who aren't still being fooled by the genjutsu on the second floor? Asked Naruto. Some of them I already know will be formidable. Others may be more intellectual opponents than physical combatants, so our Shikamaru might find a troublesome strategist he needs to outthink. I simultaneously play 5 different matches of shogi against you and your clones, so I'd say I've upped my game when it comes to strategy, shrugged Nara. Troublesome Uzumaki. He is our number 1 unpredictable ninja. Mused Haku. Hey, where's Forehead? Wondered Ino. Kicked out of the shinobi corps, and just in time to avoid her disgracing this village and the title of Kunoichi in front of everyone in Konoha, and our visitors from other villages, answered Naruto. Getting fired has just saved her life. Oh, Naruto-san, is there anyone in particular you believe we should tread cautiously around? Asked Niji as he met Uzumaki's gaze. The redhead nodded. Anyone whose chakra is like my own. That means someone with more than one chakra signature and network, or one's potentially harmful to insect users like the Aburame clan. Some Kekkei Genkai constantly circulate elemental chakra of the primary affinity through their user's chakra network. These exams are a show of strength, so there may be a Jinchuriki or 2 here as well. A wise caution, and thank you for your concern, Naruto, approved Shino. Naranaiken, gleefully greeted Fu, who tightly hugged Naruto. Fu wore a short, white, sleeveless, crop top, with a similarly fashioned armor mesh top underneath, white armlets, and a skirt with black shorts and sandals. Her headband was worn on her right arm. Missed you too, Fuchan? Mused Naruto, who returned the embrace, lifted her up, and did a spin before putting her back down. You've grown up so much since I last saw you, my little Haim. Thanks, Naruto-naiken, happily said Fu before she was introduced to the gang. You all might want to keep it down, informed a silver-haired and bespectacled young man who pointed with his thumb. They're all tense as it is. Noticing everyone save a few were staring at the Konoha teams and her. Not noticing they were leaking ki, Fu gleefully greeted, Hi, everyone. I'm Fu. Let's all be friends. Raising some eyebrows and confused blinks. Protective as he sensed the ki directed towards his baby sister, Naruto sent tidal waves of intense ki directly towards the competitors who were neither his friends, nor Jinchuriki, nor Kunoichi, nor Yujito and Fu's teammates, knocking many of them out. Gaara smiled in approval of Naruto's display. Noticing Han and Utakata, as well as Nagato's squad, Naruto nodded to them in recognition, and they did the same. Wow, that was some impressive killing intent, Naruto-kun, chuckled Yujito. I think you made some people wet themselves. Holding his nose, Kiba confirmed, he did. So, does anyone want to see my ninja info cards? Asked Kabuto as he shuffled the deck, and those knocked out began waking up. I've taken the exams 6 times already, and gathered data on all of the participants. Why don't we start with yours? Asked Kiba. And I take it from your scent that you're a snake summoner? And no, my sensei is. Kiba smirked. You two must have a very intimate relationship if you smell like them. They must be a scientist or doctor, since you also smell like a sterilized lab. Show me Naruto Uzumaki Senjinamike's card, demanded Sasuke, drawing unwelcome attention from the IWA teams. Focusing chakra into a card, Kabuto's eyes widened in horror upon seeing Naruto's stats. Naruto Uzumaki Senjinamike's. He has multiple elemental Kekkei Genkai including wood release, boil release, and more that are undocumented or simply rumored. The legendary Rinnegan Dojutsu, accelerated healing, superhuman dexterity, and the Uzumaki royal family's chakra chains. He possesses affinities in each element and sub-element, earning shocked looks and scowls from the IWNeens who'd overheard, except Han who already knew. His personal chakra reserves are said to be as high as the Kyuubi's, which made perfecting his chakra control a nightmare. His ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, kenjutsu, and fuinjutsu skills are all Kage level. Confirmed to have mastered Sage Jutsu. Continued Kabuto, notable techniques include various clone jutsu, Rinngan, various Rinngan variants, Crescent Moon Dance, Advanced Henges, and the Hiraishin. Known taijutsu styles include the Hummingbird, Snake, Terraskasi, Ekini, and Matukai. Interceptor, Speed Fist, strong fist and gentle fist. Various Senju, Namikaze, and Uzumaki clan styles, Tai Chi, Toad style, the Lotus, and Shunshin Taijutsu. How many missions has he done? Asked Fo. Trembling whilst sweating bullets, Kabuto stammered. He's confirmed to have successfully completed 20 D ranks, 30 C ranks, 40 B ranks, 50 A ranks, 90 S ranks. Notable kills include Aoi Rokusho, Danzo Shimura, Raiga of the 7 Shinobi Swordsmen of Kiri, Hanzo of the Salamander, Cassis Fet, Kalo Nord, Azig the Defiler, and Gato. He's listed in the bingo book as an S-rank opponent at the minimum, but strangely has no bounty. And credited with defeating Mizukage Yagura Karatachi. As time stood still, Naruto impaled Kabuto through the heart, beheaded him, then pushed the falling head over to the Sound Village squads with wind chakra. When time resumed, Kabuto's headless body, the wound of which had been cauterized by the very blade that beheaded him, fell to the floor with a thud, drawing attention. "What the hell, sex on a stick?" asked Kintsuchi. "Just returning your boss's spy." "How do you know he's one of ours?" demanded Kin, undressing Naruto with her eyes. "Look on both sides of his headband's plate." Kin picked up Kabuto's headband, ripped off the fabric, and turned it over. "What the hell?" He was one of Danzo's pets from Root, but his true allegiance lies with Orochimaru, stated Naruto, who revealed a picture of Kabuto in several different shinobi village uniforms. "He was a spy, so I killed him," earning surprised looks from his peers. "Oh," Naruto asked, "what's your name?" "I'm Kintsuchi, you fucking hot sex kebab," blurted Kin, whose cheeks flushed. "I've been called a lot of things over the years, but that's definitely a first, Songbird," chuckled Naruto. "Oh, I'm sure handsome," mused Kin, who closed the distance. "Legends say the deadliest temptation is the siren's song. With a voice as lovely as yours, I understand why. Trying to sweet-talk a kiss out of me? Is it working?" "Maybe." Noticing something on Kin's shoulder, Naruto asked, "Want me to remove that curse mark for you?" Kin stared into Naruto's eyes. "It's impossible." "I've done it before with a 100% success rate," informed Naruto. "If it works, I'll give you that kiss. I have a way to break the curse fairy tale style." "Oh? Well, don't keep the princess of the story waiting." "Sage art, fairy tale's kiss," quietly said Naruto, who gently kissed Kin on the lips, instantly destroying her curse mark and the piece of Orochimaru sealed within it. "It's gone," exhaled Kin as their lips parted. "What else did that jutsu do?" "On a subcellular level, it repaired the internal and external damage the curse mark inflicted upon and caused your body, and sent the piece of Orochimaru hiding inside it to the Shinigami," simplified Naruto. "My own, my love, my precious," possessively said Haku as she pulled Naruto into her arms, leaking ki, making everyone's sweat drop. Looming over it, Naruto destroyed Kabuto's corpse, except for the head, which he sealed away before staring directly at a grass genin who turned away so quickly their neck could have snapped. Taking more notice of the foreign competition, Naruto counted 4 sound teams, 10 IWA teams, 3 Taki teams, 6 Kumo teams, 4 AIM teams, 5 Kiri teams, 3 Kusa teams, and 3 Suna teams, as well as various unaligned squads and lone participants. Observing 15 of Iwa's genin, all boys, staring daggers at him, Naruto gave a foxy grin. "Sorry, fellas, I don't swing that way. Try the bedsheet-clad doll humper wearing his sister's makeup." Whilst almost everyone burst into laughter, Kankuro indignantly shouted, "It's war paint!" "Sure it is, you doll fucking shithead," replied a feisty sound kunoichi with long red hair. Eyeing Naruto, Kuretsuchi mused, possibly the yellow flash's son or not, Naruto's handsome, before blushing as he smiled directly at her. Later. Interior, Konoha, exam campus, classroom. Carefully going over his written test, Naruto telepathically asked, "Know the answers?" "We both do, but we also know the point of this is to cheat without getting caught," replied Kara. "I'd say our link qualifies." "Very true, Narukuin, and copying answers from someone risks wrong answers." "Who trained Minato Namikaze? Yondaime Hokage? Orochimaru, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Fugaku Uchiha, or Danzo Shimura?" thought Naruto, who scoffed and wrote his own answer. The pervy sage aka Jiraiya the Gallant of the Sannin, aka the Toad Sage, aka the author of Ika Ika. Kara giggled in Naruto's mind. 30 minutes later. As Ibiki mentioned the consequences of failing the 10th question, Naruto deadpanned, "Risks come with the life we've chosen. You really think anyone worthy of their headband will give in so easily?" As a bundle shot through the window like a cannonball, it turned into a banner that read, "Introducing the sexy and happily taken Anko Mitarashi, proctor of your worst nightmare," while Anko herself appeared in front of it. She wore her headband, a purple, short-sleeved, armor mesh bodysuit, the legs of which stopped at her knees, a black denim skirt, and black trench coat with purple inseam, shin guards, a kunai holster, utility pouch, and black shinobi sandals. Naruto and a dozen shadow clones held up 1,000 out of 10 scorecards while several more shadow clones gave her a round of applause, earning an amused smirk and a bow from Anko before the clones dispelled. "You're early," snapped Ibiki. "I haven't even told them if they've passed yet." "Too bad. They're my victims now," snipped Anko, who gave an all-too-sweet but terrifying smile to Naruto. "Especially you, my lovable Foxy-kun," before looking deep into his eyes, then kissed him, nibbling his lip in the process. Several of the hopefuls seethed with jealousy that he'd been kissed by the sexy ASF snake mistress, while others were jealous of her. You taste nice, my Naruto-kun," whispered Anko, who stepped back. "All right, brats, you have an hour to get to training ground 44, or be disqualified. Follow me," before leaping out the same window she'd entered through. "Do we go through the same one, or break our own window?" asked Gaara. "Break your own," called Anko from outside. Raising a palm towards the windows, Naruto called, "Almighty push," and blew off the entire side of the room, used with style to make a staircase for everyone's descent to the ground floor, then vanished in a flash. "What the fuck?" exclaimed Tayuya. "He really does know that technique." "I thought that Kabuto guy was joking," observed Kuratsuchi before flying out the new exit. "The last one there's buying lunch," called Fo, who grew wings and flew away. With the whistle of a steam engine, Han raced out of the room faster than a speeding bullet. Gaara flew out of the room on a cloud of sand. Later. Exterior. Konoha, Training Ground 44, Gate. As Anko arrived moments after he did, Naruto grinned. "What took you so long, Anko-chan? Did you have to wait in a long line at the dango shop, only to find out your favorite type was sold out?" Mitarashi threw a kunai at Naruto, which he dodged with a slight tilt of the head. Then she shunshined in front of him, took another kunai, and cut his lip before licking off the blood, pulling him intimately close and kissing him. "Is that a kunai in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?" teased Anko. "Would you like to find out?" asked Naruto. "You're very naughty, my Naruto-kun," chuckled Anko, who grinned as she traced a finger down his muscular abdomen. "I learnt from the best, my sexy Ankoheim." With sadistic glee in her eyes, Mitarashi turned towards the arriving hopefuls. "All right, maggots, sign your consent forms, so you can't blame me or the village for whatever happens to you in the forest." One of the IWA Nins pointed to Tayuya's squad. "They have 4 members, the rest of us only have 3. Some people are taking it alone." "What's your point?" "Arrogant," Sasuke teased. "What's wrong? Are big bad Iwas shinobi scared of facing odds not in their favor? This coming from the bastard of a clan that was wiped out by only one of its own?" countered Kuratsuchi. "How about you spread your legs for me to use you to restore my clan then, you IWAWH-, began Sasuke before Naruto's chakra-enhanced fist smashed into his face, knocking him into the air before an airborne kick to the ribs launched him into the dirt, landing on his back. Having lost patience with the Uchiha brat, Naruto flared his chakra, and attracted most of the Chunin, Tokubetsu Jonin and Jonin presently in the village, locals and visitors alike, the Anbu, Jiraiya, Shursui, Izumi, Hiruzen, and Tsunade. "Sasuke Uchiha, you are a dishonorable disgrace to Konoha, the land of fire, shinobi, men everywhere, your name, and your already wretched and traitorous clan. You will apologize to the IWA representatives right now, or there will be consequences. Let me go. I am Uchiha Elite. You're just an orphan." Naruto directed such ki towards Sasuke that he was back on the ground, on his knees, trembling in utter terror. Appearances and preconceptions aren't going to tell you anything. For instance, you've made the mistake of thinking I'm a patient man. The Uchiha clan. You overestimate your own abilities with no idea of the depth of my own. Everyone was speechless at Naruto's words, especially Sasuke as he'd heard similar words before. This sounds familiar, thought Shursui and Izumi. And look at you now, groveling in the dirt, taunted Naruto. Obsessed with the organization, obsessed with your clan, obsessed with your lineage. A worthless compulsion that enslaves you and limits your capabilities, leading you to fear what you don't understand. A red aura surrounded Naruto's body as he growled. I've had enough of this in you. There was no hope left for your pathetic clan. You're all the same, cursed with hatred. You focused on the trivial and lost sight of what's most important. Change was impossible in your fog of ignorance. You could never evolve because regulation is all you've ever known. Naruto stared so intensely into Sasuke's eyes, he could have been staring into his very soul. After Sasuke swallowed his pride and apologized, Naruto dissipated his ki and the red aura, then turned to Kuratsuchi. On behalf of the Hokage, Konoha, and the Land of Fire, I sincerely apologize for this incident. Ms. Name's Kuratsuchi, but you can call me Kuro-chan, Naruto-kun. You might not feel that way if you knew my full name. I already know you're a Namikaze because I overheard that Kabuto guy. And you making the Uchiha scum say sorry has just prevented a full-scale war between our two villages. Naruto smiled. We might be competing against each other, but I hope we can be friends, or perhaps more if you wish, Kuro-chan. Kuratsuchi blushed, kissed Naruto, held a kunai to his back, then felt something cold and cylindrical press against the bottom of one of her breasts. There's a shortage of perfect breasts in this world. It would be a shame to damage your lovely D-cups, whispered Naruto, making her blush deeply. Sheathing her kunai as he sheathed his inactive lightsaber, Kuratsuchi whispered, Then the next thing of yours to touch my breasts can be your hands, Naruto-kun. As you wish, Kurohime. Anko snickered, moving on from Naruto-kun and Kuro-chan's flirting. Haku-chan and Naruto-kun. You two will be a separate squad from the duck-faced emo. Leading Naruto and Haku away as everyone else entered the forest, Anko said, I have a special assignment for you two in the forest. What kind of assignment? Asked Haku. A few of the competitors are actually missing means under false identities. I want you two to take them out, answered Anko, who provided Haku with a black Anbu uniform and her hunter-nin mask with its symbol removed. With pleasure, said Naruto, whose Anbu uniform appeared on him in place of his usual outfit. And Haku-chan, your temporary codename will be Ghost. Later. Interior, Konoha, Forest of Death, North-Northwest Sector. As they carefully navigated through the forest, after her partner dispatched a legion of wood clones for mischievous purposes and scouting ahead, Ghost stopped upon a hand signal from Yami Kitsune. What is it? Asked Ghost before a massive snake came at them with great speed. Forming chakra in his outstretched hand, Yami Kitsune threw a Raisin Shuriken, the size of a normal shuriken, that cut right through the serpent several times before fading. Via special communication seals on the inside of their masks, next to their ears, Ghost asked, What was that? A compressed Raisin Shuriken. That snake was a summons, and it wasn't sent by Anko. She doesn't use Manda's spawn. We need to be extra careful now. We know there's a hostile snake summoner here. Careful in the Forest of Death? I never would have guessed. Don't get snippy with me, Ghost-chan. Focus on the mission. He shrugged before they masked their chakra, and turned invisible, scentless, shadowless, and inaudible using a special seal of Naruto's own creation. Locating a target and their squad inside a cave, Yami Kitsune silently entered, activated his phantom mist jutsu, then used the silent killing technique to cut them down before taking their scroll, which he sealed away. With the seals we're using right now, silent killing is far easier, but no less deadly. Mused Ghost. Yes, but we wouldn't want silent killing users getting sloppy or losing their edge by relying on the seals to help them. It'd insult masters of the technique like Zabuza-senpai. Agreed. Interior, Konoha, Forest of Death, Southern Sector. What could have been mistaken for a human locomotive in red armor descended upon a giant bear, easily defeating them and saving Karen, who'd been separated from her squad. "Are you all right?" asked Han. "Yeah, thanks," answered Karen. Interior, Konoha, Forest of Death, southeastern sector. Having stalked Sasuke inside, Sakura, who ditched her clothes since the terrain had ruined them, called, "Sasuke-kun, wait for me." Disposing of her, Sasuke activated a single Tomo Sharingan, charged at Sakura, and shoved his kunai through her heart, killing her instantly. Sharingan on its second Tomo, Sasuke tossed aside Sakura's corpse, useless fangirl, before he was bitten by a snake-like figure. Later, interior, Konoha, Forest of Death, West Sector. Finding Team Dosu lying defeated with only one survivor, whose scroll hadn't been taken, Yami Kitsune Shunshin to their side. "Kintsuchi, what happened here? Who did this to you?" "Orochimaru," Kin answered before she passed out in his arms. Then he healed her injuries with medical jutsu. "Ghost, take her inside and watch over her," ordered Yami Kitsune, who used with style to make a cabin, and the ice wielder obeyed whilst taking Kin's scroll. Lifting Kin into her arms, Ghost stated, "When she's able to travel, we should take her to the tower and report this." "Kukuku, I wouldn't be in such a rush to leave," said a figure who stepped into the open. It was a man with pale gray-white skin, slitted yellow eyes, a serpent's tongue, and long black hair. Pissed, Yami Kitsune drew the fox's fang and ignited its crimson blade. "Orochimaru." Well, Yami Kitsune himself has come to confront me?" asked Orochimaru as he drew two swords. "Are you going to fight me, Lord Orochimaru of the Sannin?" Yami Kitsune activated Sage Mode. "Fight you? I'll destroy you." As Orochimaru engaged Yami Kitsune in a fierce duel, he found himself on the defensive, much to his horror. Yami Kitsune became a yellow flash that cut the snake's Sannin to sushi-sized pieces before lifting Orochimaru's pieces into the air with an invisible force before engulfing his remains in the black flames of Amaterasu, which finished him off. Extinguishing his blade, Yami Kitsune claimed the Kusanagi swords as a trophy and sealed them away. As 4 wood clones appeared, Yami Kitsune ordered, "Take Kin to the tower's infirmary while we continue our assignment." "Yes, sir," obeyed the lead clone whilst he carried Kin bridal style. Interior, Konoha, Forest of Death, Northern Sector. Having difficulty defeating an enemy squad, the exhausted Ino Shikacho Genin trio suddenly found their opponents floating away in bubbles. Stepping into view, a young man with fair skin, pale golden eyes, and long brown hair in a part on the left side of his face, asked, "Are you all right?" He wore a loose-fitting light blue kimono adorned with bubbles, exposing part of his chest, gray pants, and sandals. The only equipment he carried was a bamboo jug, a bubble pipe, and a medkit. "Thanks, that was so troublesome," said Shikamaru. "What's your name?" "Utakata," replied the newcomer who tossed them the enemy squad's scroll. Shikamaru Nara, self-identified the lazy genius. "And don't you need that scroll?" Utakata shrugged. "It's not the one I need, and I'm in no rush." Later. Interior, Konoha, Forest of Death, Tower. Arriving after eliminating the others on their mission's hit list, Naruto and Haku, back in their regular gear, made it at the same time as the Sand siblings and Yujito and Fuzz squads. "Naruto Uzumaki, I'm glad to see you've made it here safely," mused Gaara. "Now we will have more time to get to know each other before the finals." "I'm glad to see you've made it too," tapping Naruto's shoulder before he turned towards her. Haku suddenly brought him into a close embrace whilst kissing him. "Do the others know we're together?" "They do by now, and I'm sorry if I've been neglecting you, Yuki Tenshi," apologized Naruto. "I forgive you, my love." "Naruto-kun, how did you get here so fast?" asked Yujito. "I've spent a lot of time in this forest over the years, so I know the layout and terrain, and all of the shortcuts. Some of which I unintentionally made myself while developing new jutsu." Cheeky Foxy-kun. Opening the heaven and earth scrolls, Naruto threw them onto the ground before Hiruzen appeared. "Congratulations on passing the second stage," proudly said Hiruzen. "Hey, Gramps," greeted Naruto. "By the way, I've killed Orochimaru. You did what? Naruto held out the Kusanagi blades. Orochimaru is dead. Then you've succeeded where I failed. I didn't kill him for you or the village. I killed him because I wanted revenge for all the pain, suffering, and abuse he's caused Anko-chan. Because of how similar we are, and how much I love her, I'm very protective of her. You had every right to avenge her given your close relationship with her. Although I must say I was surprised to learn you two had slept with each other, said Hiruzen, earning a raised eyebrow from Haku. You old pervert, exclaimed Naruto. Were you watching us through your crystal ball? Before Hiruzen vanished in a puff of smoke. Shall we take that as a yes? Asked Haku. I think I now have a reason to teach Konohamaru the sexy jutsu, like he's been pestering me about for the last few years. Lowering the room temperature with ice chakra, Haku tilted her head. You are not teaching a jutsu with a name like that to a child. Before the room temperature returned to normal. As Gaara approached Naruto, she gazed into his eyes whilst her sand armor retreated into her gourd. Will you hold me and prove my existence? Naruto gently placed a hand on and caressed Gaara's right cheek, smiled so warmly her heart melted, kissed her forehead, and closely embraced her. As you wish, Gaara-heim. As you wish, thought Gaara. I wish to love him, but would he let me? Would he love me too if I asked it of him? Noticing the Tsunade Jinchuriki had zoned out, Naruto softly tickled her sensitive sides, earning beautiful laughter that terrified her siblings. Interior. Konoha. Forest of Death. Tower. Infirmary. As Kin slowly awoke to find herself wearing a medical robe, her vision came into focus. Naruto smiled. Hey, Sleeping Beauty. What happened? Wondered Kin. Naruto saved your life and brought you here, answered Shizen. Later. Interior. Konoha. Forest of Death. Tower. Naruto and Haku's quarters. Bedroom. Evening. Snuggled up to each other upon the bed. In their underwear, Naruto and Haku peacefully enjoyed each other's warmth. Naruto-kun, may I join you? Asked Gaara as she appeared in a small whirlwind of sand, wearing exotic red and gold lingerie. After a nod from Haku, Naruto invitingly gestured, Come here. Resting her gourd against the wall, with all of her sand inside it leaving her unprotected, Gaara lay between them as they closely cuddled and drifted off to sleep. Interior. Naruto and Gaara's mindscape. Kara reprimanded Shikaku. Your Jinchuriki is cute, but you've been misbehaving. Let Gaara sleep, and stop trying to take control of her. Become her friend like the rest of us do with our Jinchuriki. Also, stop messing with her head. Her mother loved her, and the last thing she'd want is for her child to become a monster. Shikaku as she looked down in shame. I'm sorry, Kara. Tomorrow, you'll apologize using your real voice and drop the bloodthirsty mother act. Also, we're getting that seal fixed so you two can have a more stable relationship. Compared to the seal used to keep me inside Naruto, yours is just offensive to the eyes of a real seal master. Okay. Later. Interior. Konoha. Forest of Death. Tower. Naruto and Haku's quarters. Bedroom. Late morning. Awakening to find herself safely snuggled up to Naruto and Haku, Gaara felt truly rested for the first time in a long time. Good morning, Gaara-chan, greeted Haku. Did you rest well? I did, thank you, Haku-chan. Sleep has evaded me for so long because of Shikaku, but he's letting me rest now. I'm glad. Me too, added Naruto. I feel at ease around you, Naruto Uzumaki, stated Gaara. I find your aura soothing. Thanks. When I zoned out yesterday, you made me laugh by tickling me. I've never experienced being tickled before, and it felt relaxing. Could you do it again? Requested Gaara before bursting into innocent giggles and happy smiles as they obliged. You're so cute, Gaara, mused Haku and Naruto, whose tactics complemented each other's. 20 minutes later. As they let her catch her breath, Gaara smiled, Thank you, before giving both of them a kiss on the lips, to Haku's surprise. I heard they've placed you under a clan restoration act, Naruto-kun, informed Gaara, getting to the point. I'd like to marry you if this is true. Sharing you won't be a problem, as I hear sharing is caring. I'd be honored to have such a relationship with you. Yet I feel it would be wise to take our time to connect and bond more before taking such a step. If we rush into a marriage only to realize we don't love each other in that way, it could hurt us. And I'd never intentionally do anything to hurt my precious people. Gaara placed a hand on his cheek. You're precious to me too. Speaking of precious people, we may want to get up and dressed before your siblings come looking for you. They fear me. Their love for you outweighs their fear of Shikaku. Some of my most precious people overcame their fear of Kurama because they care about me. Temari and Kankuro will overcome their fear of Shikaku for you. I'm scared that they won't. We'll come with you, chimed Haku. Thank you. Naruto mentioned. Before we do, I'm going to fix your seal. Interior. Konoha. Forest of Death. Tower. Lounge. Morning. As he, Haku and Gaara, fully dressed, approached some of the couches, Naruto asked, May we join you? I don't see why not, answered Temari as the trio sat across from her and Kankuro. Has Gaara been with you this whole time? We were worried about her. She has, and she was able to get a good night's sleep, replied Naruto, startling the blonde sand princess and the puppeteer. Gaara was able to sleep without anything unusual happening? Shikaku didn't try anything, assured Gaara. And there's something I need to tell you. Temari held out a hand which Gaara gently took. You can tell us anything, sister. As a tear trickled down her cheek, Gaara softly apologized. I love you, both of you. We're a family, and I lost sight of that. I'm so sorry, Temari Kankuro. Can you forgive me? Before her siblings brought her into a hug. Of course we can, sis. As the embrace ended, Kankuro looked at Naruto. What exactly did you do to put my sister in such a good mood? We gave her a great big hug and talked to her. What did you talk about? Opening up to you, answered Gaara. I was afraid, and he assured me that you loved me. He also fixed my seal. Temari turned to Naruto, then kissed him. Thank you. You're welcome. Hey everyone, greeted Tenten as her squad arrived, exhausted. Tenheim, how are you? Asked Naruto as he rose to his feet and approached her. Good, and you? Even better now that I know you're here, safe and sound, admitted Naruto. The weapons specialist blushed. I can take care of myself, lover. I know you're more than capable of doing so, Tenten. However, I couldn't help worrying about you since I encountered and killed Orochimaru in the forest. You did what? Gasped Tenten before Naruto held out both Kusanagi blades. Are those what I think they are? Yeah, the Kusanagi blades. Forged by the same Uzumaki weapons master, who forged the 7 swords used by the 7 shinobi swordsmen of Kiri. What do you want for them? Asked the panda-bunned brunette. I have an idea about that. Oh, I might give you one for your birthday, or as a gift for when you get promoted. I love you, Naru, dreamily said Tenten as her weapon fetish gave her fantasies of using the legendary swords, bringing a small smile to her face whilst her nipples hardened. Love you too, replied Naruto, who kissed Tenten's cheek while sealing away the swords, then whispered, and I know that look. Someone's excited in all the fun ways, making her blush deeply. And it's all your fault, Tenten whispered back. Haku made eye contact with Tenten. Do you love him enough to accept sharing him? To ensure his bloodlines don't go extinct, the village council has recently placed him under the CRA. The panda-bunned Kunoichi beamed. I love and accept him 100%, and I'm happy to share him. Pretty much been sharing for a few years. Good. Joining them, Hinata asked, Naruto, can I be with you too? Hinata-chan, I'd like you to take some time to sort out whether or not it's really romantic love you feel for me before we try dating. He answered, Agreed. Agreed. As she approached, Kin asked, Naruto-kun, can I borrow you for a moment? Rising to his feet, Naruto nodded as they went to another part of the room. I'm not used to being rescued or shown kindness and compassion, so thank you, said Kin. I'm in your debt, and I don't want to return to the Sound Village. Konoha may be willing to take you in. I'll speak to the Hokage, replied Naruto. I have information about plans Orochimaru had for the leaf and the exams. With him dead, I don't have to worry about him killing me for giving the Hokage a heads up. Lord Third and Pervy Sage should attend too, since they knew him better than anyone. And if the village won't take me in, it will. Later. Interior. Konoha. Forest of Death. Tower. Bathing room. Early afternoon. Relaxing in the water, Naruto said, I know you're there, so you might as well reveal yourself. Don't be shy, Kurohime. I'm not shy, replied Kuratsuchi, who canceled a camouflage jutsu, revealing she was standing on the water across from him, in all her naked glory. Shy? No. Sexy? Yes. Like what you see, Naruto-kun? Asked Kuratsuchi, who did a slow twirl before looking down, and blushing with a smirk. I'll take that as a yes. Likewise. She slowly descended into the water, closing the distance. Damn it. I haven't been able to stop sexually fantasizing about you since our moment outside the forest. Oh? What were you daydreaming about me doing with you? Naughty things, very naughty things, she said as she brushed up against him. Is that so? Yes, and it's driving me crazy. The next day. Interior. Konoha. Forest of Death. Tower. Mess hall. Morning. What's up, Hina-chan? Asked Naruto as he met Hinata's gaze. I've determined that while I do love you, it's not a romantic love like I initially believed. You're one of my best friends and have always looked out for me, taken care of me, protected me, explained Hinata. And thank you for encouraging me to sort out my feelings for you instead of rushing into a relationship. You're welcome, Hinata-chan, assured Naruto. And I'll always be there for you when you need me, no matter what. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Interior. Konoha. Stadium. Mid-morning. As the finalists and their senseis gathered, every present kunoichi greeted Naruto with a hug. The finalists who stayed were Naruto, Haku, Gaara, Yujito, Fo, Han, Shikamaru, Temari, Tenten, Sasuke, Niji, Choji, Ino, Nagato, Kiba, Yahiko, Hinata, Konan, Utakata, Kuratsuchi, Suigetsu, Sai, Kankuro, and Lee. Heiei coughed. The first match is Haku Yuki versus Sasuke Uchiha. As the non-participants went to their booth in the packed stands, Sasuke boasted, Now you'll face the power of an Uchiha elite. And where is this elite you speak of? Asked Haku, unimpressed. Is Itachi coming? Or Shisui? Or Izumi? Or Madara himself? I meant me, snapped Sasuke, making just about everyone laugh. Shut up, you damn ice whore. When I've beaten you, I'll make you beg for mercy with your legs spread, and put you in your place beneath me, like all women should be, as I have my way with you, and use you to restore my clan right here, snapped Sasuke, disgusting everyone in the arena. If you attempt any such thing, you're going to die. Be it by my hand or that of my very protective Naruto-kun. Begin, called Heiei. Sasuke had barely taken a step forward when he was trapped in a dome of ice mirrors, and hit by thousands of ice shards, snowflake-like shuriken, and poison-tipped senbon before several ice clones used high-speed attacks, leaving him ice-cold, trapped in ice, and in a death-like state. Winner Haku Yuki, declared Heiei. That was embarrassingly fast, observed Gaara before her gaze shifted to Naruto. Indeed, agreed Baki. Interior. Konoha. Stadium. Medbay. Mid-morning. Glaring at the emo, Lady Hokage ordered, Sasuke Uchiha, you're to turn over your headband and shinobi license and ID. Why? Asked Uchiha, arrogant. Your outburst before the Land of Waves mission, the shit you tried to pull with the now disbanded civilian council, and that shit you pulled between stages of the Chunin exams. That sexist comment about women, and your declaration of intent to rape Haku and various other women, replied Tsunade, who punched a wall. Do you have any idea how fragile relations between Konoha and IWA are because of you? You almost caused a war between IWA and Konoha because of what you said to the Tsuchikige's granddaughter. Screw you, snapped Uchiha before his headband and ID were forcefully taken from him, and he was put in medical restraints. This is all Naruto's fault, hissed Sasuke, enraged. Interior. Konoha. Stadium. Mid-morning. Will Yujito Ni and Kiba Inuzuka please make their way to the arena? called Hayate, who coughed before a bag of cough lollies, thrown by Anko, hit him in the face. Kiba was unconscious as soon as he tried flirting with the blonde Kunoichi from Kumo. "You think you're top dog, but the lions rule the jungle," said Yujito, "and they're cats." "Ten versus Temari," called Hayate. When the fan wielder and the young weapons mistress made their way to the ring, the latter asked, "After the match, would you mind if I tried out your fan? It's pretty cool." Temari chuckled. "Defeat me or at least get a draw, and I'll let you. It gets a bit big sometimes. Any recommendations for ones in more confined spaces? My off-duty job is forging and selling weapons to shinobi. I can show you a few that you might like." "Begin," called Hayate. Engaging in close quarters since she wanted the workout instead of just waving everything away with her fan, Temari was pleasantly surprised. "Thank Kami. You're actually a real kunoichi. I'd have hated to be up against a useless fangirl pretender." "Ditto, I hate those. We just kicked a bunch of them out of the core." Ducking a punch only for it to be a decoy as she was hit in the gut, Temari asked, "Who's been teaching you?" "My formal sensei is Madogai, but I owe a lot of my improvement to private lessons with Naruto-kun, Yugao-sensei, and Tsunade-sensei," answered Tenten as they shared a mutual smile. 10 minutes later. As Temari leapt back and drew her fan, Tenten charged towards her accompanied by a shadow clone as they formed a familiar orb of chakra, earning gasps from the audience. Turning to Naruto in shock as he watched the match, Guy asked, "Did you teach Tenten the dash?" "Yes," answered Naruto. "I've helped her widen her arsenal and skill set and improve her chakra control over the years. Also, I was able to successfully teach her the shadow clone jutsu and how to maintain it for a duration of time before it dispels." "How long can she maintain shadow clones?" "So far, she can maintain a total of 10 shadow clones for an hour at the longest. Any longer and it's time for a nap. She's been using that hour for chakra control and reserves increasing exercises. At first, she could only maintain 1 shadow clone for 3 minutes. That's how far she's come. However, her primary affinity is wind while her secondary affinity is water, so she was able to make water shadow clones easier, and they work just as well with the same benefits. Thank you for being the most youthful friend of the youthful Tenten." "Wind style, great breakthrough," called Temari, attempting to end it with most of her remaining chakra, and finished a dozen or so swings to find her opponent had vanished. As Tamari's sexy body started turning, Tenten called, "Wind style, Rinngan," and hit the blonde in the stomach with the jutsu, sending her flying into a wall before falling face down. Turning over onto her back, Temari smiled. "Clever, crafty, beautiful and cute. No wonder Naruto likes you so much. What was that combo?" Standing over Temari, Tenten held a sword to her throat. "I haven't quite mastered the Rinngan yet, so I was using a shadow clone to help with it. When you sent your last attacks my way, I used the Shunshin to get behind you, then hit you with the Rinngan." Looking up at Naruto, Temari called, "You trained her well, Naruto-kun?" before she turned her gaze to Tenten. "You've beaten me fair and square." "Winner, Tenten," called Hayate, earning cheers from most of the Konoha genin. As he shunshined down to Temari and Tenten, Naruto gave them both a kiss on the cheek before shunshining them back to the stands. "Next match is Naruto Uzumaki Senjinamike's versus Niji Hyuga," announced Hayate. Giving Naruto a peck on the cheek, Kurenai smiled before he shunshined down to his opponent. "Anything to say before I show you the power of the Byakugan and a true Hyuga prodigy?" asked Niji, who smugly smirked. "I am not a weak, pathetic, and worthless failure like Hinata or your degenerate snake whore." Then he was overwhelmed by Naruto's paralyzing levels of ki. "Oh no, he's pissed Naruto off," thought the entire audience. Before Niji could do anything, Naruto threw a widespread barrage of kunai, some landing in the ground around Niji, whilst performing the multi-kunai shadow clone jutsu without hand signs. Then Naruto performed the Raijin flash before Niji was finally sent crashing into the ground by a twin Rinngan, creating a crater of impact. Everyone in the audience, especially the veterans of the previous war, were left in shock, horror, wonder, awe, amazement, and stunned silence except for Guy and Lee, who cheered about Naruto's flames of youth. "The yellow flash lives again," thought several audience members. "Sensei, your son truly is something," thought Kakashi, Rin, and Obito. Attaboy, Naruto, thought Kosuke. Note to self, never insult Naruto or his friends, especially not Anko-san. Thought Sai, internally petrified with fear. Oh shit, thought Kuratsuchi. Standing over Neji, who was covered head to toe in cuts, bruises, and friction burns, Naruto stated, I could kill you, but Hizashi-senpai, Hinata-chan and my treasured little firecracker wouldn't forgive me for it. I'm sparing your life because they'd want me to. Though I can't say you'll receive such mercy from my Ankoheim or from the Hyuga clan. I hate the main branch, hissed Neji as he got to his feet. That explains why you're so weak. You hate those who you should consider precious. What are you talking about? When you have someone precious and dear to you to protect, you become truly strong for them. Spare me your sentimental philosophies and lectures, Senju. I am, since I've got plenty to go around, quipped Naruto. As Neji charged at him with intent to kill, Naruto raised his left palm, almighty push, before the Hyuga branch member was thrown into the wall behind him by an invisible force, then flashed through hand signs, boil style, burning bodily fluids. Writhing on the ground in agony, Neji screamed in searing pain. Ah! After a minute, Naruto canceled the jutsu, then raised an outstretched hand, universal pull, before Neji flew towards him, only for his throat to be caught in a firm grip. Tearing off Neji's headband, Naruto caught him by his long hair and cut it short with the fox's fang, threw him to the ground, then kicked him over. As the barely conscious Neji, flat on his back, looked at him in dread, Naruto kicked the joint of his shoulder, dislocated it, and stared him dead in the eyes, and lifted him off the ground, by the throat, released his grip, then used his own variant of 8 trigrams 64 palms in with lightning, water, ice, and wind chakra on Neji. Storm style, 8 trigrams, 64 palms, called Naruto as he finished off Neji, who was out cold. The Hyuga clansmen in the audience were taken aback and intrigued. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki Senjinamikaze, called Hey-8, who turned to the whiskered shinobi. Damn, that name's a mouthful. That's not the only thing about me that's a mouthful. But the other thing's just for the ladies to enjoy, quipped Naruto, earning numerous blushes and giggles. Naruto-kun, that was overkill against my son, stated Hizashi as he approached, none too pleased. Hizashi-senpai, I wouldn't have gone that far if he hadn't said those things about Hinata-chan and Ankoheim. And I didn't leave any long-term damage. I'm not sure where all of his hatred came from, but he needs to learn to let it go before it destroys him. Indeed, Naruto-kun, sighed Hizashi, who accompanied Neji to the infirmary. Just then, Sasuke reappeared, disfigured and transformed into a monster with yellow eyes and wings, with a dark and sinister presence. Naruto, I will kill you, and charged at Naruto, who evaded. I'll destroy you, everyone you love, this village, Itachi, and anyone else who stands in the way of me, my ambition, and increasing my power. You vile beast full of pure evil, roared Naruto as his Rinnegan activated. Then he formed a compressed, refined blade of black lightning chakra in his right hand. Lightning style, Raikage Storm Blade, swiftly stabbed Sasuke through the heart before he could move. Then Uzumaki changed the shape of the blade to emulate the Kubikirabocho and cut off his wings. Coughing up blood, Sasuke shouted, Nobody can stop me with this new power I've gained from Orochimaru. I am an Uchiha, an elite among the elite. Who the hell are you to dare oppose the Uchiha? As he hinged into a darkly armored and robed figure in a black hooded cloak and a red and gray battle mask, sufficiently covering his head, with a reflective slit visor, Naruto countered, I am Revan reborn, and before me you are nothing. Making the spectators sweat drop, then he outstretched his right hand, fingers spread wide, and incinerated Sasuke with black and purple lightning that launched from his fingertips. Everyone present was absolutely shocked into silence for well over a minute before Naruto canceled the hinge. Naruto turned into a flock of ravens, then reappeared next to Hinata and Fu. Thank you for sparing Neji, appreciatively said Hinata, and for defending my honor. You're welcome. I'm sure my father and uncle will be pleased with you. Is that a good thing? They'll appreciate your chivalry, and that you let Neji live so they can reprimand him later. Anko shunshined in front of Naruto and kissed him. Good job, Naruto. I'll be rewarding you when we're alone. Turning to Fo, Naruto approached her and met her at eye level. I'm sorry you had to see that, sweetie, then hugged her before planting a kiss upon her forehead. You know I'll always love you no matter what, Niken, replied Fo, who sweetly smiled. After the prelims, how about I take you out for ramen at Ichiraku's? Sounds great, Niken. With a warm smile, every present female thought, ah, Naruto's adorable with kids. Next match, Ino Yamanaka versus Fu, called Hayate. As he kissed Fu's forehead, Naruto smiled. Good luck, Amuto. Thanks, Niken, replied Fu, who flew down to the ring. Fu's adorable, mused Anko. So are you when you want to be, replied Naruto as they watched the match. 5 minutes later. Winner Fu, called Hayate. Yay! Gleefully exclaimed Fu as she grew her wings and flew around the arena, making everyone's sweat drop. Then she helped Ino to her feet and hugged her. Friends! I'd like that, mused Ino as she and the green-haired girl returned to the stands. Sai versus Shikamaru Nara, called Hayate. Troublesome, sighed Shikamaru. Let's get this over with. 6 minutes later, Hayate called. Winner, Shikamaru Nara. Nagato versus Kankuro. Announced Hayate as the next matches went by. Nagato wins. Yahiko versus Hinata. Hinata wins. Konan versus Choji. Konan wins. Utakata versus Kuratsuchi. Utakata wins. Han versus Suigetsu. Han wins. Next match is Rock Lee versus Gaara, called Hayate. Placing a hand on Lee's shoulder, Naruto advised, think things through before doing them, and weigh the risks of your choice of moves. Don't overdo it or let your enthusiasm get the better of you. Do your best, but be mindful of how much strain and pain your body can handle the toll of. If you need to stop the match at any point, please do so. And I'd advise taking the weights off before you start. Understood, my youthful friend. Turning to Gaara, Naruto warned, avoid killing and crippling him, or I won't give you any more cuddles and kisses anytime soon. With an innocent expression, Gaara assured, I'll play nice for you, Naruto. I promise. Good Gaara-chan. As Gaara made her way down, Yujito turned to Naruto. What was that about? Lee's a friend of mine, so I gave Gaara incentive not to add him to her kill count or cripple him for life. By threatening to take away her cuddling privileges? Yes. Kurenai wondered, think it'll work? It will, assured Haku. They only met a few days ago, but Gaara already loves having kiss and cuddle time with Naruto. Don't we all? True. 30 minutes later. Catching Lee with her sand as he fell from midair, Gaara carefully lowered the taijutsu specialist to the floor. You fought well, but will you concede? I have one more technique, but its drawback and the physical toll make it foolish and reckless to use in a competition. Therefore, I will concede this match, though I hope for a rematch in the future. Winner is Gaara, announced Hayate, who coughed. Everyone who passed, please come down here to see who you'll be facing in the finals. As they did a head count, the finalists were Naruto, Haku, Yujito, Tenten, Shikamaru, Hinata, Fu, Nagato, Han, Konan, Utakata, Shino, and Gaara. Hayate observed, we have an uneven number of finalists, so one of you will have a free pass to the next round. Before they could proceed, Naruto raised his hand. Proctor, I hereby withdraw so the other finalists have an equal number of opportunities to showcase their talents and skills. The room fell silent upon Naruto's declaration. Are you sure you want to do that? Asked Hayate. What about getting promoted? I'll let my accomplishments, achievements, feats, and my bingo book entry speak for me. An uneven number making a finalist skip a match robs them of an opportunity to prove their quality. And by extension that of their village's shinobi. Explained Naruto, if that happens, it may have consequences for another village's financial and economic stability. A shinobi village suffering economically is often a catalyst for conflicts and wars of varying scales, and I'd prefer to avoid that. Fair enough, although you might be overthinking it a bit, love. Mused Anko, who kissed Naruto on the lips, earning him looks of jealousy from several men and women. And I thought Omoi overthought things. Thought every Kumanin present, especially Yujito, Darui, and Samui. I don't like the idea of being put on stage like the star attraction of a circus or a zoo to provide others with entertainment, so I'm out too, chimed in Utakata, calm and collected. I share the sentiment, added Han. Hayate nodded. Utakata of Kiri and Han of IWA have withdrawn. From the stands, Kuratsuchi yelled at Utakata, "Hey, Bubble Boy! If you weren't going to compete in the finals, why did you bother with the preliminaries? That's so not cool, you jerk. I'd love to do the same, but I have some troublesome friends who wouldn't let me hear the end of it," said Shikamaru. "It's a drag, really." Utakata chuckled. "Agreed. Are you two related or something?" grumbled Kuratsuchi. "Damn it. At least I got to see the filthy Uchiha trash get what he deserved." "Kakashi taught you the lightning blade?" asked Guy as he appeared beside Naruto. "That's a bit reckless, isn't it?" "I made my own version, which is far superior. No tunnel vision, dojutsu required to help with it, or excess energy being wasted. The lightning was far more controlled, refined, focused, concentrated, and precise given the user can properly see the shape of the blade. And as you saw, I could change its shape at will. Kumo's going to love that you named an, I'm guessing, S-rank jutsu after the rakeage," mused Yujito. "Great." Interior, Konoha, hotel, Kuratsuchi's apartment, bedroom, mid-morning. "What'll it cost me for you to agree not to unleash your power against IWA?" asked Kuratsuchi as she sat next to Naruto on the bed. "Cost you?" he asked, confused. With flushed cheeks, Kuratsuchi explained, "I'm under orders to reach an agreement and arrangement with you that keeps IWA safe from you. I just wasn't expecting to grow attached to you, or for my heart to race and smile brighten when I see you or when you look at me. Perhaps we could discuss this more later," he suggested. "So we've both had more time to rest after the prelims." She nodded. "That sounds like a plan. Out of curiosity, what lengths are you being asked to go to?" She blushed deeper. "Someone on the IWA council had the nerve to suggest I be gifted to you as a personal slave girl as part of the agreement." Uzumaki blinked. "How do you feel about that suggestion?" Shocked, betrayed, insulted, furious, horrified, and outraged. "I'm a proud kunoichi and the Tsuchikige's granddaughter, practically royalty. Fair enough, and I hope the idiot who suggested such a thing was kicked off Iwa's council. I'd rather be your lover, but if I'm required to be subservient and submissive to you, preferably as your concubine instead of a slave in that situation, is what I really need to do, I'll make the most of it. If I were a lesser man, such an arrangement could be a worse suggestion than me using the Haration to travel around IWA and showing up at the next gathering for their Remembrance Day, wearing a shirt that says, 'I'm the Yellow Flash's son, and all I got was this crappy shirt.'" Kuratsuchi erupted into laughter. "Oh no, that's the worst suggestion of the two. You have a beautiful laugh, Kurohime." Holding her sides as she calmed down, Kuratsuchi smiled. "Thanks, Naruto-kun." Then there was a devious twinkle in her eyes. "I'm a little sore after the prelims and could use a shower," before she seductively stripped to an exotic, red lingerie set. "Coming?" Resisting the bait as he stood, he gently kissed her forehead. "Some other time, Kuro-chan," making her pout. "Will you please join me in the shower, Naruto-kun?" she asked with puppy dog eyes whilst brushing up against him. "I'll make it worth your while." "Okay, Haim." Later. Interior, Konoha, Hokage's tower, office, late morning. As he entered to see Kin with Hiruzen and Tsunade, Naruto asked, "What's going on?" "Your new slave girl's given us a treasure trove of valuable intel, and there will be no possibility of the death penalty," replied Tsunade. "Great, wait, slave?" "Kin signed herself over to you as your slave, servant, concubine, or whatever you want to call her." Kneeling to her master, Kin, whose hair was now short, lowered her head in submission. "I'm all yours to command and to do with as you wish, Naruto-sama." "Why have you done this?" Naruto inquired, curious. "You removed my curse mark, saved and spared my life, healed me of fatal wounds, gave me a new village to call home, protected me from the death penalty and imprisonment, and killed Orochimaru. Oh, I've also been given a loyalty ensuring seal, not that it would have been necessary, and a tracking seal so you can find me in an emergency." I am fully ready to serve and pleasure you however you desire, master. As long as you're comfortable with this arrangement. I won't force you into something like this. Knowing this only makes me more willing to serve you, since you care about that stuff. And I can tell you won't hurt me if I'm unwilling to do something for you. Later. Interior. Konoha, Naruto's loft, living room, midday. Kin, dressed in a black skirt, nylon leggings, a form-fitting, short, sleeveless, crop top, a bracelet, sandals, and a choker bearing the Uzumaki swirl, set down cups of tea for Naruto and Haku. Taking a sip of his drink, Naruto smiled. Thanks, Kin-chan. You're welcome, master, replied the former sound nin. Is there anything else I may presently do for you? Do you know how to dance? Asked Haku. Perhaps you could dance for us. Before Kin gracefully belly danced for her masters. As she finished, Kin lay face up, her back across Naruto's lap, with her arms above her head. Have I performed to your satisfaction, Naruto-sama? You did well, Kin-chan, assured Naruto, who gently traced across Kin's smooth midriff, making her giggle and squirm beneath his touch, then kissed her cheek. Thank you, Naruto-sama, softly said Kin, who slipped her top above her perky, firm, full C-cups. Does master like my breasts? Before moaning as he gently caressed them and her nipples. Later. Interior. Konoha, Anbu HQ, T/I Division, interrogation room, early afternoon. Looming over a prisoner who was strapped to a table in an X shape. Nude, Naruto stoically asked, Name. Enjoying the view, perv? I will ask the questions, and you will answer them. Dismissed Naruto, who leaked a small amount of ki as he strapped her head down. Now, what is your name? My fucking name is Tayuya, bastard. With a hint of sass, Naruto asked, Okay, Ms. Bastard, will you be a good girl and share the information I require? Fuck you, freaky-eyed fucker. You neither have nor presently deserve that privilege, prisoner. I ain't saying shit. You misunderstand your situation and position, Tayuya-chan. You are presently my prisoner to do with as I see fit, and to interrogate however I deem necessary. I will acquire the information whether you want me to or not, one way or another. I have rights, you fucking asshole. No, actually, you don't. This is the torture and interrogation division, not a courtroom. I'm your interrogator, and failure to provide information of sufficient value may result in your execution. Shit, fuck. I'm too fucking young to die. Please don't let them kill me. Kabuto's file on you was quite explicitly and accurately detailed, chuckled Naruto. Did you know he had details like your physical measurements, fetishes, kinks, and sexual turn-ons? That limp dick-sucking piece of shit. Staring into her eyes, he threw multiple senbons which landed next to her inner thighs, millimeters away from her shaved womanhood, then sent lightning chakra into them. Ah! She screamed before he paused. Fuck you. You just electrocuted my fuck hole. Then he sent ice chakra into the needles, numbing the pain. Cold, 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 she exclaimed. Fucking freezing. Before the senbons were removed. Tayuya sighed in relief as his index and middle finger, covered in healing chakra, pressed against her inner thighs. Ah, that feels so fucking good. But you're a fucking tease, you whiskered wanker. Those healing fingers aren't far from the fuck hole. You might as well put them inside me and finger fuck me with that healing hand. Charming, aren't you? What the fuck do you even want, Whiskers-kun? She wondered. Among other information, Kimimaro Kagaya's location. Boner boy? What the fuck do you want with him? He's dying from a rare illness, but you already knew that, didn't you? Yeah, he mentioned that. And fuck you. Maybe later. I don't know where he is. Maybe I'll have a little chat like this with Kin instead. What? No. Please, don't fucking hurt her. I'll do whatever you want and tell you everything. Just please don't hurt Kin-chan, you sexy bitch fucker. Good girl, maybe you'll get a treat later, teased Naruto before Tayuya spilled the beans. Where the fuck is Kin-chan anyway? She pledged herself to me as my slave since I removed her curse mark, saved her life, and protected her from the death penalty. Remove my fucking curse mark, and I'll do the same. Get that shit off of me, and I'm all yours. Did I mention the way I removed it for her involved a kiss jutsu? So we're sealing the fucking deal with a kiss? It was one method that preserved the modesty of the one it's used on. Modesty? Asked Tayuya. I'm fucking spread out, naked, tied to a table, and my shaved pussy can feel the cold draft. You can have your fucking way with me in every way you've ever dreamt of right now for all I care. Hell, I fucking want you to. And my curse marks right between my fucking highly aroused C-cup tits. Oh? Am I making you excited? Naruto teased. You're such a naughty girl. Fuck yes, you've excited and aroused me. You're making me hornier than a wild beast in heat. Destroying her curse mark, he asked, How do you feel, Tayu-chan? This sexy bitch is horny. Fuck me good, you fucking tease. What's the magic word? Please fuck me like the horny bitch I am. Put me in my place and dominate the fuck out of me, my new master. Later. Interior. Konoha, hospital, operating theater, mid-afternoon. Finishing a simple procedure on Kimimaro. With the help of Shizune and Naruto, Tsunade smiled. Success. Later. Interior. Konoha Hokage Tower, office, late afternoon. Seated across from Tayuya, Kin and Naruto, Tsunade chuckled. So you have two slave girls now. Jiraiya will be so jealous. They chose it of their own free will. Moving on, some of the visiting nobles have already recommended promoting you to High Jonin and Sannin. Little do they know you're an undercover Anbu. For the record, I hate pretending to be a genin. Holy shit, that's fucking awesome, mused Tayuya. The foul-mouthed beauty wore a short, purple, V-neck top that left her midriff bare, black 3/4 length form-fitting pants, a leather belt, sandals, a choker bearing the Uzumaki swirl, and a tattoo. Thank you, but watch the language. And Nico-chan will take you two back to my place. Chuckled Naruto as Nico took Tayuya and Kin by the arm and shunshined away. A few days later. Interior. Konoha, bathhouse, men's change room, mid-morning. As he, Choji, Shikamaru, Kiba, Kankuro, Yahiko, Nagato, and Shino encountered Niji, Naruto asked, No hard feelings about the match? That's what you say to me after you almost killed me? I was merciful compared to what I did to the Uchiha traitor. I cannot truly bear any resentment or grudge towards you, Naruto-san. I admit I was out of line and brought upon myself such a defeat at your hands. Good, and thank Kami you didn't face Hinata in the prelims. The way you were acting, I have a feeling you would have tried to kill her. If that had been the case, regardless of the outcome, I would have intervened before the senseis and Proctor got the chance. Or made our fight look as friendly as Fu and Ino's match by comparison to what I'd do to you in the finals. Niji trembled. That's certainly saying something since there's finished as a tickle fight. Well, my baby sister's a bundle of joy who doesn't like hurting people, so it wasn't shocking that she was being playful. Sister? You look nothing alike. We're an adopted family. I see. As he heard a loud crash and screams from multiple girls, after knocking out a Byakugan active Niji who'd been facing towards a certain wall, Naruto groaned. This better not be the pervy sage. Before rushing out of the room. Interior. Konoha, bathhouse, women's bathing room, mid-morning. Entering, Naruto growled, Pervy sage, I swear to. Then noticed the hole in the ceiling, and a blindfolded Rock Lee of all people being held by the collar. What is going on here? Ino, Ayam, Temari, Haku, Gaara, Tenten, Shizune, Kin, Tayuya, Yujito, Anko, Mabui, Samui, Karui, Kuratsuchi, Izumi, Konan, Tsum, Kurinai, Yugao and Hana, all naked, turned towards him. A few of them blushed at either their nakedness or seeing him in nothing but a towel, while some of the others were amused by his blush, and certain cheeky vixens like Anko, Haku, Kin, Kuratsuchi and Tayuya struck a sexy pose with their assets on full display. Lee must have been peeping on us, concluded Samui. First of all, he's blindfolded right now, so that's unlikely. Secondly, he wears ridiculously heavy training weights on each leg, replied Naruto, keeping his eyes up out of respect, who received new memories. And he was hand-walking on the rooftop, in that blindfold, and caught his sleeve on something which made him fall through the roof. That sounds like Lee, all right, sighed Tenten. But how do you know that? Naruto elaborated. I had a shadow clone waiting for him outside, and they dispelled after they saw Lee fall through the roof. If you want, I can send one to the rooftop to collect the stray bit of fabric to provide as evidence. Also, he's still blindfolded so he can't see anything. He's not unconscious and covered in his own blood from a severe nosebleed. There's several sensory and tracker-type ninjas in here that could have easily sensed him. And there's at least one mind walker here who could easily find out the truth by searching Lee's memories. Temari met Naruto's gaze. Hot stuff, you'd better take him away before someone sounds the alarm, or notices you're a boy and tries to beat you to a pulp for being in here. Naruto bowed his head. As you wish, before using with style to fix the hole. After every girl present kissed him on the lips or cheek, Naruto dragged Lee away. We'll be speaking to Guy-sensei about this. The bathhouse isn't the place to be training blindfolded, or for wearing those weights. He should have made that clear. You need to be more careful, you know? I'm sorry, said Lee. I know you didn't intend it to happen. Now I'm taking you to the infirmary. Who was the pervy sage that Naruto-kun mentioned? Asked Kuratsuchi. Jiraiya-sensei, answered Konan. How did a Sannin get such a nickname? He's the author of Aika Aika, answered Shizune, and a self-proclaimed super pervert. I haven't read them, shrugged Kuratsuchi. Are they good? Not as good as Naruto's books or him in bed, answered Anko. He writes books. The Kitsune's Heart series is one of them. Kuratsuchi burst into laughter. Oh, if IW found out their favorite author was the son of the Yellow Flash, the looks on their faces would be priceless. Rashi-sensei, as a Jinchuriki himself, told me only a fellow Jinchuriki could have written something that hit so close to home for him. I see IWA doesn't keep their Jinchuriki identities state secrets, noted Temari. Who still does that? Asked Kuratsuchi. The treatment they usually receive from idiots in their villages practically advertises it. So their heritages aren't kept secret either, so they can at least know they had a family who loved them. Haku observed, Today happens to be a mixed bathing day. I think I'll bathe with Naruto-kun. Count me in on this, replied Gaara. I wish to see Naruto-kun naked as well. And we just accused Lee of being a pervert, chuckled Tenten. Anko smirked. Naruto-kun just saw all of us naked from every angle. We should call him back and tear off his towel so we can make it even. I like Naruto-kun seeing me naked, admitted Kuratsuchi. I wanted him to touch me, hold me, kiss me, and other things. Ooh, you're a naughty girl. Yujito-chan, I'll come in with you when you bathe with Naruto-kun, stated Samui. To keep an eye on you, in case something happens, since your cat's always in heat. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki smirked. You just want to see Naruto-kun naked. That would be cool. A few minutes later. Interior. Konoha, bathhouse, private mixed bathing area, mid-morning. In the water with Haku, Yujito, Yugao, Sum, Tenten, Temari, Gaara, Samui, Hana, Kin, Tayuya, Anko, Kuratsuchi, and Kurinai. Naruto gave a relaxed sigh. Cheeky as ever, Anko asked, Hey Naruto-kun, how's it feel to know we can all see what you're packing below the belt? Naruto shrugged. I didn't realize anyone was staring, but I guess we can call it even after what happened before. It's cool that you're so big, teased Samui, making him blush. Thanks, chuckled Naruto, who realized. I'm sorry, I don't believe we've had the pleasure of being introduced. Name's Samui. Naruto Uzumaki, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Samui-chan. I'm already Samui-chan, huh? Teased the busticumanine who puffed out her chest, highlighting her huge breasts. That's cool. Like what you see, Naruto-kun? Are you enjoying the view of my naked body? As much as I'm allowed to without getting in trouble or making you uncomfortable. Cool, because I'm enjoying the view of yours. Mused Samui. What kind of trouble would you get yourself into? Considering we hardly know each other, I could end up under one of Naiheim's genjutsu if you're not comfortable with me looking. Innocently replied Naruto, earning amused giggles from the girls. Aren't you immune to genjutsu? Asked Kurenai as she swam over to him, teasing him by pressing her body intimately close to his. Meeting her crimson eyes, he replied, I'm sure the goddess of genjutsu would find a way. Blushing, Kurenai asked, Goddess? Not mistress. Goddess is far more accurate and flattering when describing you, answered Naruto, who felt Yuhi's arms wrap around him as something warm rubbed against his member. What cha doin'? Trying to tempt you, but will you fall under my spell? You're naughty, Nihime, chuckled Naruto. Then he softly let slip a moan as his now fully hardened and extended member was stroked by Kurenai's gentle hands. Ah, that feels good. If genjutsu won't work on you, my powers of seduction will, chuckled Kurenai, who kissed him. And a little birdie reminded me how good you are in bed. That birdie is Ankoheim, and of course she did. As she sweetly smiled, Anko innocently asked, Would I do that? Yes, you would in graphic and explicit detail. So, Naruto-kun, would you like to take me right here? Seductively asked Kurenai. Are you sure about this? Inquired Naruto. We've got a bit of an audience, you know? Wouldn't have asked if I wasn't, and seducing you is fun. So, will you please remind me how amazing you are? He nodded. As you wish, Nihime. Earning a radiant smile from Yuhi, does anyone want to join us? Before the present company joined in the lovemaking. Several hours later. When they were all finished, he asked, Everyone satisfied? Or would you like another round to finish satisfying you? Exhausted, Samui and Hana asked, How do you have so much stamina? I think we're all out of stamina except you, Naruto-kun, informed Anko. And that was amazing. Fuck yeah, it was, cocksucker. Agreed Tayuya. That was heavenly, Naruto-kun, praised Kuratsuchi, who happily relaxed. You certainly have the legendary Uzumaki dexterity and stamina. Thank you, Kurohime. Mused Naruto as the Iwa Kunoichi brought his hands to her aroused breasts, which he massaged, earning a small moan. Suma asked, The fact that I've let you fuck me again, and that you dominated me isn't awkward, is it? Only if Kiba finds out I fucked his mother and his sister. Agreed, but make no mistake. You may have been capable of dominating me, but I'm no sub in the bedroom. You're simply the first and only man to ever dominate me. And you did it fair and square, Alpha. Although I've only fucked 2 men in my lifetime, with you being the second. Does that mean you're into women too? Asked Naruto. It might. Naruto-kun, I had lots of fun, mentioned Hana as she gave him a cheeky grin. You're definitely an alpha, and it felt amazing. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, mused Naruto. Samui's cheeks flushed. Being so intimate with you was cool, and it felt so good. Naruto-kun, you know I'd love to be with you too, don't you? Asked Yugao as she nuzzled Naruto's cheek. This kitty wants you to make her yours, lover. Uzumaki kissed Yuzuki's cheek. Nice kitty-chan. I'll run it by the others and ask for their approval. I want them to have a say in who else I hook up with. You know they'll approve. True, and there's always been a reserved spot for you, although there's a lot going on right now with the exams. And I don't want us hooking up to be a spur-of-the-moment decision after some damn amazing sex. Fair enough, agreed Yugao. I've actually been thinking it through since you entered the CRA. The next day. Interior, Konoha Hokage Tower, office, morning. Upon a knock on the door, Tsunade called, Enter. Before she felt an imminent headache. Escorted by Shizune, the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee laid eyes on Naruto. Yo, lucky number 9, nephew of mine. They've been feeding you right, you look prepped for a fight, greeted Karabi as he danced his way over to Uzumaki. Uncle B, you know me and long time no see. Now share a fist bump with me, replied Naruto, who fist bumped the 8-Tails Jinchuriki. Karabi and Gyuki into house, fool ya fool. Tsunade, Shizune and I sweat dropped. So what can I do for you, Lord Raikage? Asked Tsunade. I just wanted to see Naruto. His old man was both my friend and my greatest rival. I greatly respected his mother as well. Just between us, she's the scarier of the two. And what's this I heard about Naruto putting down Orochimaru? He killed him, and he won't be coming back this time. Good riddance, mused the Raikage before the door opened, and Mei Terumi gracefully strode into the room. Are you an angel? Asked Naruto as he gazed upon the auburn-haired woman, taking in her beauty. Aw, honey, you're so sweet. And you're why I'm here, darling. Naruto gestured. Mizukage Mei Terumi. Allow me to introduce Hokage Tsunade Senju, Reikage, and Lord Killer B. Thank you for the introductions, honey. Chuckled Mei, who kissed Naruto's cheeks. What can I do for you, Mei? Asked Tsunade. We and Kiri wish to form a stronger alliance with Konoha through marriage. Is that so? And who might Kiri be offering and asking for? I offer myself to marry Naruto-kun. Why am I not surprised? Lord, I turned to Naruto. Damn, son, are you gonna accept? It's not every day a Kage says they'll form an alliance if you marry them. True, however, Mayheim needs to be aware that I'm under the CRA, so I'm required to have multiple wives, answered Naruto. If she's sure she loves and wants to marry me, she'll have to share. I know you are, darling, assured Mei, and I don't mind sharing after all I've heard about you. Why have you chosen me, Mayheim? Inquired Naruto. For one thing, you helped bring peace to my village. You're strong, handsome, and kind-hearted in spite of all you've been through. Zabuza also vouched for you, and I've spoken to many people close to you. Since I'm a Jinchuriki and thrice clan heir and head, there may be some resistance from the Konoha Council if I move to Kiri, leaving Konoha without one. Or some resistance from Kiri's on the same note after the recent conflict. In my book, a village that terrorizes, tortures, and abuses their Jinchuriki doesn't deserve them, stated Mei before Yagura walked in. Hey man, how are you in Isabu? Asked Naruto. Any trouble? Yagura shrugged. None since you got Madara out of our heads. I'm glad to hear it. I was worried you might have been executed or something. Tsunade rubbed her forehead. How many Jinchuriki are in my village right now? Rashi and Son Goku. The Four Tails are the only Jinchuriki and Tailed Spirit tag team not in Konoha, replied Naruto. Last time we wrote to each other, he was just dropping off some people he'd rescued from one of Orochimaru's labs, in the land of iron where the samurai can protect them, shocking his peers. And it's going to be interesting announcing my engagement to Mayheim. It sure is. Yagura wondered, has Naruto ever considered taking the Hokage hat? No, but have any of you considered using elemental or shadow clones to help with the paperwork? Replied Naruto. Assuming the original retains the memories of elemental clones when they dispel, like with shadow clones. Of course I'd find out the secret of defeating Kage's Bane after being removed from office. Whined Yagura. Who's on your current list of girlfriends for the CRA? Asked Mei as she undressed Naruto with her eyes. Anko-chan, Haku-chan, Kurenai-chan, Tenten-chan, Gara-chan, and now yourself. I mentioned, I was about to propose a marriage between you and Yujito. Why didn't you lead with that? Wondered Naruto. I was waiting for Yujito to get here herself. Fair enough, chuckled Yujito, who appeared next to Naruto. This isn't quite how I pictured getting engaged to you. How about it, Naruto-kun? Will you marry me? I believe that's my line, Kittenheim, quipped Uzumaki. As long as you're doing this by choice of your own free will. I'd never force a relationship on you, or let one be forced on either of us. If our villages want to take the opportunity to form closer and stronger bonds at the same time, that's their business. Kitten, kiss him, purred Matatabi as she spoke aloud. He agreed to marry you as long as it's what you really want. We both know you want him. Yujito's cheeks flushed. I'd love to marry you, Naruto-kun. Before Naruto caressed her right cheek. Naruto-kun, that's not the cheek she wants your hand resting on, teased Kurama. She wants your hand on her cute ass, and the other on her tits. Pervy vixen, groaned Naruto. Pervy vixen? How dare you, Naruto-kun? Replied Kara. The nerve, the audacity. I'm not a pervy vixen, I'm a super pervy vixen. Making everyone but Naruto and Yujito laugh. An hour later. Interior, Konoha, Namake's estate, Naruto's house, living room, morning. Having gathered Anko, Haku, Yujito, Gara, Tenten, and Mei, Naruto informed, I have news to share with you girls. Ooh, gathering the harem, lover? Teased Anko. Where's Nai-chan? And what's the news? As part of a recent agreement between villages, I'm now engaged to Mizukage Mei Terumi and Yujito ni. Anko pouted. I was hoping to be the first one you'd propose to, but a group proposal's still awesome. Naruto revealed several small boxes and handed them to each of the girls. Will you lovely ladies make me the happiest man in the world and marry me? In awe of her ring and the love in his voice, Anko, at the same time as the others, answered, yes. When I woke up this morning, I wasn't expecting to become a sister wife of the new Mizukage, though I definitely saw it coming with Anko, chuckled Tenten. This is going to be very interesting. Agreed, darling, replied Mei before the group collectively hugged. Then the doorbell rang. Is Nai-chan arriving fashionably late? Asked Anko before Kurenai was escorted in by Kin and Tayuya. Yay! Kurenai wore an alluring red dress that snugly clung to her mesmerizing figure, a necklace, and red shoes. Ooh, Naruto, are you finally proposing to your lovely Naiheim? Teased Kurenai, who beamed at Naruto. I was hoping you'd ask me sooner, since I was one of the first women to truly love you. Presenting Kurenai with a gold ring with a small red gem as he knelt on one knee, Naruto asked, I love you, and always have, my fair Naiheim. And I would be more than honored to accept you as my wife. Will you please marry me? Taking his hand as she slipped the ring onto her finger, Kurenai gazed into his eyes, then kissed him. I love you too, Naruto-kun. I'll happily become one of your wives. I'm blessed to say I'm all yours, Naruto-kun. In my heart, I know I've loved you for a long time. I'm blessed to be loved by you, Naiheim. Appearing out of nowhere in a white and green blur, Fu hugged the crimson-eyed beauty. Welcome to the family. Returning the embrace, Kurenai smiled. Aw, thank you, sweetie. Anko smirked. Everyone in the village who's into women will be so jealous of Naruto. He's gonna marry 2 of Konoha's legendary ice queens and a sexy Kage. And if anyone makes inappropriate advances towards any of you, they'll pray the genjutsu they'll be put under is one of Nai-chan's, replied Haku. The Tsukuyami isn't one you want to be caught in. Naruto put me under Tsukuyami once, chuckled Kurenai, and subjected me to 72 hours worth of non-stop tickle torture. And I bet you loved every second of it, replied Yujito. You're one to talk, kitten-chan, mused Naruto, who reached over and tickled Yujito's belly, making her burst into giggles. Nonchalantly, Naruto's partners revealed their engagement rings. Yay! Cheered Fu as she smiled at Naruto. I already love them. And I'm sure they love you too, Fuamuto. Yippee! Shall we adopt Fu-chan, Naruto-kun? Asked Kurenai. I'd love to, though Taki might have something to say about that, replied Naruto. Actually, I've been banished and exiled, whatever the difference is, which I found out yesterday, said Fu. And I want to stay here with you, Narinaiken. Then we'll discuss it with Grandma Tsunade. Yay, I'm getting adopted. My, you're a bundle of joy, aren't you, little one? Chuckled Mei, who planted a kiss upon Fu's forehead and brought her into a hug. Out of Fu's earshot, Yujito mentioned to Naruto, I walked in on Samui-chan moaning your name while pleasuring herself, and she asked me about joining your harem. Uzumaki's cheeks flushed. I hardly know her, but I am willing to get to know her and see where things go from there. Yugao-chan told me she still wants to join us too, mentioned Anko. And she's more than welcome to, assured Uzumaki. Interior, Konoha Hotel, Kuratsuchi's apartment, living room, morning. Grandfather's arranging what between me and Naruto-kun? Asked Kuratsuchi, shocked. I've mentioned how you've taken a strong liking to Naruto-san. That Tsuchikage thought a marriage between the two of you would greatly improve relations between our villages. Explained Kitsuchi. Kuratsuchi blushed. Father, you told him about that? You can't deny he makes you happy. I've never seen you smile the way you smile at Naruto-san before. Okay, yes, I'm head over heels for Naruto-kun. I've fallen in love with him. There, I said it. Are you happy now? I haven't made up my mind. This is a bit much on such short notice. Perhaps, although we'll have to see what he and the Hokage think about this first. IWA offering the Tsuchikage's granddaughter for a marriage with the Yellow Flash's son would raise some red flags after all. His name's Naruto Uzumaki. Later. Interior, Konoha Hokage Tower, late morning. Massaging her temples, Tsunade sat across from Kitsuchi. I really wish he was here in person to discuss this. This wouldn't happen to be his idea of a peace offering, so Naruto doesn't destroy IWA for its role in destroying Uzushio, would it? I have no idea what his intentions are. As Naruto and Kuratsuchi arrived in a yellow flash and separated hands, the redhead asked, You summoned us, Grandma Tsunade? Tsunade nodded. There's been a new request from IWA involving the both of you. They want me and Kurohime to get married? Yes. So, are you going to agree to it, Naruto-kun? Asked Kuratsuchi, hopeful with flushed cheeks. Let's run it by the women I'm already engaged to, since they're getting a say in this too. There's also which of your clan names I'd be taking to consider. Before we actually decide, shall we prank the Tsuchikage by telling him you're choosing Namikaze? Asked Naruto, frighteningly innocently, making everyone laugh. Kuratsuchi grinned. You're cheeky and crazy, Naruto. We'd better get good cameras to catch his reaction. Sharing a smirk with Kitsuchi, Tsunade said, Okay, you two, go talk to Naruto's other fiancés. Soon thereafter. Interior, Konoha, Dango Diner, late morning. Naruto, Anko, Kurenai, Tenten, Haku, Yujito, Gaara, Mei and Kuratsuchi sat together. To say Anko was shocked was an understatement. That Tsuchikage's granddaughter is marrying you too? Actually, Naruto-kun wanted to run it by the rest of you before agreeing to it. Clarified Kuratsuchi. As long as you're actually willing to love him, not just doing this because you were ordered to. Naruto-kun has had a difficult life with most of the population hating and trying to kill him. Why would they hate someone as kind as Naruto-kun? Because of my status as a Jinchuriki. The civilians were led to believe I was Kyuubi in human form, not the container, which went smoother because my parents' identities were classified information. Answered Naruto. Kuratsuchi hugged him. Those books of yours are more biographical than people think, aren't they? Yeah. I was already falling in love with you, so I'll happily marry you. Yujito wondered. That's 8 soon-to-be wives in total, with Samui and Yugao currently under consideration. How many wives are you meant to take at minimum for each clan? 4, so I'd need 12 wives as a minimum total, answered Uzumaki. Even if you combined the 3 clans into one house? Asked Tenten. If he did, the 3 clans would still need restoration. Placing them under one banner wouldn't change that fact, answered Mei. It'd make the 3 clans branches of the same tree. Later. Interior. Konoha, Hokage Tower. Office. Midday. What can I do for you, Grandma? Asked Naruto as he entered. Tsunade held out a scroll. I believe this is yours. Opening the scroll after placing it on the desk, Naruto smiled at the sight of a black Jonin-style vest. Sweet. No more pretending to be a genin. I hated doing that. You've also been promoted to Sannin with full rights, status, rank, autonomy, authority, and privileges. You're the best, you know? As a little surprise, I think I might have you proctor the finals. Given I was a participant in these same exams only a few days ago, that could cause an uproar. On the other hand, Killer B could proctor the exam finals. It'll entertain the kids and torture the villagers with his bad jokes and rapping. Subjecting the people who tortured me to Killer B's bad rapping and the revelation they'd paid for a concert and the finals. With a chuckle, Tsunade said, Put on your vest, before Naruto obliged. How would you feel about taking a genin squad in the future? She asked. I'm open to the idea, be it a squad or an apprentice. Who'd you have in mind? Konohamaru Sarutobi, Moegi, and Hanabi Hyuga. I'll gladly train them if they're assigned to me. Anbu trained you since you were a small boy. You've been a part of it for most of your life. Will you be happy to retire from it? Once an Anbu, always an Anbu. We're a family. Although I will transition from full-time to part-time should you ask it of me. And especially if I'm taking students, so I don't neglect their training. Tsunade gave a satisfied smile. When needed or traveling, I'll have you accompany me as one of my personal bodyguards. You are free to do this in and out of your Anbu uniform. You may also openly wear your Anbu uniform and customize it and your headband as you see fit. Nice, since all the new alliances make my allegiance further than Konoha and the Land of Fire. Oh, I might wear a headband with the kanji for nature, since almost all of the shinobi villages and the elemental nations, great and small, derive their names from aspects of nature. That sounds like quite the bold statement. As you know, I've patented each of my original jutsu and seals. And you'd be surprised how many kunoichi wanted to learn each version of the sexy jutsu, or advanced henge as it's been renamed, replied Naruto. And I've given the bathhouses and hot springs some architectural durability enhancement and anti-peephole seals. Good to know. Interior: Konoha, Naruto's house, living room, early afternoon. Greeting his fiancés and foe, Naruto smiled. Hey, everyone. Naruto, you got promoted to Chunin? Mused Tenten. Wow, that's really cool. The exams haven't even finished yet. Actually, I was already High Jonin and an Anbu commando, but I've been promoted to Sannin as well. Didn't actually know they made a rank of it, but I'm not going to complain about the perks it comes with. Explained Naruto, shocking his peers. I was undercover as a genin and academy student almost the whole time. Although I don't think killing Orochimaru was how I became a Sannin. And you kept your true ranking a secret because you knew the now-dead civilian council would have freaked out, right? Asked Yujito. They created the Kyubi festival to remind people of their hatred, fear, grief, and anger so they'd target me. It was all a giant diversion to keep most of the shinobi corps occupied so ignorant and psychotic mobs could have what they called the fox hunts, which was hunting down and trying to kill me. Those counselors knew my heritage the whole time, and wanted me dead as revenge against my father for putting them in their place and so they could steal my inheritance. Those monsters, gasped Fo. Damn bastards, growled Kuratsuchi. I also declined proctoring the finals because my personal relationships with several finalists could be seen as a conflict of interest. Mentioned Naruto, and the Hokage wants to talk to some of the participants who it turns out weren't really genin. If word reached the public that shinobi already of Chunin rank, or higher, were participating in the Chunin exams, it'd cause a serious problem. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened. And what about your involvement? I was sent in to confirm the identities of undercover Chunin and above, and eliminate wanted criminals, root fugitives, and missing neens who'd infiltrated the exams. Fair enough. As she was escorted in by Kin, Yugao warmly hugged Naruto. You wanted to see me, Narukuin? Stepping back from the purple-haired medic as the hug ended, Naruto knelt and presented her with a golden ring and a black and gold-hilted tanto with a purple gem between the blade and hilt, and a golden sheath. Yugao Yuzuki, my Kentenshi, I love you. Will you marry me? Slipping the ring onto her finger and accepting the sword without hesitation, Yugao examined the blade to see the kanjis for maelstrom, union, love, and cat engraved upon the black blade in lavender. Then she kissed him with fiery passion. Of course I'll marry you, my Narukuin. Bonus points for remembering the Yuzuki clan's tradition of engagement swords. Tenten admired the ceremonial weapon. It's so beautiful. I forged it myself, admitted Naruto. My shop's always in need of creative new weapons and designs. Wanna be business partners? We already arranged that a few years ago, Panda-chan. Reminded Uzumaki. Tenten's cheeks flushed. I knew that. Oh, Naruto-kun. There's something we'll need to clear up for me and Yugao-chan, mentioned Yujito. Since you use feline nicknames for both of us. Can't we share the nicknames and let the context do the rest, Kitten-chan? Asked Yuzuki. I can live with that, Nico-chan. Agreed Yujito. This is going to be an interesting new family. Mused Kuratsuchi with the others nodding in agreement. Interior: Konoha, Inazuka compound, Sum's house, Hana's bathroom, mid-afternoon. Enjoying a relaxing shower with privacy seals active, Hana massaged her D-cups and stroked her womanhood as she fantasized about a certain whiskered redhead. Kami? Yes, Naruto-kun. Give it to me and make me your bitch. Collar me and keep me on a short leash so I can't pull away when I suck your cock. Yes, overpower me. Put me in my place and dominate me like the alpha you are, Naruto-kun. Interior: Konoha, academy, classroom, late morning. Come in, Naruto Tuto, invited Irika as he saw Naruto at the open door. Stepping into the room to see class was in session, Naruto asked, Been keeping out of trouble since I was last here, Irika? Well, none of my fellow teachers have tried to kill me lately, so I'd say so. Notice anything? You mean besides how you look like the ghost of Lord Forth? You were made a chunin, I see. Actually, I've been a jonin for several years, but undercover, stated Naruto, deciding not to mention his real rank. You already outrank me? In my book, experience outranks everything, Dolphin. After school's over, let's celebrate over a bowl of ramen. Sorry, Irika, declined Naruto, who poked Yumino's forehead. Some other time. Right? Getting everyone's attention, Irika called, Class, say hello to Jonin Naruto Uzumaki Senju. Good morning, Naruto-sensei. Chorused the class. Morning, everyone. Working hard? Or hardly working? We'll totally ace the graduation exam, boss, shouted Konohamaru with a grin. Enthusiasm is good, but making sure you're able to back up your words is better, Kono Otudo. How are you finding the improvements to the curriculum? Asked Naruto, addressing Irika. Some of the new requirements for graduation seemed a bit advanced for kids. They were all mandatory when Jiraiya was a student here. Whoever replaced chakra control and manipulation as a course with pressing flowers deserves to be tortured worse than Orochimaru's right-hand man would be after an enraged Anko gets her hands on them for stealing her dango. Thanks for the nightmare that mental image will give me, chuckled Irika as he sweat dropped. You're welcome, replied Naruto, who vanished in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone? Of course it was. Interior, Konoha, Hokage Mansion, office, midday. Hearing her beloved behind her, Tsunade activated all of the privacy seals whilst the doors and windows were covered and locked. Can't you use the door? The window's more romantic, Haim, answered Jiraiya as he stepped in front of her, holding his notebook. I don't suppose those notes are for the utterly gutsy Shinobi sequel? That was always my favorite of your books. Oh, so you have read some of my works? I've read all of your books. Now who's the pervert? The busty Hokage giggled. You're not a pervert, you're a super pervert. Jiraiya lifted her into his arms bridal style before sitting in the fold-out bed she'd moved into the office. I'm your super pervert. And don't you forget it, teased Tsunade, who kissed him. Now why don't we unwind and have a good time? Sounds like an adventure for Jiraiya the Gallant, agreed Jiraiya. My favorite hero, she chuckled before they tenderly kissed. Then she undid and discarded her robe, exposing her sexy upper body to her lover. No bra, Haim? He asked. I haven't worn one in years, love, she answered as she lay face up on her bed. Now, I need a good massage, and you're the only man for the job. Eyes gleaming, Jiraiya more than happily and expertly complied. Are you enjoying the skills of the master? Whilst she let slip a relaxed sigh and a little moan of pleasure. Do you like that, Haim? Cheeks flushed, she replied. Yes, I love it. Now make love to me, Jiraiya-kun. Haim, it would be my honor. Interior, Konoha, Ichiraka's ramen, midday. Anything else at the moment, or do you want to let your food go down first? Asked Tucci, happy to see his favorite customer with a small army of companions. I think I'll let it all go down before I decide. 3 of my companions are Kage, answered Naruto as he gestured to Yagura, Mei and I. Former on my part, interjected Yagura. Still counts. Tucci smiled. Thank you for bringing so many friends to celebrate with you. I've never hosted so many VIPs before. Kankuro, stop staring at Niheime's chest, warned Naruto, or face the consequences. Hers weren't the only tits I was looking at. I swear I was looking at all the tits that don't belong to my sisters, assured Kankuro, earning glares and ki directed towards him. Naruto raised his hand, almighty push, before the puppeteer was sent flying out of the establishment, through several walls. Guy, I think Kankuro needs a good, long reprimand and lecture on his most unyouthful behavior, and you're the right man for the job, quipped Kakashi before the spandex brigade disappeared in a blur. If he returns in the same ridiculous outfit as them, I'm blaming you, Hataki, chuckled Baki. Fool should have known not to peep like a creep on Mr. Nine's divines, rapped Karabi, who finished his bowl. This was delicious, I must confess. of gaining a regular customer, you have success. My appetite I must appease. So another bowl of ramen, if I may, please. Giggling in amusement, I am past B an extra large bowl. Let's see if the Naruto special fills the spot. We shall see, for Ichiraka's ramen is heavenly. B. I think that's enough of a preview before the show, interjected Naruto. You know? As she joined them, Hinata asked, Naruto-Nizan, how do you think Hanabi Amuto will react if you're assigned as her sensei? I'm sure the little firecracker would be thrilled, replied Naruto. Interior, Konoha, Hokage Tower, Council Chamber, early afternoon. I'm sure you're wondering why I've called you here, rhetorically said Tsunade, accompanied by Yami Kitsune, as each of the clan heads nodded. For something troublesome, no doubt, sighed Shikaku. An interesting miracle has occurred in an unusual fashion thanks to Yami Kitsune of our Anbu, informed Tsunade. Please remove your mask for us. Unmasking himself, Naruto surprised a few of the clan heads. Naruto is the Yami Kitsune? Asked Choza, shocked. The one and only, answered Naruto. I thank you for your service, Naruto-kun, said Shibi. I'm adopting Fuchan, formerly of Taki, informed Naruto. Shikaku sighed. Troublesome. Naruto-kun wants to adopt a fellow Jinchuriki. Shibi inquired, given how Naruto-kun was treated by the civilian population due to his Jinchuriki status, will Fusen be in a safe and healthy environment in our village? Well, you all know better than to expose a Jinchuriki's identity, and she'll be under the protection of at least 3 clans, answered Tsunade. Also, Naruto-kun's friends and future wives already adore her. She's a bundle of joy that even foreign participants in the exam enjoy being around. Exterior, Konoha, Shinobi District, Aburame Compound, Garden, early afternoon. Thank you for keeping an eye on me while Naruto Niken talks to the council, Shino Nizan. Appreciatively said Fo whilst being given a tour. It is always a pleasure to meet someone outside of my clan who shares my interest in the study of insects. Many find my clans hosting colonies of insects inside us quite disturbing and tend to limit interaction with us. Best to avoid Taki then, advised Fo. I was the most hated person there for hosting the ultimate rhinoceros beetle inside me. I believe I know what you refer to. Speaking of Lucky 7, there's nothing unusual going on with your hives and colonies because she and I are here, is there? There is not. That's a relief since other insect users tend to lose control of their hives when I'm around. I suspect it's because my clan's insects are used to close proximity to individuals with extraordinary chakra, like Naruto-san's. Other insect users will not have the same experience and familiarity, and will therefore become confused and disorganized. That makes sense, mused Fo before a butterfly landed on her nose, and Shino caught a well-timed photo. Then she raised her hand and it landed on her finger. So cute. Later. Konoha, Hokage Tower, office, mid-afternoon. Entering, accompanied by Shizune, Fo saw Naruto, Tsunade, Irika, and Yugao. What's up, Tsunade-bachan? Would you please sit, sweetie? Asked Tsunade, gesturing to a seat on the opposite side of her desk. Taking the seat, Fo noticed a piece of paper and a pen in front of her. Is this what I think it is? Naruto smiled. Yes, it's an adoption form so we can make it official. Fo beamed, then carefully read the form and signed. I may or may not have signed in a way that lets me call you both my father and my brother, and so I can call your soon-to-be wives my sisters or mothers depending which one, 'cause there's different age gaps. Cheeky Fuchan, chuckled Naruto as he hugged the mint-haired treasure. Irika held out a Konoha headband with orange fabric. This is for you as well, if you'd like to become a leaf shinobi. Enthusiastic, Fo placed her Taki headband on the desk, slashed a line through its symbol, and proudly wore her new Konoha headband Licca and armband. I'll need a new ninja ID card, you know? And an unregistered ninja, or one with outdated details, can't be in the exams, so I'm withdrawing from the finals. Fuchan, sweetie, would you like to be mine and Yugao's shared apprentice? Offered Shizune, earning a tight hug from the chibi Jinchuriki. I'd love to, Shizunichan and Yugao Kachin, accepted Fo, earning a warm smile from the brunette and purple-haired medic Neens. Shall we get your photo taken for your new ninja ID, dear one? asked Yugao. Yep, and we can go for ramen afterwards, answered Fu, making some of the present company sweat drop. Interior, Konoha, Namikaze's estate, Naruto's house, meditation room, midday. Interior, Naruto's mindscape. Naruto finished introducing his fiancés, servants and Fu to Kara. Then they saw a beautiful red-headed woman standing next to a familiar blonde. Kuratsuchi froze. Now, Naruto-chan, it's rude to stare, you know? Chuckled the woman. Mom? Dad? Asked Naruto. Who else could we be? Asked Kushina. You know? Before Naruto hugged his parents. Laying eyes on Fu, Kushina rushed over and lovingly hugged her. Aw, kawaii. You are so cute and precious. I already treasure you as a beloved member of our family, you know? Returning the embrace, Fu beamed. Thanks, Kushina-bachan. Turning to Naruto's companions, Minato gave a friendly smile. Hi, I'm Minato, what are all your names? Before they went into discussion. So, how did my son get multiple fiancés? Asked Kushina. We all fell in love with him. Then the CRA came into effect due to his bloodlines being all but extinct. Explained Anko. Which bloodlines? I've inherited the adamantine chains with style, pretty much every elemental release, and the Rinnegan. Explained Naruto. Please don't be upset. I could never be upset with my baby boy, assured Kushina. And why does he have servants? Asked Minato. Naruto-sama removed the curse marks forced upon us by Orochimaru and saved our lives. Then we willingly pledged ourselves to him, answered Kin. He's been nothing but kind and thoughtful. He's never forced us into anything, and we're under clan protection because of him. Tayuya added, he's a good master, and he actually cares about us. He's also offered to make us concubines instead, which we're considering. Also, no fucked up seal that could kill or torture us if we make a mistake, say no to something or piss him off. Watch the language, Tayu-chan, warned Naruto. I won't use things like the caged bird seal on you, but I will put a verbal filter seal on you if you keep swearing in front of Fu-chan. I'm sorry, Naruto-sama, apologized Tayuya, with puppy dog eyes. It just slipped out. Please don't take away my swearing privileges. As long as you keep your Ika collection out of little Fuheim's reach and swearing out of her earshot. She's too cute and innocent to be exposed to such corrupting influences. I love how you've been using my sword, sweetie, mused Kushina as she looked at her son. It's been put to good use, and I'll have to assess your skills for myself. Are there any other family weapons you've been hiding, Naruto? Asked Tenten, eagerly. Naruto smiled. I'll show you when we're outside the mindscape. Later. Exterior, Naruto's mindscape. Interior, Konoha, Namikaze's estate, Naruto's house, armory, evening. As Naruto led her inside, Tenten's jaw dropped at the sight of all kinds of weapons. Is this heaven? Not quite, replied Naruto. With puppy dog eyes, the weaponess asked, Can I touch them? Before blushing upon realizing how she sounded. Yes. Later. Interior, Konoha, Namikaze's estate, Naruto's house, master bedroom, evening. Interior, Dream World, Konoha, Hokage Tower, conference room. In a yellow flash, Minato and Kushina appeared next to their son. Minato? Kushina? How is this possible? Asked Hiruzen. Is something wrong with the seal? No, but my son made a better offer to the Shinigami than I did, so our pact is still in effect. He just accepted some different offerings in exchange for giving us back. Assured Minato. What was Naruto's counter-offer? Asked Inoichi. Zetsu, and Orochimaru complete with the pieces of his soul in all of his curse marks. This is going to be fun to explain to the village, laughed Sum. There's a lot to catch up on, replied Kushina. And I hope the village has been treating my baby well. Or there'll be hell to pay, you know? Whilst leaking ki. Now that you're back, do you want the hat back? Asked Tsunade, half joking. Minato shook his head. I've missed my son's entire life, so I'm going to be making up for lost time and catching up on everything before I do anything else. And I hear I have an ungrateful village to unleash Kushina's wrath upon. Kushina's hair began defying gravity. We watched Naruto's entire life from the afterlife, and we're not happy with his treatment at the hands of the villagers. Neither are we, collectively replied the clan heads. Oh, and love, thanks for being there for Naruto-chan, said Kushina as she smiled sweetly. The feral woman's sweat dropped. It was my pleasure. We are going to have a little chat about a certain something we saw you two doing from the afterlife, you know? Should I be worried? Only if there's a reason to be. Minato inquired. So, whose idea was it to place Naruto under the CRA? Being from 3 clans and having multiple bloodline limits kinda made it inevitable, Dad, replied Naruto. Also, when you said you were watching me from the afterlife, I really hope that doesn't include watching me having sex. Awkwardly enough, it does. Kushina approves of everyone you've done it with. Now, I wish I hadn't brought it up. I'm sure the boy meant well, but he has some explaining to do in regards to reviving us too, said a stern, deep voice. Oh, lighten up, Tobirama. It was ingenious of him to trade beings of pure evil for us, mused a relaxed, cheerful, and proud voice. Hiruzen almost had a heart attack upon seeing Hashirama and Tobirama Senju standing before the council. Grandfather? Granduncle? Asked Tsunade, tears in her eyes. Little Tsuna, you're all grown up? Mused Hashirama. Come give your grandpa a hug, before wrapping his arms around Tsunade. We've been watching you from the afterlife, Naruto, said Tobirama as he placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. And we're very proud of you. Thanks, Uncle Tobirama. Is it okay if I call you that? I suppose I should in turn call you nephew, given you're my grand-niece's grandson. Shikaka sighed. This is going to be so troublesome to explain to the rest of the village. Some things never change with the Nara clan, do they? Chuckled Hashirama, amused. Nope. Exterior, dream world. Interior, Konoha, Namikaze's estate, Naruto's house, master bedroom, evening. Naruto and his lovers were warmly snuggled up to each other, with him in the middle. Later. Interior, Konoha, Namikaze's estate, Naruto's house, master bedroom, mid-morning. Waking up, Naruto felt a draft below the belt, then quietly moaned in pleasure as May delicately stroked his hardening member which now stood at full attention. Kami, that feels good, my Mizu Tenshi. I should hope so, my love, whispered Terumi. I believe there's something else I need to do with you that the others have already experienced the pleasure of. You wouldn't want your Mei-chan to feel left out, would you? I'd never intentionally make you feel left out, he assured before she kissed him. Good. Now will you please make love to me, Narukuin? She requested whilst giving an adorable expression. Please. As you wish, obliged Naruto before engaging privacy and silencing seals. Then the magic happened. Interior. Suna, Kazakage's tower, council chamber, late morning. Raza Sabaku, the Yondaime Kazakage, was in the middle of a meeting. Kazakage-sama, a notice of engagement from Konoha regarding your daughter. Informed an Anbu in a hawk mask as they handed over an envelope. Opening the sealed letter, Raza's eyes widened. Temariheim's gotten engaged without my approval or blessing? Not Temariheim, clarified Hawk, Garaheim. Earning gasps from the Suna council. Shocked, Raza asked, Garchan has fallen in love, and the love is mutual? She's engaged without my blessing, or introducing me to her partner. Who is Garaheim's fiancé? Kushinaheim and Minato-sama's son, Naruto Uzumaki, answered Hawk. With an amused smile, Raza chuckled. Why am I not surprised that Minato's son fell in love with a red-headed Kunoichi Jinchuriki? Before looking at a photo of the 2 redheads in each other's arms with bright smiles, I'll admit they appear to be a good match. Raza's eyes widened in horror. Wait, her seal! Has there been any word of Shikaku causing trouble in Konoha? No, Kazakage-sama, Naruto-sama, being an accomplished seal master in his own right, has repaired and stabilized Garaheim's seal. Jiraiya-sama of the Sannin has inspected the repairs as well. Explained Hawk, intriguing Elder Chio. Thank the Sage of 6 Paths, sighed Raza, relieved. Then he added, Shikaku going on a rampage in the groom's home wouldn't make a good wedding gift, would it? The Kazakage's peers gave a nervous chuckle at the joke. Chio remembered. Raza-chan, you silly boy. Did you forget that old agreement your wife and Kushina made just before Temari birth? You know, the one that played a key role in forming our alliance with Konoha during Minato-kun's reign. Raza thought back. This is going to complicate things. Both of my daughters marrying the same boy is quite unusual, and will most likely be frowned upon. Raza-chan, some of the oldest shinobi clans, specifically those with Kekkei Genkai, still kept marriages inside their clan. Pointed out Chio, does Garaheim and Temari sharing Naruto-chan still sound so unreasonable? My own sources inside Konoha say Naruto-kun and Temari are also close. We'll need to inform them of this and discuss it with them. I just hope this and our unintentional withholding of the information doesn't create problems. Exhaled Raza. Lord Kazekage, will you be informing them in person? Asked one of the council members. Yes, and I'll be preparing to leave for Konoha within the hour, answered Raza, and I'm taking Chiyoba-sama with me. Surprising everyone. Jumping to her feet, Chiyo smiled, Yahoo road trip, making everyone sweat drop. Hawk cleared his throat, then presented Raza with a tri-pronged kunai. Naruto-sama sent this for you to summon him with when you're ready to leave. Earning gasps at the design. I want to learn Hiraishin myself, declared Chiyo. It's one of the ultimate masterpieces in the Fuinjutsu arts, created by Tobarama-sama with the help of Midō. And I want to experience the thrill of using the Hiraishin at least once before I finally pass on. I'm sure you'll get the chance to travel using it, since it appears that's how we'll be transported to Konoha. Opening the bingo book, Chiyo read Naruto's file, grinned, then leapt onto the council table, and began a happy dance. Ding dong, Danzo's dead. Which old Danzo? The wicked Danzo. Ding dong, the wicked Danzo's dead. Making everyone sweat drop. Later. Exterior. Suna, front gates, midday. Raza, Chiyo, and 5 Suna Anbu assembled. The tri-pronged kunai was thrown. Then a yellow flash caught its hilt, giving everyone flashbacks to Minato. Naruto lowered his kunai and stood before the group. Raza-sama, Choba-sama, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Then gave a small bow of his head. I am honored to meet you both. And I am honored to meet you as well, Naruto-kun, returned Raza, who shook Naruto's hand. Let us depart. As you wish. A split second later. Interior. Konoha, Hokage Tower, office, midday. Appearing with Raza, Chiyo, and their escort, Naruto reported, Tsunade-bachan, I've returned with the VIPs from Suna. Thank you, Naruto-chan, replied Tsunade. Then she handed over a slip of paper. Congrats, you've been assigned as a sensei. You get the new Squad 7. Reading the note, Naruto inquired, I have no objection to these students, but why that squad number? Rinnegan could train the new Team 7, and I could have a different number. Why Rin, instead of Kakashi or Obito? Kakashi Nezen recently watched his first ever Genin squad kill each other. Obito Nezen was missing in action and presumed dead for several years, and was demoted to Genin. Rinnegan loves kids, is a skilled medic, and she frequently helps out at the orphanage which some of the graduating students grew up in. Point taken. What number do you want for your squad? Then. Well, I know Guy's squad was renamed Team Guy, so I'll use 9. Can you guess why? Subtle, Naruchan. Chuckled Tsunade. Tsunadeheim, there's something we'll need to discuss with Naruto-kun and my daughters, Raza informed. It's a little embarrassing that the specifics slipped my mind, since it was discussed with my wife and his parents prior to Temari's birth. Then turned to Naruto, could you please retrieve my daughters? As Naruto reached for one of his kunai, Tsunade requested, without using the Hiraishin, thank you. Before Uzumaki leapt out the window. What did you cheeky kids do? Asked Tsunade, facing Raza. Technically, Naruto-chan and Temari-chan are betrothed. As part of the treaty for Suna's alliance with Konoha, it was arranged before they were born. Answered Chiyo straight to the point. With a sigh, Tsunade massaged her forehead. Why does this stuff always happen to Naruto-chan? How many arranged marriages for Naruto did Minato and Kushina make with their friends? Really, he didn't want to become Hokage because of all the politics, but he's getting roped into political and arranged marriages left and right. I never thought I'd say this, but thank Kami for the Clan Restoration Act and Naruto-chan entering it. From what I hear, he only accepts these marriages if both he and the offered bride are willing to truly bond and form a personal connection, and freely consent to the marriage of their own volition," observed Raza. "A condition of agreement that I greatly respect and admire. In a way, one could say the new and renewed alliances formed through his marriages are the wedding gift." That's Raza-chan's way of saying he's clueless when it comes to buying wedding gifts, teased Chio, making Raza face fault before they went into discussion. Soon after, there was a knock on the door. Then Naruto entered with Temari and Gaara. "Father," greeted Gaara as she hugged her dad. "I missed you." Raza's heart warmed. "I missed you too, my little Gaara-chan." "Temari, Naruto-kun, you may want to sit down for what we're about to tell you," said Chio. "Is it that we're engaged?" asked Temari, surprising most of the present company. "Naruto's tenant told us already. We were wondering how to bring it up with Dad." "Temari-chan, Gaara-chan, how do you both feel about this?" "Well, we're willing to share him. And at least we're not marrying our cousin or something," answered Temari. "We always did want something to bond over, and sharing is caring," added Gaara, with an unervingly innocent expression. Shizen took a startled step back, tripping and falling backwards until a pair of arms caught her, and picked her up bridal style. With flushed cheeks, Shizen gave a small smile. "Thank you, Rinnegan. Anytime, my precious Zunchan," replied Uzumaki before he kissed Shizen's cheek. "Are you happy where you are? Or would you like me to set you down?" Naruto smiled as the brunette medic rested her head against his chest with a relaxed sigh and closed her eyes. "Tsunade-ba-chan, I think Zunchan's being overworked. She seems exhausted, but at least she's dreaming of something that makes her happy." Everyone's sweat dropped. Eyes closed, Shizen quietly said, "I love you, Naruto-kun," but everyone heard her. "I love you too, Shizen-chan," returned Naruto as he gently lay Shizen down on the couch, removed her sandals which were put on the ground nearby, then placed a blanket over her, tucked her in, and kissed her forehead whilst the rest of the present company watched in amusement. "Aw, that was cute," mused Tsunade, as Shizen drifted off to sleep. "Naruto-kun, do you think you'll be taking her home with you soon?" Naruto blinked. "If Shizen-chan loves me in that way, I'm open to seeing where it goes as long as she and my current fiancés are comfortable with that." "Speaking of fiancés," said Temari before kissing Naruto, "I love you. Love you too." Chio cleared her throat. "Would you youngsters mind showing me around the village?" "It'd be our pleasure, Chiyoba-chan," warmly said Naruto, who extended his hand. "May I?" The elderly woman chuckled, "Such a good boy." Before Hiruzen walked in, "On second thought, you kids go have fun. I'm sure Hiruzen-kun will be a more suitable guide." Then everyone's sweat dropped. As he observed Shizun's sleeping form, Naruto asked, "Tsunade-ba-chan, will you and Shizen-chan be alright if my desert lilies and I go?" "Yes, and I may have to set you and Shizen-chan up on a date." "Anything else I should know?" "Tsum and Hana had something to discuss with you. Sounds like you might be improving your relations with their clan. I'll meet with them at their earliest convenience." Later. Interior. Konoha. Inuzuka compound. Tsum's house. Hana's room. Mid-afternoon. Tsum wore sexy black lingerie and a fang pendant. Hana was naked except for a silver collar with her name engraved on its gold tag. As Naruto sat across from her and Tsum on the bed, Hana kissed his cheek. "Thanks for coming on such short notice, Naruto-kun. To what do I owe the pleasure of your invitation, and the privilege of seeing you naked, Hana-chan? I love you and I wish to become one of your wives," began Hana, who was on both knees which were spread wide, giving him a peek at her clean-shaven womanhood. "I, Hana Inuzuka, offer myself to you, Naruto Uzumaki, to become your mate, swear loyalty to you, and willingly submit to your dominance. Before holding out a leash, I recognize your superiority and power over me. And I beg of you to please be my alpha." Tsum clarified. This is one of the ways a more submissive or even subservient Inuzuka woman offers themselves to their mate, instead of the guy getting down on one knee. She got the blessing of your other partners in advance. And for the record, putting an Inuzuka woman on a leash isn't just for getting engaged. It's a common fetish, turn on and kink for us during sex. But I'm sure you know that by now, having fucked us plenty of times. With a nod as Hana crawled towards him, Naruto took the leash, and linked it to Hana's collar. I, Naruto Uzumaki, claim you, Hana Inuzuka, as my mate, and I will be your alpha. Before kissing her. I am honored to be claimed by you, my alpha, softly said Hana. Naruto-kun, this one's definitely a sub. Her clan doesn't really use that way of a marriage proposal anymore, and she's horny right now. She went old school with her clan's engagement customs just for you. Mused Kara telepathically. You are quite the kinky bitch, aren't you, dear Hana-chan? He teased as he patted Hana's ass, making her gasp with a blush. Yes, my alpha. I'm your kinky bitch, proudly replied Hana. It's also not unusual for some Inuzuka women to mate or at least play around with the same alpha, as long as that alpha's not their relative. That means you and I could get married too, or fuck each other on a regular basis even though you're with Hana-chan, and it'd be acceptable in the clan as long as you're not our blood relative, said Sum. And you'd both be okay with that? He asked. Revealing her large breasts, Sum kissed him. Yes, we both got the go-ahead. But are you happy to claim both of us wild women as your mates? Yes, yet I would never force you into it if you're not comfortable with that. And we love you for that. Later. Interior. Konoha, Inuzuka compound, Sum's house, dining room, late afternoon. So both my mum and my sister joined your harem? Asked Kiba, uncertain what to think. Dude, I can understand my sister hooking up with you, since you've always been really close. But my mum too? How the heck did that happen? I don't know what to say to you about this, other than I'll do my best to do right by them, and that you won't have to call me dad, replied Naruto. Kiba chuckled, thanks, then he became serious. And you'd better take good care of them or dash. They and their soon-to-be sister wives will make me regret it. I know you were most likely going to say you'd do it, but I've been threatened by more than one Kage and a bijou on the matter of taking good care of my mates. Wait, you actually got threatened by a bijou? The Nibby threatened me right before trying to seduce me. That's weird. We're shinobi. If it's not weird, it's not normal. Oh, by the way, congrats on the adoption. Shino told me you'd adopted a child. Yeah, Fuchan is very precious to me. Later. Exterior. Konoha, forest, waterfall just before sunset. As Naruto finished preparations, Shizen arrived to see a set table with 2 chairs. She smelt the freshly made salmon risotto waiting to be served with miniature bottles of Prosecco in a small bowl of ice. Having undone a slight hinge, revealing her chest's real size to be full D cups, Shizen wore a silver-white kimono dress, emblazoned with a golden tree thinly outlined in silver with a silver leaf pattern at around the collar, that showed a generous amount of her cleavage and stopped mid-thigh, a soft belt and white sandals. Naruto wore soft black pants, sandals, and a red kimono with an Uzumaki swirl on the back. You look breathtaking, Shizen-chan, complimented Naruto before they hugged, sharing a short but sweet kiss in the process. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You look nice too, returned the beautiful brunette. Dinner smells amazing. Naruto pulled one of the seats out for her and pushed it in for her when she sat down. Placing a small, rectangular object on the edge of the table, Naruto pressed a button before slow, soothing music played. Nice touch, mused Shizen. Also, thank you for catching me when I passed out earlier. As she started eating. If you'd passed out, you wouldn't have been able to tell me you preferred being in my arms when I asked. Cheeky Shizen-chan, you had me worried. You know? What'll you do with me since I'm so cheeky? She asked as they both took a large sip of their champagne, then continued eating. Wiping her mouth with a napkin as she finished her meal, Shizen sculled her drink, then started another. You know what I could really use, Naruto-kun? What does my dear Shizen-chan require? He asked, the alcohol not affecting him. A foot massage. As she placed her bare feet in his lap upon them, moving seats to a bench he made using his wood style, he gently rubbed them. Like that. Cammy, you're amazing at this. She mused before letting out a surprised squeal, then giggled as his fingers stroked her soles. He Naruto-kun. He my he feet he. Or he. Really he ticklish he. Is that so? Ha 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 I ha 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 find ha 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 being ha 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 tickled. Ha 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 especially ha 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 on ha 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 my ha 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 feet ha 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 and ha 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 midriff. Ha 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 relaxing ha ha ha. She admitted with a smile and a light blush, Ha 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 as ha 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 long ha 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 as ha 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 it's ha 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 gentle ha 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 ha. I'll remember that for future reference, Shizen Tenshi. He softly said as he listened to her beautiful laughter whilst she blushed upon being called an angel. 5 minutes later, he stopped, and they cuddled up to each other, watching the waterfall. Holding out his palm, Naruto sent hundreds of firefly-sized orbs of luminescent light into the air around them and the waterfall, basking their surroundings in a silver starlight hue, while the stone of the waterfall changed to snow-white crystal, which glowed in the pale moonlight. Taking in the magnificent sight before her, Shizen mused, "This is so beautiful, Naruto. Just like you, fair Shizenheim. Do you have a camera?" she asked, resting her head on his shoulder. "Moments like these need photos." As if on cue, a shadow clone took several spectacular photos of the pair and their surroundings before handing over the camera, then dispelled. Looking through the photos, Naruto and Shizen smiled before they tenderly kissed. Later. Interior. Konoha, Namikaze's estate, Naruto's house, master bedroom, mid-evening. "Naruto, I have a very special treat for you," Shizen whispered, in a sweet, seductive tone before rising to her feet, standing in front of him, and taking a few steps back from the bed. Beginning an exotic dance, she undid her belt, slowly slipped off her dress one shoulder at a time, and allowed it to drop to the ground, revealing she was naked underneath. Continuing her graceful display, she did various movements specifically to highlight her assets, and did the occasional twirl and pose whilst playing with her breasts and fingering her womanhood. Shizen stepped towards him, noticed a bulge in his pants, and traced her hand down his abdomen before touching the bulge, then undid his pants. "Just relax, I'll take care of that," she whispered into his ear whilst he got a very up-close look at her breasts. She pulled down his pants and briefs to reveal his hard cock, making her eyes widen before she began stroking, teasing, and caressing it. "Naruto, I love you," she mused as she gazed into his eyes. "I love you too, fair Shizen Tenshi." He returned as they made love to each other. Later. Interior. Konoha, Namikaze's estate, Naruto's house, master bedroom, morning. Waking up in each other's arms, his hands comfortably on her breasts, Naruto and Shizen kissed. "So, will you marry me?" Uzumaki asked, his whiskers making his innocent expression even cuter. "I'm all yours, Naruto-kun," she answered, stifling a giggle as his eyes lit up like Christmas lights, before a silver gold ring with an ice blue crystal slipped onto her ring finger. "It's beautiful." As they cuddled, he gazed into her eyes. "Just like you." Interior. Konoha, Namikaze's estate, Naruto's house, lounge room, late morning. "So Shizen-chan's joining our family," mused Mei, who embraced Shizen. "Congratulations, darling." Shizen smiled. "Thanks." "How was the sex?" asked Mei, a hint of mischief in her tone. "I can tell you two had it last night." The brunette medic blushed. "Heavenly." "It sure is," agreed Yujito. "He always makes me a happy kitty when we do it." "Ditto," added Yugao. "Nobody fucks as good as Naruto-kun," chimed in Kurenai. "Morning, Naruto-sama," greeted Tayuya, with a small bow upon entering. "If your huge cock's still hard after your fun with the sexy nurse, your loyal Tayuya-chan will be more than happy to suck it for you," making some of the girls blush while he turned towards the door. "Morning, my lord and ladies," greeted Kin upon entering the room. "Breakfast will be ready shortly. And Fu-chan is sleeping in today." Naruto nodded. "Thank you, Kin-chan." Shizen wondered, "If both of you are here, who's watching the stove?" Before Kin and Tayuya went to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter. Interior. Konoha, Namikaze's estate, Naruto's house, dining room, late morning. Naruto, Anko, Kurenai, Shizen, Mei, Kuratsuchi, Haku, Gaara, Temari, Yujito, Yugao, Kin and Tayuya sat down for pancakes and bacon. "Thank you, Kin-chan and Tayuya-chan, my lovely concubines," said Naruto, enjoying his meal. "This is delicious." "We're honored by your praise, Naruto-sama," replied Kin and Tayuya. "Morning, everyone," yawned Fu, who hugged everyone before getting her breakfast. A day later. Interior. Konoha, Shinobi Academy, classroom early morning. Entering to see the recent graduates, Naruto smiled. Team 9, Konohamaru Sarutobi, Moegi Yamato and Hanabi Hyuga. Please follow me, my cute little genins. I'm not cute, protested Konohamaru. Yes, you are, Kono-kun, insisted Hanabi with a light blush. Exterior, Konoha, Shinobi Academy, rooftop early morning. Sitting on the benches with the trio, Naruto said, let's start by introducing ourselves and sharing a few things, such as our likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams, and goals. Nizan, can you please go first? Asked Hanabi. Since you asked so nicely, little firecracker. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Senjinamike's. I'm one of Konoha's Sannin, and one of Kiri's 7 shinobi swordsmen. I'm also what's known as a Jinchuriki, for better or worse. Began Naruto, earning surprised looks. Kara pouted and telepathically said, it's for the better, and you know it, Narukoi. You know you love me, and I love you too, Naruto-koi. My hobbies are learning new jutsu, training, spending time with my precious people, writing, cooking, bukijutsu, and music, continued Naruto. My dislikes are traitors, bullies, tyrants, and elitists. How the villagers treated me growing up. People who blame others for things out of their control. People who hurt children. And people who harm both my precious people and my fellow Jinchuriki. My goal is to help you all become excellent shinobi in your own right. My dream, I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm Hanabi Hyuga. I like spending time with my precious people. Training, learning, cooking, art. Gardening, music, and practicing my clan's techniques. I dislike people who are mean to my precious people, the caged bird seal, bullies, elitists, perverts, and being underestimated. My goals are protecting myself and my precious people. And my dreams to equally share the role of clan head with my sister. So neither of us have to bear the burden alone since we're stronger together. I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi. I love my precious people and spending time with them, especially Hanabi-chan and Moegi Yamato, said Konohamaru, making the young Hyuga blush much to Naruto's amusement. My hobbies are learning new jutsu, training, playing games, and pulling pranks. I dislike bullies, arrogant elitists, being called the honorable grandson, and being underestimated. My goal is to prove myself and be accepted for who I am, not who I'm related to. My dream is to become a great Hokage in my own right and surpass my grandpa. I'm Moegi Yamato. I like my friends learning new skills and jutsu. Camping, gardening, nature, and horticulture. My dislikes are bullies, perverts, and people who take advantage of others. My goal is to grow stronger so I can protect myself and others. My dreams to be an accomplished kunoichi and medic nin in my own right. Naruto smiled at the trio. I'm glad to hear my first students have such healthy dreams. What do you mean, Niken? Asked Hanabi. Not all shinobi have healthy aspirations, ambitions, dreams, or goals, answered Naruto, and some don't always become a shinobi for any particular reason, but may do so by obligation, law, or duty. By law? Asked Konohamaru. Some shinobi villages, big and small, have mandatory training and service time in their shinobi corps. Smaller ninja villages have lower populations, so many of them ensure the whole population has at least some shinobi training because they can't spare forces to look after the civilians during an invasion. Explained Uzumaki. Then there's the more military-minded villages like Kumo whose genin may be chunin or jonin level in skill by Konoha's standards. The only people in this village who train as hard as Kumo shinobi are Madogai and Rock Lee. Or, as I like to call them, the Spandex Brigade. The trio of genins burst into laughter. Naruto handed each of them a piece of chakra paper. Channel some of your chakra into these, and we'll find out your elemental affinities. Konohamaru's paper split in half and turned to ashes. Hanabi's split went damp, then crinkled. Moegi's paper went damp, then turned into dirt. Kono Otuto, you have both a wind and fire affinity. That's a powerful combo. Firecracker, you have water, wind, and lightning, which is very interesting. Moegi Yamato, the affinities you've displayed are water and earth. Tenzanaiken tells me you have the wood release like I do, which is awesome. Why don't I have a Kekkei Genkai? asked Konohamaru, pouting. Kono, having already developed 2 affinities or a dual affinity, at your age, is quite rare. Too many shinobi wait until they're a chunin to learn their primary affinity, let alone their second one. The sooner you know your elemental affinities, the sooner you know which types of jutsu will be easier for you to use. That makes sense, boss. And Hanabi-chan already has 3 affinities. I awakened my chakra much earlier and trained with it sooner than you did, Kono-kun. Explained Hanabi with a soft smile. I have 3 affinities because I had a head start and a lot more training. Please don't be upset. Konohamaru lowered his head. I'm sorry for acting jealous, Hanabi-chan. I am happy that you know your affinities. You can make it up to me by taking me to the movies and maybe out to dinner sometime. Just the 2 of us. As you wish, agreed Konohamaru, whose cheeks flushed. Wait, do you mean as friends or like a date? Hanabi winked. Depends how it goes, Kono-kun. Naruto informed. As helpful and useful as Kekkei Genkai are, becoming reliant and dependent on them in battle won't end well. Especially in a situation where using it isn't an option. For example, an ice user is at a catastrophic disadvantage in the desert, since they won't have enough water or moisture in the air to use their bloodline techniques. And someone who controls sand would have the opposite problem in the snow. Fair point. Naruto-nizan, you mentioned you were a Jinchuriki earlier. What does that mean? Asked Hanabi before Naruto gave a detailed but easy-to-follow explanation. Has she ever tried to escape or take over your body? Asked Moegi. Nope, Kara-chan is a good vixen, assured Naruto. Do you trust her? More than I trust most humans, since she's never lied to me. Kara-chan and the other tailed spirits are the children of the Sage of 6 Paths. He entrusted them with the responsibility of maintaining the balance of power in the world. It's us humans that gave the Sage's children labels like beast, demon, monster, and weapon while trying to control and manipulate them. In fact, it wasn't until after Konoha was founded that there was even distrust and hostility between humans and the tailed spirits. Really? Asked Moegi, shocked. For the most part, the tailed spirits were initially pacifists, and didn't directly intervene in a conflict unless the world or balance itself was threatened. There was a time where they roamed free, and people sought them out for advice, knowledge, safety, and counsel. Not with violent, greedy, ill, sinister, or selfish intentions. That's awesome. Many scholars, archivists, and historians came to them in hopes of learning their origins and lore. Others wished to learn the teachings of the Ninshu Creed. Many in the creative arts made songs, stories, poems, artworks, and other crafts in their honor and likeness. Since the Sage of 6 Paths is considered a god by many, the tailed spirits have also been considered as such given they're his children. Humans have built many shrines, monuments, and temples in their honor. The genins listened keenly before he shunshined them to their training ground. Exterior, Konoha training ground, early morning. Placing 2 bells on his belt, Naruto informed. Your objective is to take these bells from me before time runs out. You'll want to come at me with everything you have, and with intent to kill. But there are only 2 bells, noticed Konohamaru. The one who doesn't get a bell will be tied to one of the stumps, and go without lunch, stated Naruto, who held back a mischievous grin, and be sent back to the academy for another semester. What? Gasped the 3 genin. Test starts in 3, 2, 1, go. Whilst Moegi and Konohamaru retreated into the bushes, Hanabi took a gentle fist stance. Lesson 1. Taijutsu, said Naruto as he easily evaded a series of attacks. Clan taijutsu techniques are formidable. But an opponent familiar with them, like a rogue clan member or someone with prior experience fighting the clan, will be able to anticipate your every move and find them predictable. Closing Hanabi's chakra points during his counterattack using the same technique, Naruto caught her by the wrist and threw her across the training ground before she landed on her feet. Lesson 2. Ninjutsu, said Naruto, who turned into a puddle of water. A single water clone beat me with my own clan's taijutsu. That's so embarrassing, sighed the firecracker before a chop to the back of her neck knocked her out, and a shadow clone caught her before she could fall to the ground whilst unsealing her chakra points. Creating a bed and inflating a blow-up mattress for his unconscious student, Naruto gently laid her down with a pillow beneath her head and a blanket over her before carefully tucking her in and taking a quick photo since she looked so peaceful and adorable. Then he placed her under a sleep-inducing genjutsu and whispered, Lesson 3, Genjutsu. Appearing behind Konohamaru, who was reaching for a little orange book, Naruto whispered, Lesson 4, Fuinjutsu. Before the brat fell victim to an electric shock security seal. Finding Hanabi sound asleep in a bed, Moegi carefully advanced towards her, weary of traps, then noticed the genjutsu, Kai, and dispelled it before approaching her bedside. As the timer, which was next to her, rang, Hanabi woke up with a gasp, I'm up, then blushed as she took in her surroundings. Oh Kami, Naruto Nizan put me to bed like a child. Well, you looked like you needed a nap, my little firecracker, lightly teased Naruto, who appeared. And being asleep in the mud and dirt would have been quite undignified, Haim. Hanabi blushed. Nizan, I'm an heiress, not a princess. An heiress is a noble family and clan's equivalent of a princess. The difference is the extent of their authority and influence's reach. For example, a clan head may be the leader of their clan, but a kage leads their village, and the daimyo leads their nation. Wait, where's Konokuin? Asked Hanabi before Naruto pointed with his thumb. He went for that pervy book Father and Niji Nizan read, when they think nobody's looking, didn't he? Yeah, it was perfect bait for a trap. Fuinjutsu is an underrated skill every shinobi should consider essential. I placed some seals intended for protecting confidential documents on his book. I did the same thing to Kakashi Hatake a while ago. As he now stood in front of his 3 students, with Konohamaru still tied, Naruto asked, Now, my cute little genins, what did we learn? Even though you're not from the Hyuga clan, and don't possess our Kekkei Genkai, you know our taijutsu techniques better than I do, and how to counter them, replied Hanabi. That too, but Moegi discovered the real objective of this test. I did? Asked Moegi, uncertain. Demonstrating teamwork was the real objective, not getting the bells. For example, you saw Hanabi Muto under a genjutsu and helped her by dispelling it. Explained Naruto. Can someone untie me? Asked Konohamaru. Would an enemy untie their hostage? Replied Naruto. No, but your teammates will. Before Hanabi freed Konohamaru, Naruto turned to his students. You 3 are officially genin now. I'll be giving you a full month of full-time training before your first missions, even though they'll most likely be a standard D-rank mission. And before any of you complain about those glorified chores, they are necessary for rookie squads to learn teamwork and become more familiar with each other and the village. There's a minimum number of 10 D-ranks to complete before taking a C-rank mission. Aren't missions on hold for the next 2 months for the exam finals? Asked Konohamaru. Uzumaki gave an eye smile. Then there's more time for training. What happens if we run into some enemy ninja during a C rank? Asked Moegi. Then I'll take what measures I deem necessary to protect you and get you home safely. Moegi smiled. Thanks, Naruto Nizan. Now, you 3, unlike earlier, I want you 3 to actually come straight at me with intent to kill and holding nothing back. I want you to face me as a team, so I may test your skills in a fight. You may use any and all techniques, tools, tactics, and weapons you have in your arsenal, stated Naruto, and take it as seriously as you would a real battle. But what if we hurt you? Asked Moegi, concerned. Then I haven't been paying enough attention and held back too much. Also, try forming some strategies amongst yourselves to use. A shinobi's most powerful weapon and sharpest tool is their mind. As the trio took a formation, Naruto drew a bow staff whilst taking a Naiman stance. Go! Before twirling the staff defensively to intercept several thrown kunai. With style, would tendril strike? Called Moegi as she went through hand signs, and a wood tendril moved to attack Naruto, who evaded. Seeing where he thought Naruto was going to land, Konohamaru did hand signs, fire style, fireball jutsu. Hanabi added her own jutsu, air palm, which increased the strength and size of the fireball. Water style, coiled water dragon jutsu, called Naruto before a large, long dragon of more ceremonial visage, made of water, burst through the fireball, opened its mouth, and approached the genins at speed. As the genins quickly held their breath, the dragon caught Konohamaru, then Hanabi, then Moegi in its mouth. The motion of the attack was so quick the trio didn't notice their heads were in small bubbles supplying oxygen for them. The force of the hit knocked each of them off their feet, lifted them, and carried them away like the tide before the dragon coiled like a snake, and spit them out in a burst of water shaped like a fireball, sending them to the grass. As they shakily got to their feet and brushed themselves off, the genins glared at Naruto. "You almost drowned us. Did any of you feel water trying to get into you?" asked Naruto, earning 3 shakes of the head. "There were pockets of oxygen for people caught in the attack." Moegi asked, "Why?" "It was initially a jutsu for evacuating burning buildings and the like, but it can also be used to catch people using fire style to cover their escape," answered Uzumaki. "It also makes a good trick for celebrating Lunar New Year," making the genins face fault. Naruto used wind style to create small vortexes around the trio that lifted off the dirt, dust, mud, water, and grass that covered his students and their equipment whilst drying them off. "Hey, you four, is everyone behaving?" asked Mei as she arrived. "Hey, Mei-chan," greeted Naruto. "We've finished their genin test." Konohamaru here decided he'd try and read one of Pervy Sage's Ika books instead of doing part of the first test. As her hair defied gravity, much like Kushina's, Mei leaked some ki, scaring the trio of genin as she looked at the young Sarutobi. "You're far too young for those books. You shouldn't read them in public or around girls. You're meant to be setting a positive example. And a 12-year-old boy reading sexually explicit content isn't acceptable. It reflects poorly on you, your squad, your sensei, and your village. Do I make myself clear?" Konohamaru nodded fearfully. Dissipating her ki, Mei's eyes sparkled when she saw Moegi and Hanabi, then pulled the 2 girls into a hug, kawaii, making the boys sweat drop. Mei mentioned, "By the way, love, Fuchan will be here in a moment since she wanted to meet your students." "Good to know," replied Naruto, who smiled. "I love you, Meiheim." Wrapping her arms around Naruto, Mei mused, "I love you too, Narukoi." "Mind introducing us, boss?" asked Konohamaru. "This lovely Mizutenshi is Mei Terumi, soon to be Mei Uzumaki, the 5th Mizukage," introduced Naruto. "Mei Tenshi. These precious little genins are Konohamaru Sarutobi, Hanabi Hyuga, and Moegi Yamato." "It's wonderful to meet you," mused Terumi. Appearing in a white and mint green blur, Fo tightly hugged Naruto. "Hi, Tuchan." "Hey, sweetie, what's up?" "Not much." "Are these your genin?" asked Fo. "I know. Let's all be friends." Before Team 9 nodded in agreement. Interior, Konoha, Dango Diner, midday. As the new Team 9, Fo, and Mei sat at a table for lunch, the latter asked, "So, how did you do on the test, Hanabi-chan?" "Naranikan defeated me with my own clan's taijutsu and literally put me to bed after making one with wood style," admitted Hanabi, embarrassed. Mei giggled. "I did something similar to one of my students because they'd stayed up all night stressing over their test and forgotten to have both dinner and breakfast." "I hear you're departing for Kiri soon, Mei Tenshi," mentioned Naruto, who offered, "Would you like me to give you and your security detail a lift, using my Haration?" "It sounds wonderful, and I hope AO hasn't caused any problems while I've been away," accepted Mei. "It would be unfortunate if I had to melt his balls," earning a startled look from Konohamaru. Now, my dear Mizutenshi. Have a little mercy on poor AO. He's got Chojuro keeping him in line," implored Naruto, who gave a foxy grin. "And the only woman allowed to destroy AO's balls is his wife." Cheeks flushed, Mei erupted into beautiful laughter, whilst her wonderful breasts jiggled and bounced. Interior, Kiri, Mizukage's tower, office, midday. A chill ran down Chojuro and Ao's spines before Zabuza walked in with Kisame. Exterior, Konoha, Training Ground 44, Tower, early afternoon. This exercise is to test your individual awareness and senses as well as your scouting abilities. I've scattered and hidden several little treasures in a 2-kilometer radius from the tower that I want you 3 to recover," instructed Naruto. "I have the border of the designated perimeter marked so you don't go too far from the tower." Then handed a Haration Kunai to each of his genin. "In case of an emergency, use this and I'll be there in a flash." "Yes, sensei," acknowledged the trio. "And Hanabi Amuto, this exercise is to be done without using the Byakugan." No Byakugan? Asked Hanabi. What kind of treasure are we looking for? Chocolate eggs, answered Naruto, earning enthusiastic smiles. Yay! Exclaimed the cute little genins. Each one you find will have a clue to another's location, since intel for a key objective on a mission can find itself scattered. Or multiple targets could each hold a piece of the information that won't be of use without the rest. You have 2 hours and may use any scouting techniques you know, but I want you to stay in contact through your headsets. Yes, Sensei, called the trio who departed in separate directions. Later. Exterior. Konoha, Training Ground 9, late afternoon. Sensei, what does learning archery have to do with becoming a ninja? Asked Hanabi as she, Konohamaru, and Moegi practiced. It's a useful skill for hunting, scouting, assassination, ambushes, and ranged combat. Wind chakra-enhanced projectiles are extremely painful and especially deadly. They can also make brutal interrogation tools if you use them creatively. Learning to properly wield a bow and arrow takes patience and discipline, 2 things all shinobi need. Makes sense, acknowledged Hanabi. Narukoi, how's your first day as a sensei? Asked Kurenai as she approached. It's going well, Nihime, answered Naruto, who kissed Kurenai's cheek. They're an interesting trio. Still on for our movie date tonight? Naturally. Aren't you going to introduce me? Konohamaru Otudo, Hanabi Amudo, Moegi Amudo, this is Jonin Sensei Kurenai Yuhi, Genjutsu Mistress of Konoha. Introduced Naruto. Hello, Kurenai Sensei. Greeted the genins. Hello, returned Kurenai, a warm smile gracing her ruby lips. Checking the time, Hanabi asked, Nizan, my father's expecting me home soon. Can you please escort me? Of course, answered Naruto. Would you like to walk, or shunshin? Can you teach us the shunshin? Gently poking Hanabi's forehead, Naruto smiled. Some other time. Okay. How about we finish today by watching the sunset from the top of the Hokage monument? Asked Naruto, earning eager smiles. Yes, Sensei, chorused the kids. I also have some homework for you, mentioned Naruto, earning groans as he handed each of them a small book. The Fundamentals and Basics of Fuinjutsu and 101 Useful Seals for Novices by Kushina Uzumaki. Read Moegi. Is there a particular seal you want us to learn as our homework, Sensei? Yes, I'd like each of you to create a storage seal. How long do we have? 3 weeks from tomorrow. Sounds fair, shrugged Konohamaru. I'll get it done in no t-dash. You don't rush sealing, asserted Uzumaki. Take it slow, steady, and carefully. It's going to take a fair amount of trial and error as well. It's a form of art, needs a steady hand, and it needs precision. An unstable or shakily made seal is a disaster waiting to happen. Okay. Handing another scroll to each of his students, Naruto said, These have 5 useful jutsu for you to learn as well. And some chakra control exercises you may find useful even if they're ones you're already familiar with. Sweet, cheered Konohamaru, earning an amused smile from his teammates. Later. Exterior. Konoha, Shinobi District, Hyuga Compound, main gate, just after sunset. Arriving with Hanabi, after dropping the others off, Naruto approached the guards. Sannin Naruto Senju here to drop off everyone's favorite little firecracker. Did you believe Hanabi-sama required an escort? Asked one of the guards, with a hint of arrogance. I am Hanabi's sensei. Her well-being and safety are as much my responsibility as they are the responsibility of her parents, asserted Naruto, surprising the guards and Hanabi. If I deem it necessary to personally escort my students home, then I shall do so. Especially with all the foreign visitors and guests here for the Chunin exams. Understood, Senju-sama. I meant no offense. Thanks for walking me home, Naruto Niken, said Hanabi, smiling brightly. You're welcome, little firecracker. And please give my warm regards to everyone. I will. Later. Exterior. Konoha, Shinobi District, Hyuga Compound, by the pool, mid-evening. Practicing the hand signs in order, thoroughly memorizing the sequence, and increasing the speed, Hanabi noticed Niji being far too aggressive and leaking killing intent during a spar with Hinata. You need to cool off, Niji-Nizan, thought Hanabi whilst doing hand signs, water style, water bullet jutsu, before a small but powerful projectile of water hit a mid-air Niji's chest, sending him crashing onto the grass. Getting up with a grunt, Niji stormed off. Approaching her sister, Hinata praised, "Nice timing, and well done casting the jutsu. How do you feel?" Hanabi panted slightly. "I feel proud, but a bit tired. I need to work on my reserves, and it's been a long day. How was your first day as a genin?" "It was good, and Naruto-Nizan is a bit unorthodox, but I couldn't ask for a better sensei. Aside from you, Nechan." Hinata smiled, wrapped her arms around her sister, from behind, and held her gently. "Love you too, little firecracker. Now it's time for a break. You've been training all day with Naruto-Nizan, and since you got home." Hanabi pouted. "Nechan, I need to keep training. And I'm not even hungry," before blushing as her stomach growled. "Not on an empty belly you don't emudo," asserted Hinata, whose hands slipped under Hanabi's shirt and tickled her midriff, making the younger girl giggle in her sister's arms. Approaching her daughters, Hera lifted Hanabi into her arms and turned towards the main house. "Let's get you some dinner, Hanabi-chan. After dinner, you can start one of the books you were given." Hanabi nodded. "Okay, Kachin." Interior, Konoha, Shinobi District, Tenzo's house, living room, mid-evening. As Tenzo brought her a cup of tea, Moegi bookmarked and set down her Fuinjutsu book. "Thanks, Dad." "So, how was your first day?" asked Tenzo, curious. "It was great, and Naruto-sensei walked us all home after we watched the sunset from the Hokage monument." "I'm glad you had fun, and I see he's given you some homework." "Yep." Interior, Konoha, Sartobi residence, dining room, mid-evening. Asuma, Hiruzen, and Konohamaru sat at the table. "Gramps, can I sign the monkey summoning contract now that I'm a genin?" asked Konohamaru. "Jiraiya-sama learned summoning when he was a genin." "I don't see why not," answered Hiruzen. "How was your genin test from Naruto-kun?" "I got tied to a stump, and he confiscated my copy of Ika Ika," admitted Konohamaru, earning a chuckle from the sandame. Asuma raised an eyebrow. "What were you doing with that book? And where did you even get it?" "From Grandpa's desk." Interior, Konoha, Namikaze's estate, private home theater, mid-evening. Snuggling with Kurenai, who relaxed in his arms, as they watched a romance film, Naruto gently kissed her. Kurenai wore a strapless red dress and her ring. Naruto wore a pair of light pants, a white t-shirt with the Uzumaki swirl, his necklace, and his ring. "I love you," whispered Kurenai as she pulled down her dress and brought his hands to her exposed breasts. "I love you too," replied Naruto, who relaxingly caressed, teased, fondled, and massaged her glorious E-cups. "That feels so good, Naruto-kun," she moaned as her nipples hardened. "Fuck, yes, you're a godsend in making me feel so good. Thank you, my breathtaking Nihime." She smiled as they gazed into each other's eyes. "You know, I was a virgin until we had sex together, for the first time. You, me, and Enko-chan lost our virginity to each other on your birthday that year. That makes it even more special. It certainly does, lover. And I loved every second of it." Later. Interior, Konoha, Namikaze's estate, Naruto's house, master bedroom, late evening. Snuggled up to each other, Kurenai, in a red bra, nightie and panties, and Naruto, in black PJ pants and a white t-shirt, looked to the door as it opened. Fo, in orange PJ pants and a green tank top, entered. "I had a nightmare. Can I stay in here with you too, tonight?" "Of course you can, sweetie," assured Naruto and Kurenai. Fo climbed into the bed between them, then they gently and protectively embraced her. "I love you, Naruto Tauzen. I love you, Naikachin," as she relaxed in their arms. "We love you too, our precious little Foheim," replied Naruto and Kurenai, brightly smiling. Later. Exterior, Konoha, Training Ground 9, 5 a.m. Having collected his cute little genins, Naruto unsealed 3 rectangular chakra metal bars and handed one to each of them. Focus some of your chakra into these. Why? Asked Hanabi, confused. It's a surprise. Focusing her chakra into the bar, Hanabi's turned into a twin set of Legolas-style daggers with the Hyuga crest engraved just above the handguards. Konohamaru's turned into a retractable bowstaff bearing the Sarutobi clan coat of arms. Moegi's bar turned into a sleek, bark-colored, cylindrical, 25 centimeters, hilt that bore resemblance to a carven branch with a small Y-shaped end, emblazoned with a small white tree outlined in silver, with a retractable light gray, needle-like, 45 centimeters, blade. Wow! Exclaimed Konohamaru. That is so cool! These are amazing, mused Hanabi as she tested her daggers, which were extremely light and versatile. Mine kinda reminds me of the needle sword used by the 7 shinobi swordsmen, but it also looks like a tree branch, noticed Moegi. Well, it's certainly unique, mused Naruto. They are meant to be an extension of yourself. Your hilt looks like that in representation of your connection to nature. Cool. Getting their attention as they examined their weapons, Naruto began teaching the trio of Genin the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Interior, Konoha, Hokage Tower, Office, 5 a.m. Watching through the crystal ball, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Yugao, Irika, Shizun, Fo, Hayashi, Tenzo, and several Anbu sweat dropped at seeing the newly appointed Sannin teaching his students what was supposed to be a forbidden jutsu. Who gave him permission to teach that jutsu to the brats? Asked Jiraiya. Nobody told him he wasn't allowed to. And that's not the version on the forbidden scroll, answered Hiruzen. I myself am most interested in these weapons forged by their personal chakra. Mused Hayashi, my sensei never informed me of such things. Yeah, Tuchan knows all kinds of awesome stuff. Chimed in Fu before Yugao led her away for her own training. Exterior, Konoha, Training Ground 8, 6 a.m. Team 8 was having a 4-way spar, 5-way including Akamaru. Sensei, your taijutsu skills are far greater than one expects from a genjutsu specialist. Stated Shino, between strikes. Why? Because many genjutsu specialists neglect their taijutsu. However, you have not. With sparring partners like Kushina-sensei, Anko-chan, Yugao-chan, and Naruto-kun, you definitely don't get your taijutsu neglected, replied Kurinai. I wonder how Hanabi Amuto is going. Naruto Nizan is her sensei, said Hinata. Wait, what? Naruto is a teacher? Asked Kiba, who momentarily paused, resulting in a punch to the face knocking him onto his back. Interior, Konoha, Naruto's apartment complex, Ino's loft, Ino's bedroom, 6 a.m. Sleeping blissfully in Shikamaru's arms, Ino slowly awoke, nude, and smiled upon finding his hands resting upon her bare breasts. She kissed his cheek and whispered, I love you, Shikakuen. With a small yawn as he awoke, Shikamaru returned, I love you too, my troublesome Ino-chan. By the way, you were amazing last night. Wouldn't have guessed someone who acts so lazy would have so much energy and stamina for fun in the sack. Thanks. Interior, Konoha, Naruto's apartment complex, VIP visitor loft, Samui's bedroom, 6 a.m. Pleasuring herself, kneeling with her knees, thighs and ankles tied together, and soft rope tied above and below her impressive breasts, Samui, nude, moaned, Yes, yes, give it to me, dominate me. Fuck me and squeeze, kiss and suck my tits, Naruto-kun. Lick my pussy and tease my nipples. Oh yes, fuck, please use shadow clones too. Naruto-kun, make Samui-chan your horny whore. Yes, expose my tits to the world. Grope them, suck them and put your cock between them. Spank me like the naughty girl I am. Ride me and let me suck your dick, Naruto-kun. Before freezing in shock as Mabui and Karui, both naked, walked in on her. Will you settle for us dominating and playing with you instead, since he's not here? Seductively asked Karui, closing the distance and tracing her hand across the busted blonde's breast, earning sweet giggles. Gently laying Samui down on her back, Mabui, without resistance, neatly tied her to the bedposts. We'll take good care of you. Cheeks flushed, Samui nodded her consent with a look of anticipation. Exterior, Konoha, Training Ground 9, 6:30 a.m. Yash, it seems we'll be sharing a training ground, exclaimed Guy as he, Lee and Niji arrived. Oh no, thought Team Naruto. Guy, didn't Bachan tell you about training ground reassignments? Asked Uzumaki. I forgot, admitted Guy, earning a sweat drop. Shame on you, Guy-sensei, gasped Hanabi, who gave a misleadingly sweet smile. As penance, you must run 1,000 laps around the village without stopping. And you must do it with Niji on your shoulders, and Lee on his, without either of them falling off without your weights. Lee's eyes sparkled while Niji paled. Then Guy and his 2 students were off. I almost feel bad for Niji, giggled Konohamaru. You can feel bad for him when he starts wearing spandex and leg warmers, shrugged Naruto, making Hanabi giggle. Now on with training. What are we doing today, Niken? Well, you already know the tree and water walking exercises, the leaf sticking and spinning exercise, and the kunai spinning and levitating exercise, stated Uzumaki. While I don't think it's quite what Dad had in mind for its use when he created it, I don't just use this in battle. It makes one hell of a chakra control exercise. Before holding out his hand and forming a Rasengan, the genins gazed in awe, enthusiasm, and wonder. Wow, what is this technique? Asked Moegi. It's beautiful. This Emudo is the Rasengan. In time, I may even teach it to each of you. Though we'll need to build your reserves quite a bit before I even think about it. It's an A-rank jutsu which requires at least high chunin level reserves and chakra control. It's also non-lethal, unlike Kakashi Hataki's Chidori. So what was on today's schedule? Asked Hanabi. I'm going to show you how to infuse your chakra into your weapons, answered Naruto, who threw a kunai at the bull's eye of a training post, without adding elemental chakra, then channeled wind chakra into another kunai which went clean through the post, with elemental chakra. This demonstration was using wind chakra, like Asuma does with his trench knives. So cool, exclaimed Konohamaru. Elemental chakra can also be used in your taijutsu. Your enemies may find it a bit shocking, said Naruto, earning eye rolls from the joke. Shocking? Really? Asked Hanabi before a small jolt of electricity connected upon Naruto, gently poking her side. Hey, that was mean, Nizan. I did warn you. Interior, Konoha, Hokage Tower, office, 7 a.m. Watching through the crystal ball, Hayashi sweat dropped. Well, he can't be faulted for his advice going unheeded. Is he really going to teach them the Rasengan? Thought Nico. Knowing my Naruto-kun, he will eventually. Elemental affinity training is pretty advanced for kids who've just graduated, stated Asuma. Speak for yourself, we teach that in the academy, shrugged Raza, and I started my own elemental training before the academy, as did my daughters. Starting elemental training early makes sense when you have to go abroad just to teach your ninja tree and water walking, teased Asuma. Very funny. 3 weeks later. Interior, Konoha Hokage Tower, office, early morning. Team 9 present as requested, Bachan, said Naruto, whose Hapuri now bore the kanji for nature instead of the leaf symbol. Naruto-kun, I need your team to personally escort the Tsuchikage to Konoha. Kuratsuchi will be your guide. He's requested you specifically. Uzumaki chuckled. Wonderful. Hana, Haku, and Shursui will be going too. Understood. The Tsuchikage heard about you using the Hiraition to transport the Kazekage to Konoha, but he doesn't want to take the Hiraition Express. It's either because of pride or because he doesn't think his old bones can handle it. Chiyoba-sama is older than him, and she was as hyper as Lee on caffeine when she knew she'd be traveling via the Hiraition, you know? That's a horrifying mental image. Later. Exterior. Land of Fire, Konoha, clearing, late morning. Team Naruto, Shursui, Kuratsuchi, Kitsuchi, Haku, Hana, and her ninja dogs assembled. Looking good, Naruto-kun, praised Hana, her jonin vest partially unzipped to reveal a small amount of her cleavage. Likewise, Hana-chan, returned Naruto as he gently patted one of her dogs. Well, let's not keep Inokijiji waiting. His patience is shorter than he is. Making Kuratsuchi burst into laughter. Noticing Kuratsuchi was wearing an IWA jonin vest, Hana asked, Did you get promoted, Kuro-chan? Like Naruto Koi, I wasn't really a genin, admitted the IWA brunette. Naughty girl, teased Shursui. Oh, don't worry. Narukoi has already disciplined and punished this naughty girl, insinuated Kuratsuchi. The genins blushed at the beautiful IWA Kunoichi's possible implications while Kitsuchi raised an eyebrow. Let's roll like an Akimichi using their human boulder technique to get to an all-you-can-eat buffet, said Konohamaru. If you're not careful, one might use it against you for that remark, commented Hanabi, making the little boy gulp. You can tease your boyfriend later, Lil Firecracker, interjected Uzumaki, making Hanabi and Konohamaru blush. Then he did a hand sign, summoning jutsu, before a massive, magnificent, majestic wolf with gray fur and white markings on its forehead and bright blue eyes. Whoa! Gasped Hana. Who's this? I am Dumei. Self-identified the wolf in a deep, low growl. Don't see that every day, thought everyone except Naruto. Would you be willing to transport us to IWA? Requested Naruto before the great wolf lay down. Climb, said Dumei before the group climbed onto his back and secured themselves using chakra to stay on. Standing in all his majesty, Dumei began to run so fast they went into a lightspeed tunnel. Moments later. Exterior, Land of Earth, path, IWA front gates, late morning. As the group reappeared, scaring the living daylights out of the gate guards, they disembarked. With a thankful smile, Naruto said, "Thank you, my friend," before the wolf returned to its own realm. Did the wolf teleport us here? Wondered Kuratsuchi. Not exactly. Dumei's able to run through a sort of lightspeed tunnel because of his strong connection to nature. It's like running into a tunnel of pure light and towards a portal showing your destination. Or at least that's as simply as I can put it. That sounds quite interesting, Narukoi, mused Haku. Thanks, Yukiheim, replied Uzumaki. The group were suddenly encircled by a dozen IWA shinobi with weapons drawn. The genins tensed while Hana, Haku, Shursui, Kuratsuchi, Kitsuchi, and Naruto were perfectly calm. Easy, stated Naruto in a neutral tone. Threatening me is threatening Kumo, Aim, Kiri, Suna, Konoha, and IWA. The latter of which implies treason and insubordination on your part. Before activating his Rinnegan, neither myself nor Inoki-sama are patient men. You will allow us to pass in peace and unhindered. Stand down, all of you, ordered Inoki as he arrived, and the IWNeans returned to their posts and patrols. Ah, I should have known you'd make an interesting entrance, Naruto-san. Your handling of the situation was well done. Thank you, Inoki-jichi. Interior, IWA, Tsuchikige's office, late morning. So, Koro-chan, have you decided what name you'll be taking after the wedding with Naruto-san? Asked Inoki. With a micro-cam hidden in the symbol of her headband, Kuratsuchi cheerfully answered, Namikaze. Pale as a ghost, the old Tsuchikige's eyes widened in shock while his jaw dropped before he fainted. Then his paperwork buried him. After a moment, Kuratsuchi erupted into laughter. I am so glad I caught that on camera. Ninja art, sorting the forms, said Naruto as he levitated the paperwork back onto the desk in neatly organized and categorized piles. Waking up, Inoki rubbed his aching back. Please tell me that was a bad dream. Bad dream? No. Good prank? Yes. Snickered Kuratsuchi. Hilarious, deadpanned Inoki. Well, shall we depart? Haku nodded. At your earliest convenience, Tsuchikage-sama. Later. Exterior, Land of Earth, Road, midday. Hold, ordered Naruto as he gestured, making the group stop. What is it, sensei? What do you sense? Asked Moegi. Firecracker, prompted Naruto. Right? Acknowledged the little Hyuga who activated her dojutsu, Byakugan, and scanned the area, two powerful chakra signatures approaching from the north. One of them seems to be a puppet inside a puppet with chakra. Then sarcastically remarked, That's not creepy at all, and informed them, the other one has 5 hearts. I don't even want to know what that's about. Sasori of the red sand and Kakazu of the 5 hearts. Sasori is a puppet master and poison specialist, so assume any and all weapons in his arsenal are tipped with poison. Kakazu attempted to assassinate Hashirama Senju, and only survived because of a forbidden jutsu. He has 5 hearts that become 5 masked creatures. Each one needs to be taken out by a different element, explained Naruto, who whirled around, outstretched his hand and said, "Universal pull." Drawn towards Uzumaki by an invisible force that caught it by the throat, Zetsu struggled to breathe before its neck snapped. Then it was incinerated by black flames. "What exactly was that thing?" questioned Inoki. "Zetsu, a creature created as an extension of Kagaya's will. This is the being that corrupted Indra Otsutsuki, the forefather of the Uchiha clan, with the curse of hatred." "What about the other 2? Asked Kitsuchi. "As tempting as fighting Kakazu and Sasori is, I have a job to do. My mission is to safely escort the Tsuchikage to Konoha. Initiating unnecessary conflicts will both jeopardize the mission and needlessly endanger my comrades and client," replied Naruto, earning a nod of acknowledgement, before doing a hand sign, "Bus summoning jutsu." An ominous, pitch-black bus with orange lights, driven by an unusual creature, appeared. A petite, red-headed woman, in a blue uniform, gestured, "All aboard the tour bus from the underworld," before giving a sweet smile that promised doom to anyone that didn't comply. Exterior: Land of Fire, Konoha, Road, Gates, 12:10 p.m. Arriving in a blur, the bus stopped, scaring the crap out of Kotetsu and Izumo before Naruto and Ko disembarked. Then the bus vanished. Trying not to throw up, Inoki leant on his cane. Never make me ride that thing again." "Fair enough," shrugged Uzumaki. "Everyone okay?" "Dizzy, but I'll live," answered the genins. "Just what kind of summoning contract do you have, Narukoi?" wondered Hana. "Yours always has the strangest summons." Before Hiruzen, Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya approached the group. "Welcome to Konoha, Inoki," said Hiruzen with a warm smile. "Thank you," replied Inoki. "I take it we have matters to discuss? Or perhaps I could be shown to my accommodations so I can unpack my luggage. Let's get you settled in first." Interior: Konoha Hokage Tower, Deployment Office, 12:30 p.m. Giving a pay slip to each of his students, Naruto pocketed his own. "Naruto, a new mission request has come for you from a client I don't have clearance to know about," informed Irika. "They specifically requested you alone." Turning to his genins, Naruto smiled, "Take the rest of the day off," before giving them each a framed photo, "And I finally got these from the photographer." "Yes," cheered the genins. Dismissing his genin as Irika exited and Ibiki entered, Naruto, in his Anbu uniform, stood at attention before being handed a file, and opening it, "Consider it done." Later. Interior: Land of Fire, Safe House, 1 p.m. "I'll show those uncultured bastards. True art is an explosion," Deidara ranted before a refined blade of black lightning pierced his heart, nullifying his explosives. Then his head was cut clean off by the Kiba blades. "Heathen, I'll sacrifice you and everyone you love to Jashin-sama," screamed Haiden as he swung his scythe, which was intercepted and parried. Several chakra chains shot from Yami Kitsune's back, restrained Haiden, and pulled his weapon from his grasp. "Amaterasu," said Yami Kitsune before Haiden's unlucky charms were burnt off by black flames whilst he screamed in pain. Igniting a newly forged lightsaber with a black, thin, 45 centimeters blade curved to a point, Yami Kitsune decapitated Haiden. Appearing, Ghost turned the headless body to ice, which she shattered before sealing away the scythe. "Ah, screw you heathens. What the fuck? Now how am I going to make my sacrifices or get laid?" whined Haiden. "You don't," deadpanned Yami Kitsune, who sealed Deidara's corpse and Haiden's head into a storage scroll. Interior: Konoha, Anbu HQ, Engineering Lab, 1 p.m. Naruto revealed Deidara's eyepiece to an engineer. "I know your new apprentice has been wanting to study and reverse engineer this for a while, Lucius." "Oh, you always bring back the best toys for us, Naruto-kun," chuckled the head engineer. "Will you be bringing your students by sometime? I heard about those special weapons." "We'll see. Naruto-Nizan, it's been a while," greeted Udon, who, surprisingly, didn't have an eternal runny nose. "Hey, kiddo," greeted Naruto. "I see you have new glasses. Prescription or non-prescription?" "Prescription," answered Udon, who pointed to Naruto's hand. "Is that what I think it is?" "Deidara's eye scope, which I brought back completely intact. And I see you're in much better health." "Thank you, Naruto-senpai," gratefully said Udon. Ruffling Udon's hair, Naruto smiled. "Konohamaru, Hanabi, and especially Moegi have missed you. Maybe we can all train together or meet for lunch from time to time. After all, the Konohamaru Corps isn't complete without you, and it wouldn't hurt Lucius to get out more." "Next you'll be telling me to get a girlfriend," sighed Lucius. "Well, you have been consulting with that girl from the decryption division a lot, and you always smile when you hear her name," interjected Udon. "Maybe you could try getting to know her better since you've been working together so much?" Lucius sighed. "You two are conspiring to set me up with her, aren't you?" "Would we do that?" asked Naruto far too innocently. "Yes." Turning to Udon, Naruto gave him a small envelope. "Moegi Muto knew I'd be coming here where I was likely to see you, and gave this to me to give to you." Before the bespectacled rookie genin blushed. Interior, Konoha, Anbu HQ, Ibiki's office, 1:15 p.m. Standing before Ibiki, Anko, and Tsunade, Yami Kitsune informed, "Mission complete. Deidara has been eliminated. And Haiden is a talking head right now. I had to cut all of his limbs off and eliminate one potential future problem." "Define future problem," asked Ibiki. "I burnt off Haiden's manhood with my Amaterasu." "Ouch, that's gotta hurt," snickered Anko. Interior, Konoha, Ichiraku's, 1:15 p.m. Ayam, Kakashi, and Tucci stood shocked as Obito proposed to Rin, who happily accepted. Interior, Konoha, Namikaze's estate, Naruto's house, private dojo, 1:15 p.m. Hana and Yujito sparred in their underwear. Hana took advantage of a small opening, knocked Yujito onto her back, sat on her legs, pinned her hands above her head, and gave a cheeky grin. "Will you give up, kitty?" Faking being unable to get free as she wriggled beneath Hana, Yujito burst into giggles as she tickled her exposed belly, then broke free and returned the favor, sparking a tickle fight. After a good 15 minutes, Yujito, whose boobs and tummy were being tickled while she tickled Hana's sides, asked, "Ha ha 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 ha, truce? Ha 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 ha." Before they paused. "You're a bad kitty," teased Hana as the two hugged. "But I'm a bad bitch, so who am I to judge?" "Good point," chuckled Yujito, who nuzzled Hana's face. "You, Matatabi-chan, and Yugao-chan are the only cats I like." "Good to know." Interior, Konoha, Shinobi District, Hyuga Compound, Dojo, 1:30 p.m. 8 trigrams, 24 static palms, called Hanabi as she infused a small amount of lightning chakra into her taijutsu, bewildering her opponent, who felt electric shocks from each hit. Then the last hit sent her opponent flying across the room. Impressed, Hinata, Hayashi, Hera, and Hizashi gave a short round of applause. "Where did this technique come from?" asked one of the elders. "I applied the principle of charging and discharging energy to the 8 trigrams 24 palms using trace amounts of lightning chakra. I emulated the buildup of static electricity before releasing it with the final strike. Naruto Niken helped me with it," answered Hanabi, proud of herself. "An outsider helped you with this?" "He's my sensei, so of course he was helping me," stated the little firecracker. "He wouldn't be a very good teacher if he wasn't teaching me anything, or if he wasn't helping me improve, would he?" Exterior, Konoha, Public Hot Springs, 1:30 p.m. Trying to find a good height and angle to peep from, Ebisu loudly sneezed as his shades flew off of his face, into the women's bathing area, which caused screams. Then a jolt of electricity from within the tree shocked him, and he fell face first into boiling water. Getting out of the water, Ebisu felt a surge of killing intent that sent him to his knees as a shadow loomed over him. Nervously looking up as his eyes were still in excruciating pain, Ebisu's blurred vision saw a towering figure in red armor and a conical hat standing over him. The water around them began steaming as Han glared daggers at Ebisu. Later. Interior, Konoha, Cinema, Private Screening Room, 2:30 p.m. Comfortably seated in a couple's seat in the middle row, Konohamaru and Hanabi held hands. "Happy birthday, Hanabi-chan," whispered Konohamaru as he kissed her cheek before the movie began. A few days later. Interior, Konoha, Hokage Tower, office, 8 a.m. Shizun gave Tsunade a clipboard. "These shinobi have just earned their medic nin licenses, although your rule on medic nins not being involved in direct combat doesn't really account for things like bloodlines. Tenten, Ino Yamanaka, Haku Yuki, Yakumo Karama, Hinata Hyuga, Karen Uzumaki, Kintsuchi, Kimamaro Kagaya, Tayuya and Sai." Read Tsunade, who smiled. "That's a pretty good batch. Especially since some of them also use genjutsu. The two fields are practically a perfect combo since both require excellent chakra control. Yeah, and some of them have been studying fuinjutsu too. Shinobi proficient in genjutsu, medical jutsu and fuinjutsu together will be great to have. I hear Chiyoba-sama has been teaching Yakumo-chan to use puppets in combat," mused Shizun. "That's going to be formidable even with her condition limiting her physical capabilities." "How's little Fuchan's training coming along?" asked Tsunade as she and 5 shadow clones went through her paperwork. "She absorbs information like a sponge. She's a fast learner, even more so since someone taught her to make shadow clones," answered Shizun. "Of course Naruto-kun taught her that." "How many clones does she make during training?" 300. Opening the door, Nagato bowed. "Tsunade-sama." "Nagato-chan, your family." "Spare me the honorifics," shrugged Tsunade. "What can I do for you three?" "Well, we need to return to AIM soon, so Conan and I are withdrawing from the finals." "Well, since Gaara and Yujito have also withdrawn, due to their ninja IDs being updated therefore rendering their participation forms invalid from outdated information, we only have Shino, Haku, Hinata, Shikamaru and Tenten left participating." "Good to know. I think I'll have Naruto-kun's squad escort you brats back. It'll be good for his students to see a village as different from Konoha as AIM. They'll need umbrellas. The hidden rain isn't known for having clear skies." Tsunade chuckled. "Oh, Naruto's developed a seal that protects you from the rain. Although it also provides resistance against low-level water-style jutsu as well. I'll have to ask him to teach it to us." Suddenly, the window shattered as a banner appeared with Anko standing in front of it. Startled, Shizun and Tonton let out a panicked squeal while Team Jiraiya prepared battle stances. "Damn it, Anko-chan. Use the door and stop breaking my windows," snapped Tsunade. Hinged into a 5-year-old version of herself, Anko gave Tsunade the puppy dog eyes. "I'm very sorry for breaking your window, Bachan. Please don't be upset with your little Anko-chan." Unable to stay mad, Tsunade knelt down and hugged Chibi Mitarashi. "Shhh, it's okay, Anko-chan. I forgive you, sweetie. Even though you've been a naughty girl." Tsunade planted a kiss on Anko's forehead, then stepped back before the jonin dropped the hinge. "You really are adorable when you want to be. You know that, right?" "Yep." Anko turned to Team Jiraiya. "You're all pervy sage's apprentices, right?" Nagato nodded. "Yes. Well, there's a couple of kunoichi from Nadeshiko here to see one of his apprentices. Don't know which one. They didn't specify. It's all pervy sage's fault," snickered Anko before 2 kunoichi entered. Then she shunshined away. "Oh joy!" deadpanned Tsunade. "What did Jiraiya-kun do now?" "Hokage-sama, I am Shizuka, Princess of Nadeshiko, and this is Tokiwa. Jiraiya-sama passed on a marriage between my grandmother and him to me and one of his apprentices, after a certain incident involving him trying to peep in our hot springs," explained Shizuka. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged nervous glances while Conan raised an eyebrow. "Of course he did that," muttered Tsunade, who looked at Team Jiraiya. "Well, Yahiko-chan, Nagato-chan, Conan-chan, which one of you will it be?" Shizuka blushed. "Wait, what? You thought my soon-to-be fiancé might be another woman? Well, you said one of Jiraiya's apprentices was to become your fiancé, and one is a woman. I meant one of his male apprentices. Then you should have said so." "Wait, isn't there one more?" asked Tokiwa. "By the name of Naruto?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "How exactly do you decide who your fiancé is?" "I will fight each of them, and the one who proves strongest by defeating me in an all-out battle is by my village's laws to marry me. That kind of custom sounds like it could backfire and endanger your village, observed Konan. Oh, I know, sighed Shizuka, who noticed Nagato's eyes. Is that the Rinnegan? Nagato nodded. Yes. Who is stronger between you and your sibling students? Perhaps you could fight, and I face the winner to determine if they're my champion. Konan cleared her throat. It'd have to be Nagato against Naruto since Yahiko and I are already engaged. When the hell did this happen? Asked Tsunade. 6 months ago, answered Yahiko. Congrats, brats. As he appeared in a flash, Naruto asked, Bachan, did I miss something I should know about? Gesturing, Tsunade introduced, Naruto-kun, Shizuka-hime. Shizuka-hime, Naruto-kun. Then informed, many years ago, Jiraiya-kun got himself out of an engagement duel with Shizuka-hime's grandmother by promising one of his apprentices in his stead. That apprentice will be marrying Shizuka if they defeat her. However, Yahiko-chan is already with Konan-chan, leaving only Nagato-chan and you. Engagement duel? Asked Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Our village's women only accept strong men as partners. Our women become strong kunoichi, seek out strong shinobi, then marry the one who defeats us in the engagement duel, and kill the man if they lose, answered Shizuka. So it's a form of trial by combat. Pretty much. You wish for me to fight Nagato for the honor of fighting you for the chance to take your hand, don't you? Naruto deduced. Aw, Naruto-kun, don't you want the chance to have me all to yourself? Teased Shizuka, who pouted whilst her stance made her sexy body's impressive assets more prominent as she closed the distance. Won't you make this princess yours, after she's come all this way specially for you? Asked Shizuka, pressing her DD cup breasts against his rock-hard abs. Shizuka-chan, you're undeniably very beautiful and incredibly sexy. I'm sure you're a lovely and incredible woman, and an outstanding kunoichi. Any man or woman would be honored and privileged to be with you, assured Naruto, yet I'm presently betrothed to multiple women. I don't mean to presume, but I don't imagine you're comfortable with sharing. Does everyone think Nadeshiko's kunoichi are into women? Wondered Shizuka, amused. You're from a village solely populated by women, and you're surprised people believe some of you are sexually attracted to other women instead of men? Point taken, giggled Shizuka, although liking both is pretty common in Nadeshiko. Tokiwa eyed Naruto. And why are you engaged to multiple women? I was placed in the Clan Restoration Act so my Kekkei Genkai and my clans, the Uzumaki, Senju, and Namikaze, don't go extinct. Lineage-wise, I am actually the prince of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Also, Shizuka-chan will need the approval of my present partners before pursuing me. It's a ground rule we made when I agreed to enter the CRA. I see. Naruto-chan has had a difficult life, so loveless marriages aren't happening. If he becomes your champion, at least get to know him and form a connection, asserted Tsunade. He only goes through with these kinds of things if there's mutual love and connection, and if both parties are all right with the arrangement. How difficult of a life are we talking about? Asked Shizuka, concerned. Do you know what a Jinchuriki is? Asked Naruto, earning a nod from Shizuka and Tokiwa. Well, I am one. Which bijou do you hold? The Kyubi Vixen. What do you know of Nadeshiko's customs for marriage duels, Naruto-san? Asked Tokiwa. If I defeat Shizuka-chan and make her surrender to me, she becomes my wife. And she wins by killing me. Is that about right? Yes, and you should know Shizuka-chan is also just coming out of mourning a good friend she lost. Are you sure she's ready for all this? Asked Naruto, concerned. It's likely that her recent loss has left her emotionally unbalanced and vulnerable right now. And I wouldn't feel right if I thought I was taking advantage of her. I won't make her fight me while she's still grieving and in such a mindset. Nor will I let anyone force her to. That's sweet, and a point in your favor, Naruto-kun, replied Shizuka, who kissed Naruto's cheek. Shizuka-san, please follow me, requested Shizen. I'll introduce you to as many of Naruto's current partners as are currently in the village, and his daughter. I'm one of his lovers too, by the way. Before leading Shizuka away, Tokiwa-san, my squad and I have an escort mission to aim which will take a few days. We can follow up on the matter of Shizuka-chan and I after my return. Is this acceptable for you and Shizuka-chan? Asked Naruto. It is. As he and Rin appeared via Kamui, Obito, in his Toby mask and voice, asked, "Can Toby come?" "Toby will behave." "Why?" "Because Toby is a good boy." "Toby-chan can if Rin-chan says so," firmly said Naruto. Team Jiraiya and Rin chuckled at Obito/Toby's antics. Tokiwa and Tsunade raised an eyebrow, and the hidden Anbu sweat dropped. On his knees with his hands together, Toby pleaded, "Can Toby go with them, Rintenshi? Can I, please? Please let Toby go with them. Toby will be a good boy." Should I let Toby-kun go with them?" asked Rin as she turned her back to her swirly masked lover and looked up at the ceiling with her hands behind her head. Then Rin burst into laughter and squirmed as Toby closely hugged her from behind, lifted her shirt with one hand, and tickled her exposed midriff. "Ha ha 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 hey ha 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 ha. Will Rintenshi let Toby go with them?" Ticklish Rin-chan should let Toby go on the adventure. Teased Toby before circling Rin's navel with a feather while she sweetly giggled. Toby thinks his beautiful Rin-chan should agree before Mr. Feather is introduced to Little Miss Belly Button. As the feather relentlessly tickled her navel, Rin conceded, "Ha ha 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 okay. Ha 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 Toby ha 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 can ha 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 go ha 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 with ha 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 them ha 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 ha." Before the tickle stopped, then Toby spun her around and lovingly embraced her while she hugged him back. "Toby loves you, Rin-chan," mused Toby. "Aw, I love you too, Toby-koi," returned Rin as she kissed Obito before her lover did a happy dance. "Is he stable?" asked Tokiwa, gesturing to Toby. "He's more stable than you'd expect. The Toby persona is something of a coping mechanism for Obito," explained Naruto. "Everyone handles their trauma differently." "Fair enough." Understood Tokiwa. "While we're here, Shizuka will be staying with you and sharing your bed with you." Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. "As long as she's comfortable with that. She'll insist, and she's a cuddler, so don't be shy about cuddling her too. Anything else I should know about her sleeping habits?" "Oh, I'll let her show and tell you herself later." Interior, Konoha, Uzumaki Estate, Naruto's house, living room, 2:30 p.m. Having been introduced to Fu, Kin, Tayuya, and Naruto's harem, save for Mei, and explain things before discussing themselves, Naruto, and their relationships with him, Shizuka asked, "While I will be required regardless, by my village's custom and law, to marry him should he defeat me and make me submit to him, will I have your approval and blessing? It's clear you all love him very much, and Naruto-kun informed me that having your approval was a ground rule." "The more the merrier," gleefully answered Fo. "Plus, I'm getting a really bright feeling from your chakra and I can feel your intentions with my sensory abilities. So you have my approval as long as you're willing to accept the rest of us too, since we're not going anywhere." "Thank you, Fu-chan," mused Shizuka before the mint-haired girl cheerfully hugged her. Fu beamed. "You're welcome, Shizuka-chan. What kind of weapons do you specialize in?" asked Yugao. "Maybe we can teach you some new moves and techniques so you're even stronger for Naruto-koi." Shizuka nodded. "I'd be honored, but I'll wait until after my duel with Naruto-kun, since right now it'd be a conflict of interest. If I defeat him, I'm supposed to kill him. I'd be taking him from you if I defeated him. And he'll know all of your moves, so I'd be at a disadvantage using your fighting styles against him anyway." "True," agreed Yujiro. "And there's a few things you and Naruto-koi could do together before your duel that'll really help you get intimately acquainted with each other." "I'm sure there are," chuckled Shizuka. "How big is he? What's he packing?" "And that's my cue to leave the room," commented Fu as she exited. "Oh, I'm sure you'll have the chance to see how big our alpha is for yourself soon enough," assured Hana. "And he has insanely high stamina. Shall we show you around the village to see the sights? Or perhaps you'd like to take a dip in Naruto-sama's private hot springs?" asked Kin. "Both sound good to me," answered the Nadeshiko princess. Exterior, Konoha, Training Ground 9, 2:30 p.m. As two familiar chunin approached, Naruto mentioned, "Now, my cute little genins, I've invited Izumo and Kotetsu to help test your teamwork in a 2-against-3 spar. You may use any methods or techniques necessary against them as long as there are no killing or crippling blows." "Why these guys?" asked Konohamaru. Because we're began Izumo. Lazy gate guards who need to get off your asses before you become lazier than the Nara clan? Yes, yes you are. Kono-chan, be nice? Lightly scolded Naruto. They may not see a lot of action, but they're a decent tag team by Chunin standards. I was going to hire Kiri's demon brothers to help with this test, but they're busy so I asked Kotetsu and Izumo instead. Sorry, Niken. Later. Interior, Konoha, Uzumaki Estate, Naruto's house, dining room, 7:30 p.m. Seated across from Shizuka, Naruto, who'd cooked their dinner, asked, "How is it?" This is wonderful, Naruto-kun," answered Shizuka as she happily chowed down. "If I knew I'd have meals like this to look forward to, I would have come looking for you much sooner." "Good to know, Shizuka-chan. When it's time for bed, we're sharing and cuddling," insisted Shizuka, finishing her meal. Then she whispered, "And we're doing so naked." He nodded in acknowledgement. "As long as you're comfortable with that, Shizuka-chan." "Wouldn't have brought it up if I wasn't Naruto-kun. I might need to sample what you're packing downstairs too. Be advised. I'm told it's a choking hazard." She gave a sly grin. "So it's small parts?" "Oh, I'll let you be the judge of that." "Naughty boy. Naughtier girl. Tomato-haired delinquent. Busty Bondageheim." She raised an eyebrow, then internally chuckled, "Fuckable idiot. Tights-clad seductress. Crownless king. Queen of submissive dominatrixes." She gave a confused look. "What does the last one even mean?" Then she burst into laughter. "Oh, you did not just call my village's kunoichi that." "Am I wrong?" he asked, with complete innocence and curiosity in his tone and expression. "You act all fierce and powerful until you've been dominated after all. You're not entirely wrong. But we'd never describe ourselves that way. It'd cause all kinds of trouble for us. More than a ninja village solely populated by sexy kunoichi, who by custom seek out strong men to dominate them or die at their feet already does?" Point taken. Interior, Konoha, Uzumaki Estate, Naruto's house, master bedroom, 8:30 p.m. Carrying Shizuka bridal style, Naruto gently set her down before she gave a devious smile. As he sat on the edge of the bed, she teasingly began an exotic, seductive, and alluring dance before slowly taking off each article of her clothing, while doing the occasional twirl and bend to provide a better view of her assets. Watching in mesmerized awe, Naruto enjoyed the show while becoming aroused. Revealed to him in all her glory, Shizuka struck a pose. "Like what you see, Naruto-kun?" before noticing the tent in his pants. "I'll take that as a yes. Now, if you'd like, I could help you with that and give it a taste." Standing as she pulled his shirt off then knelt before him, he asked, "Are you sure about this? You don't have to if you don't want to or aren't comfortable with this." Removing his pants and underwear as a pleasantly surprised smile graced her lips, she assured, "Oh, I want to. I definitely want to," before tenderly caressing and stroking his fully erect cock, earning a small moan of pleasure. "You like that, Naruto-kun? Good. And yours is the first dick I've ever seen or touched." "Yes, I like it. I like it a lot. And it's hard to believe this is the first time you've done this since you're so good at it." After a good 5 minutes, she slowly inserted his almost painfully hard cock into her mouth and massaged it with her tongue before slowly sucking it. "Couldn't wait until after our duel to taste it, Haim?" he teased as her head slid up and down his shaft. "Not after all the good things I've heard about it from your little harem, and now I've seen it with my own eyes," she replied, withdrawing her mouth from his dick. "Cammy, I feel so naughty and dirty. Here I am, a princess, naked, on my knees, happily pleasuring and sucking the dick of a man I only met for the first time this morning. To be fair, we both consented and said man's your betrothed," he pointed out. Bringing his hands to her firm, perky breasts as they lay on the bed and he pinned her beneath him, she requested, "Will you please play with them?" before moaning as he caressed, fondled, massaged, rubbed, teased, and planted kisses upon her tits. "Oh, you're good," she praised. "You let me suck your dick, so I'll let you suck my tits." Taking one of her breasts in his mouth whilst fondling the other, Naruto gently sucked it while his tongue gave special attention to her hard nipple. As he switched to the other breast, she asked, Naruto-kun, in the morning, can we shower together? Before he gave her a thumbs up, then they snuggled up to each other. A few days later. Exterior. Konoha, front gates, 7 a.m. Assembled, the AIM trio, Team 9 and Obito did an inventory check. The usual gear for the Konoha shinobi were covered by matching black hooded ponchos. Everyone ready? Asked Naruto, receiving several nods of confirmation before they were approached by all of Naruto's lovers, except for the absent Mei, who kissed him good luck. How does he manage to give each of his partners an equal amount of time? Asked Hanabi. Shadow clones are especially useful on date nights, answered Anko, with a mischievous grin that made the Genins nervous. Kibiheim, you're scaring my cute little Genins, said Naruto before the snake mistress pouted. Foxy Koi, please make sure all of you come home safely, requested Anko, who closely embraced Naruto. And I love you. Love you too. And why are you acting like I'm on my deathbed? Well, we heard about your upcoming marriage duel, said Sum. So you all think I'm going to die against Shizuka-chan? Really feeling the love, Sum-chan, chuckled Naruto. I'm teasing. I know you'll win, Naruto-kun. Tapping Naruto's shoulder as she showed up, Shizuka kissed him. Don't you dare die on me, Naruto-kun. I'm the only one who gets to kill you, then seductively whispered into his ear. Unless you're strong enough to completely and utterly dominate me and make me submit to you. If you're lucky, you'll do both in the bedroom as well as in battle. Naturally. Nuzzling Naruto's cheek, Yujito mentioned, Samui-chan finally got everyone's approval to join your harem, which took a while with all of us having missions and other business outside the village, so she'll be paying you a visit when you get back too. Anyone else I should know about? Well, Karui and Mabui have expressed great interest in an ongoing intimate relationship with you, and joining in on our fun from time to time. All three of them will be moving in with us anyway, given they're also going to be keeping an eye on me. Isama says he'd feel more at ease with all this if he knew I had some people I knew from Kumo with me. And to keep him up to date with our relationship news, like when we set the wedding date or if you get me knocked up. Fair enough, Kitten-chan. And please keep our little Foot-chan out of trouble while I'm away. Will do. Shall we get going? Asked Yahiko. Toby linked arms with Moegi and Conan. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz, before the group set out. Later. Exterior. Land of Fire, Main Road, 9 a.m. So, what's him like? Asked Moegi. Well, it definitely lives up to the name of the village hidden in the rain, answered Conan. How does paper style work in the rain? Asked Kanomaru. And are you made of paper like a human paper mache? It took a while to make it work in the rain, and you could probably say something like that. Any landmarks or historic places we should see while we're there? Asked Hanabi. Well, the house we lived in when training with Jiraiya-sensei could be one, answered Conan. Toby wants to visit the candy stores. Why? Because Toby is a good boy. Toby wants good boy treats for being such a good boy, insisted Toby. We'll see what we can find you when we're there, Toby-chan, assured Nagato. Hooray! Cheered Toby. Thank you, Nagato-senpai. Making the others chuckle. Later. Exterior. Land of Fire, Road, Border, 2 p.m. As Naruto gestured for the group to stop, he asked, What are you doing here? Stepping into view with Team 10, Asuma answered, We're today's border patrol, Chunin. Then gestured to Shikamaru. He got himself a bit lost. Shikamaru doesn't get lost. Asuma's trench knives are missing. There's no cigarette in his mouth or pack on his vest. He didn't refer to Shika by name, and there's no sash. And that so-called choji isn't eating. Thought Naruto unimpressed. Kiba blades in hand, Naruto cut down Asuma, in a flash and restrained Team 10, with style tendrils forcing them to their knees, causing 4 henges to drop, revealing Respirator wearing missing knees, 3 men and a woman, with slashed aim headbands. How did you know he wasn't that Leaf Jonin? Asked one of the prisoners. Among other things, the one hinged into an Akimichi wasn't eating, and Choji always has a pack of his favorite flavor of chips to snack on. Are you freaking kidding me? Asked the former AIM Kunoichi. Our cover was blown by a lack of chips? I will ask the questions here. asserted Naruto, who towered over the prisoners as their surroundings grew dark. Where are the shinobi you impersonated? If any harm has come to them, before leaving the threat to their imagination as their surroundings returned to normal. Ugh, what troublesome mess is going on, Naruto? Lazily asked the real Shikamaru as his squad arrived. Activating her Byakugan after taking note of the details of the new arrivals, Hanabi confirmed, "These are the real ones, Nizan." "Imposters, then? How troublesome," groaned Shikamaru. "Did they at least do a good henge?" asked Ino. "They didn't make my butt look big, did they?" "They missed some very important details, like Uncle Asuma's sash and cigarettes," answered Konohamaru. Moegi added, "But most importantly, they forgot Choji's chips," making the Akimichi chuckle. "Ah, Naruto-kun's already got his own cute little genin squad," mused Ino adoringly, "so precious. If you and Shika ever plan to have kids in the future, Ko-sensei a young genin squad first, since it'll be good practice. After all, a parent's role is to connect with, raise, guide and mentor. Support, protect, take care of, look after and watch over. And help their children," Naruto sagely said. "A sensei who's done all of this for their students can't really deny being their family," earning looks of wonder from his peers. "You're overthinking it," sighed Asuma. "It's a common trend in movies, and I've seen people giving Father's Day and Mother's Day cards to their jonin senseis.